Sidelight starts the action for the red team, who look to close out this game with a GC D-Light recovery, and the red team go up 2-0.
There was a good amount of whips, I think, from the blue team, especially in this game too. They were struggling to find a lot of the hits. Draggy, I think he's doing a good job of just making sure these stocks are not lasting too long. He's doing a good job of closing. I think Astrx, he was struggling a little bit in catching some of the landings from the red team. And there were 2 ground pound attempts that went off stage. One from Draggy, one from Astrx, both of which got punished. One of them ended up resulting in, Astrx losing his stock. So I feel like there have been some big commitments. There's a lot more buttons pressed, I feel like, than in the past few days. You know what I mean? There's usually like a good amount of like passive play, some waiting and twos. This feels like a lot more of an aggressive game, and they're getting kind of punished for it.
I really like this swap here. Draggy's going to be swapping over the 7. We saw a lot of 7 in South America yesterday night. And then on the other side of it, Astro is swapping over to the gauntlets as well. So forfeiting the spear, giving the spear over to Draggy, keeping the cannon on Draggy as well, and now picking up a bow in the process. I really do like this pick here. Or, sorry, a pair of gauntlets in the process.
Aquatic stock.
What happened to his...
Yeah, we were thinking that he was going to be fine. We were thinking that he'd make it back onto the stage, but Astrx was too busy keeping Sweaty occupied, and Draggy just deleted Aquatic's first stock. That is the kind of a lead that blue team is going to hope to have. It felt like they were just barely behind each game, just barely like a stock behind. Draggy, the fast fall to avoid the pogo? That was an amazing dodge.
Yeah, I mean, somehow Draggy holding onto the stock, and Aquatic will be the ultimate loser of that, as that edgeguard goes pear-shaped, and the blue team take a big lead here. We close out that stock onto Draggy, the sidelight into a wait, the recovery coming in, but no continuous damage here, and that should close out the stock here. If we can find this edgeguard, yes, we do. The side air comes in, so it's now 3 stocks to 4. The blue team now with a lead, and it looks like on these picks they feel so much more comfortable. Draggy doing so much better here on with his teammate Astro.
Yeah, but Aquatic, if I'm blue team, I am looking at Aquatic and the fact that he is on his last stock and in the yellow already. Astrx trying to go out there, going through the side sig, not going to be able to get it. Aquatic just playing floaty, waiting for the pass from his teammate. Tries to come back on with a recovery, and the blue team just focusing on to Sweaty while Aquatic was busy on the left side. Huge sale. Astrx just getting back onto the stage, but Aquatic continuing this onslaught of attacks. Whips the D-Sig. Astrx did not have that big of a punish.
And Draggy tried to slide in there with that N-Sig. That down air will catch Sweaty, but it won't KO. And going over to his teammate, who gets an N-Light there, gets a D-Light into down air onto the Sweaty with that D-Light Nair as well. Not enough to KO, but it's close. Aquatic looking for the juggles now. No reversals from the blue team. Draggy gets disarmed. Somehow the red team are still in this game as the damage goes into their favor a little bit more. Of course, they're down a stock, but it's even now. And Draggy about to lose the stock. Yes, it happens. And now you have to worry as Aquatic here. You can't allow your teammate to be 2v1'd, but you still have a chance to win this game. Aquatic having to play perfectly. That recovery barely hits. The Bogo coming in, trying to find this edgeguard onto Draggy. Draggy will get clipped, but an N-Sig will come out, and this 2v1 should all but be over, and it looks like we're going to game 4.
Yeah, this should be the game for them, unless Sweaty makes, of course, the greatest comeback of all time in twos. But let's see what kind of setups that they have. Bow and cannon. I never feel like I see bow cannon combos.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of like 7 extended combos in the South America. So they might have something cooking here, but of course this is their secondaries. This is who they swapped into. So maybe they're just looking for some hits here. Draggy will force a stack there. Sweaty will get a D-Light into downer. A chase dodge to avoid the whip punish. The side light to punish that GC downlight. An end light will come out hitting your own teammate. The blue team getting caught by that side sig now, avoiding that side air, and you got to be careful. You can never counter Terrace out.
Stage. They like to see this Terrace off stage.
Oh, that's a big catch! And we have a chance now. Sweaty meat with so much aggression. KO's Draggy. Draggy, can you make it back? The teammate has to come in to assist, but it's not over yet. Sweaty meat with the side air there. A nice punish, and that should be the team combo. We get a bow and light, and it was almost an option for Sweaty to win that game, but it's still not over. The recovery comes in. Sweaty fighting with his most, with everything he has to win this game and close out this set, but it's so difficult in the 2v1.
Oh, but not going to be able to catch this landing. The blue team, they're missing a handful of attacks here. They have to close this out now. Sweaty left without a weapon. Not that many resources. He's not going to be able to cheese him off stage with any GC N6 this time around. Draggy just going for the safe, non-committal D6 because they're basically unpunishable. And if you try to punish it, you might get spiked by the bottom hitbox.
I like the weapon starve angle there. And finally, the Nair will close out that as we go into game number 4. But that got a little scary there. That N-Sig into Cider. Had there not been an assist from Astro to Draggy, Draggy loses the stock.
We almost saw a generational choke. That was really scary off stage. I think they had a lot of difficulty with tracking Sweaty's movement, and to his credit, he was mixing it up as much as possible. There were a few missed opportunities on catching him landing, especially when he was, sweat beads coming out and everything, so he was all out of options. But good job to the blue team. They got the lead from the beginning because of the aggressive offstage play. They just got the right reads off stage, and they were able to hold that lead until the end.
I'm sure it's never that simple, but I wonder if you're on strength stance there instead of dexterity stance, if you've KO'd Draggy with that cider. I know like there's obviously so many more reasons that that game was lost, but I do wonder if you're on that on the higher strength there, you didn't forfeit a strength and you gain one. I wonder if that cider KOs. That's neither here nor there. Neither here nor there though.
Why dex stance on Telos?
It was picked yesterday in South America. I actually don't know why. I remember there was times where Hammer got certain extensions off of dexterity, but that's not the case in 1v1s anymore. It might be a combination of just some team combos getting available. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll just have to ask them later on, but right now we got this match happening, guys. We're on Miami. Don't forget this game for Draggy looking for the high cell, not going to be able to find it. Aquatic just, not going to get his weapon toss and barely whiffing that side sig. Astrolol whiffing a side sig as well. Guys, we have to slow this down.
Yeah.
Sweaty connecting the D-Light. Astro stuck in disadvantage, not able to pick up a weapon, and his stock is almost gone. The blue team is in disadvantage for so long.
And somehow Astro getting a random side sig, and that will connect and find a punish, but Sweaty gets back on the stage and rebuttals with a two-piece there. The recovery will KO Draggy off the bottom. Weapon pickup into the down sig on the Axe to close out that stock, and the blue team here in a stock deficit. It's not over yet, obviously. This lead has to be converted. Sweaty holding onto the stock, though. Aquatic not taking a lot, and there's a lot of team damage on the blue team right now. The synergies somewhat clashing. I need to see them playing a little bit more synergistic if they want to win this game. The side take will come in. Almost enough to KO.
He jumped into the ground pound, but he knew that he had enough resources. He knew that he wasn't damaged enough for that to have enough knockback. He makes it back on. He picks up the cannon here. Okay, but he's not going to be able to find his connection. He is off stage. I feel like the red team, they're just separating the blue team so often.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the nature of what Sweaty's able to do on this Taros, where every hit just launches you coast to coast. The end light to close out the stock onto Draggy, the side air to close out the stock onto Astro, and we look to 5 stocks to 2 now. The blue team will have to make something happen here. They got to make something shake. The side light into Nair. That's a big start for the red team here in this stock. The recovery will not connect. The side sig will get jumped, and that down sig is a great way to punish, trying to punish your teammate for whiffing that signature, becoming the hitbox, and putting yourself in between you and your teammate. Draggy will get a side air there.
Yeah, that is an amazing way to go ahead and threaten that space. You were not safe as Spirit against Cannon in that position. So Aquatic once again is on his last stock. The win condition for the blue team is to eliminate Aquatic as soon as they can and turn it into another 2v1. Because Sweaty, well, it is Telos. He is going to hang on to that stock for a little bit longer.
That Sweaty cider onto Draggy, and without a weapon even, Sweaty still continues to put the aggression out. Down air comes out, almost hits both the red team members. Double axe now, the recovery hitting his own teammate. You got to be careful though, because if you're playing on these fine margins, big side sig, not enough to KO now, and Aquatic missing that. That's a big whiff, but Draggy does not get a full punish. The cider comes in, it gets whiff, side sig comes in, KOs Draggy and Astro now in a impossible 2v1.
Well, maybe not impossible. It goes for the D-Sig. It's not going to be able to KO, but the D-Light, double D-Light into the sailor is going to be able to do it. So I guess it was indeed impossible. Good job to Sweaty and Aquatic. They'll be moving on throughout the winning side of top 32. This is not the end of Astro and Draggy, as they have been knocked down into the elimination side. I feel like Aquatic and Sweaty, they did a good job of separating the blue team. And I think they just found a lot more hits. I mean, I saw a lot of whiffs from the blue team. Sorry, guys, but they got whiff punished quite a few times.
A lot of whiffing and a lot of like hitting their own team. I feel like when they were kind of stacked on top of each other, it's very important that you sync your movement with your teammates so that you're both not like jumping together and both not landing together, so that if they go for like the enemy team goes for like a burst option, you don't both get clipped by it. But I saw a lot of that where they were constantly stacked on top of each other, and when one of them wanted to react to the enemies coming in or something like that, they were just ending up hitting each other a lot. They were just constantly in each other's space, and I think you need to be able to create that space between you and your teammate and be a little bit more comfortable. They looked good in spots, but didn't look dominant and comfortable in positions they should be winning.
This also wasn't like a particularly combo-heavy game.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of played into this, which is like there's a couple of missed opportunities for damage. I saw a couple of missed follow-ups. So guys, lock in. I want to see some better performance from you two in the elimination side, but Aquatic and Sweaty, they'll be moving on throughout the winner side, as just mentioned. So yeah, I think that's standard for the seed. That means that their opponent is going to be Aquatic and Sweaty will have to fight Truck Stop Burrito and Jay Suzy. I don't know who that is.
Honestly, I feel like everyone's changing their names on me every other week, so I was like, but I do remember Truck Stop, so yeah, that'll be another, I think should be either Ogrim or Teros player in their bracket path here. So it should be a good time for sure, as the Axe continues to be a very, very common pick here. We're seeing the Bryn getting picked a lot, the Teros already as we start off the day.
So now we have a pretty exciting set coming up ahead of us. This is going to be BalloonBoy and Mooney. This is the team. They have only played together officially in a bracket capacity once in 2024 in a community event, and they got second. BalloonBoy and Mooney, we don't know how well they're going to do today. They might do exceptionally well. They might not make it into the top 8. I think this is a very interesting combination of two players. Their opponents are going to be Udeag and Woolala, which is just a consistent top 32 placing team here in NA. Very consistent names that you see here, but I don't know how often Udeag and Woolala have made it into the top 8. So I'm go ahead and check that out.
I am heavily rooting for Woolala. I believe they placed a Plat fight earlier on in December in the off-season in the 1v1 space, but Woolala is one of my favorite tags to say, so I'm definitely excited for that. It's Udeag and Woolala, the hardest tag for me to say, and my favorite one. So if I have any horse in this race, it'll be for the tags, but that might be the only advantage they have going into this one, because BalloonBoy and Mooney, although they haven't played although they haven't played a lot together in the past, you're looking at the tenure here in terms of just their legend picks. We're seeing the Devil Jin coming out from BalloonBoy, the pick before the VV, and the Amugi coming out from Mooney, and they've been looking very, very dangerous and very, very weird. It's unconventional to be playing against something like that. There's not a lot of players that play this comp in particular. I've seen some comps with Amugi, but not a lot of very consistent ones. It looks like Mooney might be hovering on the Ogrim.
Yeah, that's not necessarily what we... Well, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember the last Mooney 2 set that I got to see, so maybe he goes for the Ogrim pick, but it's never... Okay, you know what?
Just having some fun.
I'm going to go ahead and throw that away. I don't know who he is going to play going into this one, so there is no point in analyzing it. So Udeag and Woolala, actually, they've placed 9th at the Summer Championships, and that's pretty solid. So almost into the top 8 side of things. I don't know the individual 2's performances, but again, these are just names that we see all the time here in NA. But honestly, no matter who BalloonBoy teams with, that team is always going to do well. And Mooney always does pretty well in the 2 setting. You know, always, well, I say always, but I could give you guys the exact numbers if you give me a minute. But yeah, I'm excited to see this team go at it.
Interestingly enough as well, Udeag and Woolala coming into this game having a slight upset over Hexo and Halo. So that's a pretty big win. That's a 3-1 win in upper round of 32 to make it here. So they actually took Hexo and Halo's spot in this bracket. This should be Hexo and Halo versus BalloonBoy and Mooney, but instead we'll see this here.
Hexo and Halo is like a pretty crazy team too. Like they do well.
Yeah.
So that's surprising. That's not what I would have expected, but you know what? Good job to Woolala and Udeag. Let's see what we're getting ourselves into, everybody. We're going into game number 1, and it is indeed going to be the Imugi in 2s. No Ogrim to be found, and they already caught him stacked. Look at the combo, look at the damage. Udeag and Woolala are suffering.
I gotta imagine BalloonBoy is gonna be very good in this team comp just because he's somebody that's so good at passing between teammates, and Brawlhalla just kind of has to hit one sidelight and then just start throwing out these massive hitboxes, control half the stage. It's easy to lay up when your teammate's taking up half the stage with greatsword attacks, and that might be the strategy here as the downer looks to interrupt that recovery on the side of Udeag, who's been playing an unconventional comp in his own right as well. Enlight into that side stick, great pickup, and a great follow-up from BalloonBoy. That's an easy one.
They don't drop those.
No, of course not, yeah.
You know, and it might be like an easy combo to do, but like they have that like level of consistent execution. I want to see how that continues to carry through. Woolala, that was such a good D-sig just to be able to interrupt BalloonBoy from going in here, but they got to get something going. The red team has caught the blue team stacked way too many times. Udeag is already at the end of his second stock here, but that is going to be the side sig to close out Mooney and BalloonBoy.
The future of Orion is here. That shoulder check, that side sig is going to find a double KO onto the red team, just clearing out a third of the stage, and that's what they're going to be able to do in great success. If we can find Woolala getting a lot of signatures out here. Brawlhalla there, BalloonBoy flips the recovery, or sorry, the juggle state there with a GC sidelight into recovery as Woolala gets a little bit too big for his britches there on that soft platform. The NC coming out from Brawlhalla. The sider will punish Udeag getting a little bit too close to the ledge, and the red team now just somehow sees these stocks away, and that's just what happens when you make small mistakes versus a player like BalloonBoy's caliber. You will not get away with it, and Edgeguard starts on the right side. Udeag in a 1v1. BalloonBoy goes across the stage to get Brawlhalla out of dodge. The Enlight comes out now, and Woolala on a bad spot, having the cider very, very early in that recovery, but BalloonBoy will respect as Brawlhalla loses that stock.
BalloonBoy not going to be able to get the neutral, but amazing follow-up. Mooney just going to be setting that up. Nicely done. Going to be patrolling the ground here. Udeag trying to switch up, but BalloonBoy going to be able to get the ground pound. Is Woolala going to make it back onto the stage? Mooney trying to hold it down. A little bit unfortunate. I think that was the friendly fire. Being nice and patient to make it back onto the stage here. Good downer just to reset the situation.
Jump down air from Moneyhalla as trying to expect a layup from his teammate in BalloonBoy. The nair comes out now, and Udeag in this 2v1. Man, this got to be the one of the worst 2v1 positions to find yourself in there, because versus a Mugi that's happy to throw out Sigs, BalloonBoy getting all of the follow-ups off of any of the attacks, it's so difficult. And as much as I like to talk about Moneyhalla, and it's like, okay, it's a little strange that we're seeing this here. We saw, I believe it was Kant, right, in South America that was playing Arcadia, if I'm not mistaken. So we saw some greatsword going into this weekend, but the biggest thing is that Moneyhalla has an axe to work with. An axe gauntlets, axe bow has been picked so many times, and BalloonBoy's so good at getting it.
Yeah, I think it was Anto on the Arcadia.
Anto, it was Anto, thank you, not Kanto. They both use a 4 for an A. I think that's why I got them mixed up. Anto, shout out to Anto, making a run with Arcadia into top 8 in the 2v2 space. Kind of similar situation where they have a greatsword, which is weird, but then another weapon that is very, very picked in the 2v2 space.
Oh my gosh, but that D-Sig, that is just so easy to follow up off of, especially for Zariel. BalloonBoy is actually getting pieced up by Udeag off stage, but that is why BalloonBoy goes for Zariel, because he can GC and Sig no matter if you have wasted all of your jumps, if you have no recovery, as long as you got your dodge, you can make it back onto the stage. I cannot believe that BalloonBoy lived. I'm sure that Udeag is like sitting there being like, oh, that should have been mine. That should have been my KO.
Oh. Somehow getting a ramp out onto Woolala. Where are you going, Woolala? Off stage now, and the blue team looking for a big side sig. The side air will send Moneyhalla in a really bad spot. We jump over it into the weapon toss there. Nice dodge from Udeag. The D-Light into side air will get a connection onto BalloonBoy, and that jump poke, or sorry, the jump ground pound will catch BalloonBoy. Not enough to KO though, and that side air will miss. Moneyhalla losing that 1v1 respectively, as well as a signature comes out from Udeag. BalloonBoy in the 2v1 gets called out by that down sig, and the blue team sees a lead for the first time in this set. As I say that, an N-sig comes out.
But I'm looking at the fact that Woolala's on 2 stocks and it's in the red, and guess what? All of a sudden that has become 1 stock. We're seeing the 1 stock, 3 stock difference, which can be really disastrous. So Woolala, you have to stay alive, you have to play back. Udeag is getting both BalloonBoy and Mooney with those Katari combos, but nice way to go ahead and close that one out. BalloonBoy gonna be putting Udeag onto stocks here. Mooney controlling the stage.
Side air there, the down sig comes out for Moneyhalla, and that is the stage hazard of stage hazard signatures covering so much space. Your teammate gets hit, down sig. You got a teammate hitting someone into you, down sig.
So much damage! I cannot believe Imuki's damage output in 2026 and is still so high. BalloonBoy, he is getting in between the blue team, just trying to pick them up a little bit. Udeag tries to go for the target switch. I like the idea, but BalloonBoy was 1 step ahead.
And with the Katars online now, having to break the distance between that these great swords can put out. That big pickup there, going for the jump cider. Nice dodge through. The down sig comes out from Udeag, but it gets avoided immediately. A nair onto BalloonBoy, but the down sig does catch his teammate. Udeag tries to throw a weapon to intercept that signature connection, but won't find it there, and the edge guard goes off stage. A GC side light to make it back to the stage there, and that's going to close out that stock, and once again a 2v1 ensues. It's a nice little double KO, and Udeag will do what he can, but it looks like we might just see him look to go into the next game.
Is he going to GG go next? Let's find
the
out.
red team's like, no, we're not done with you yet. We still got a clip to farm here. The side air does not find a KO, but Udeag is happy to try it again in game number 3.
Yeah, he does not want to play that one out. He knows when he is finished. So good job to Mooney and BalloonBoy. They are lethal. They're finding little combos in the heat of battle so easily. Like sometimes those 2-piece, 3-piece combos. I think BalloonBoy is doing a good job of passing. Mooney is doing a really good job of controlling the stage with some of Greatsword's big hits. Specifically, he's using the D-Sig a lot, and he's covering a lot of space with that D-Light. I am loving this team. I did not know what we would be seeing from these two, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, that game, Moneyhalla threw out 10 signatures with an 80% accuracy. So that's 8 signatures connecting, 620 damage being dealt from Moneyhalla. On the other side of it, BalloonBoy with 321, but Woolala, the outlier here, 226 damage. And last game, big edge guard here. Can he close it out? The down air does not connect. Recovery from Udeag to get back on the stage. The N-Sig to try and catch Moneyhalla. And we see a bit of an edge guard, but it's nowhere near enough to KO or even set up for one. GC down sig. Big side sig will send Woolala off stage. The down air, the side air into the wall. Moneyhalla looking to close out that stock, but could not find it there. Another side light comes out. The nair continues that juggle state, and it is chaos on the left side, and BalloonBoy comes out on top, finding the first strike with that down air on the bow.
Mooney backing up a little bit. He is looking for the next big hit. Not going to be able to get the end light, but BalloonBoy and Mooney, you see they're trying to constantly set up that sandwich. They're constantly getting the blue team just stacked in between the two of them.
Big nair there into the cider. Mooney looking for that edge guard with that down air. Won't find it there, but the recovery comes in. And Mooney is all over the place right now. Edge guarding, getting those combos on the stage, following up
pogo,
on
the double.
Boy,
Is this going to be the stock?
That should be an easy save.
BalloonBoy, you just needed a neutral. I think he was too afraid of the hitbox. He just needed to get hit by it, and then he would have been able to chase dodge back on. Your teammate is knocked out.
I think maybe what he saw is that because you have a spear, you can just get double pogoed. If Woolala's on top of it, a double pogo hits both the red team members straight downwards. BalloonBoy burned a lot of resources hovering around the N6. Maybe just didn't want to trade that stock away. There's a lot of possibilities.
They're chilling. The red team still has a lead. Woolala so accurate. I don't think a single one of those D6 have missed so far. It is a Ryan D6. It is so generous.
Nice. The recovery will close out that stock there onto Udeag as Woolala gets put in a bad spot. The recovery does get called out by the cider. GC down sig, hitting your own teammate. Woolala makes it back to the stage for it. A bit of an offstage blunder from the red team, but they look to be back in this neutral state a little bit easier. Recovery comes in now, not enough to KO, but it's getting to that point where a couple more hits might lead to those KOs coming in. Jump cider will call out the jump off the wall. Mooney on last stock.
BalloonBoy, he wanted to go for the recovery, but he was a little too far off to the side. He didn't quite have the spacing in that position to get that off. Not able to get the neutral. Mooney landing back down. Woolala is doing an amazing job.
Whoa.
And then Mooney just going to go ahead and close out that stock.
And running away for dear life is Udeag, who's been putting on a clinic on how to hold on to stocks, even on a legend like this Asuri pick. But sometimes it's just not enough as the red team look to surge forward here and isolate a 2v1. The jump nair gets called out by the cider. Now Mooney in a 2v1 with about 100 damage on him, has to run away.
Love that.
Down air, chase dodge up recovery, just get out of dodge.
He is running away the best that he can. And guess what? He bought enough time for his teammates to get back here. That's going to be the end light into the side sig. Nicely done. BalloonBoy going to be looking for an end sig. Does not find it, but I have a feeling that this is just going to be the stock and the game. This is a very difficult comeback to make here, but we'll just see if Woolala has what it takes. Lands with the sailor, able to get the end line. Mooney not in a position to go through the interruption. Tries to go through the ground pound, but now you were off stage against Soriel. That is not the place that you want to be in.
Looking for that recovery potentially. It's a D-Light instead for Woolala, who keeps himself in this game. If Mooney gets hit a couple more times, it could be bad.
Weapon.
But the down air and decider, the weapon toss comes out, and the second one to close out this set. Mooney going deep with the GC breakdance to put an exclamation point on his entrance into this team comp with 3 games and 3 damage leading numbers here. 574 in that game for Mooney. Mooney looks super good on the Amugi. It is a serious pick now.
Yeah, I think what's working out so well for them is just the damage output from just like a few attacks.
Yeah.
In the beginning, like we saw like how effective BalloonBoy and Mooney's positioning were. They're constantly trying to get their opponents in between the two of them because they have so many hits that can like launch you from side to side. BalloonBoy, he's really good at just finding that one signature to go ahead and get the pickup. Mooney is initiating a lot with those D6, and it's really paying off for them. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from this team so far, but the question is this team, are they synergistic enough to make it all the way into the top 4 today?
It's going to be interesting. I think that the thing that really helps this team is not only is Amugi and Greatsword really good in the signatures and just becoming like a problem in the neutral, being able to cover a lot of space, but they look, I mean, BalloonBoy is just so good at 2s in general, teaming with Hideway in the past, who plays a lot of Ulgrim, knows how to capitalize on every single axe string. So while you're worrying about getting hit by Greatsword and signatures and all of these massive signatures on the Amugi, then Mooney picks up an axe, hits you with an end light, and BalloonBoy comes in from downtown and KOs you immediately. Like the ability for them to do the crazy stuff, the kind of quirky stuff that Amugi brings, but also lean on the axe and the gauntlet combination means that this team is a lot more legitimate than a lot of people I think thought of. They're obviously one of the highest seeds in the bracket, but I think they definitely could do it today. It's just going to be very hard, and they'll have to play even better than that if they want to take out the world champs.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them continue on throughout the bracket, but everybody, PJ and I are going to go on a little break. We'll be back in just a few more minutes with some more Brawlhalla action coming your way. So see you soon.
The way you look at me, it's almost like a dream. There's something so unreal about it. You started with a touch, now I can't get enough. I'm craving you, I know you know it. I'm wondering just why everything's alive. Maybe it's my cold
Winter Championships 2v2s. It's Sunday, which means it's time for North America. We just watched 2 great sets between one of the prospects to win it all as we go into our next one. And speaking of prospects to win it all, we got Hideway and Zen versus Shade and Hybrid. Dara, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I am excited to see Hideway and Zen. These are, of course, your BCX champions, the world champions, and they were looking like, you know, the best team. Well, maybe not the best team ever. I don't know if I could go that far, but they were looking like maybe the best team in the world, at least in the last couple of years. So I don't know if there is a team in NA at the moment that is capable of beating them, at least in bracket today. Shade and Hybrid, if they're able to make this one happen, it's going to be a tremendous win. You know, it's going to be a tough matchup for them.
Yeah, so looking at Shade and Hybrid, they did beat Bunny and Wubs to get here in the bracket. So that's technically an upset. It's the 9 seed beating out the 8 seed. So they're now on track to get into that top 8, according to the seeding alone. However, I know it's faux pas to speak about this in baseball, but I'll say it here in Brawlhalla. Zen and Hideway are on a no-hitter, have not lost a single game of the tournament thus far. Of course, playing teams that aren't as quite at their caliber, but they did beat Raven and Creed getting here. So a 3-0 in the favor of Zen and Hideway to make it here. They're on a no-hitter. They're looking perfect, and they're looking to maintain championship form. These are your BCX 2025 world champions.
Yeah, what is that clan? You are bad. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll have to see what Hybrid and Shade are going to be able to do together. We're seeing a bunch of Sandu 2's picks, of course. A couple of Ulgrims on the screen as well, and a Kaya. Let's see what we've got.
Going to game number 1 here with... yeah, this is going to be a similar team comp. Of course, the Zarya will be the difference instead of the Kaya here. And we'll see Hideway start off with a Rocket Lance. This is one of my favorite Rocket Lance players in the 2v2 space. And they already start off by trying to end Seeing Shade stock right there. A nice interception there from the red team to break up that team combo. But no matter what hit comes in, they can always find a way to get a team combo. You almost just bound to get hit by more than one move. A sider comes in from Hideway. GC side nice save from the red team, though. They're on it.
That neutrally, that was so big brain. The situational awareness was fantastic, but Zen already going to be cleaning up the first stock. Hybrid probably going to be soon to follow. Zen playing it as safely as possible. Gets the sale. Shade's still going to be denied of a weapon. He's getting the end light, and that is totally fine if you hit your teammate because you have the lead. Zen not going to be able to get the follow-up, but again, Hideway and Zen, every single hit becomes 2 hits, it becomes 3 hits. The combos feel so unpunishable.
Looking good there with the sidelight into side air. Hybrid jumping over that down air attempt from Hideway as that hits into the stage. The turnaround NSIG coming out from the side of Zen, and Seeing Shade will try to capitalize on it all, but a nice save there from Hideway, and somehow you lose the stock if you're Seeing Shade there, and the blue team continue forward, looking to go on a 6 stock right now, avoiding that grab pound, getting the pogo, and getting back to the stage. Zen and Hideway make it back together once again as they are still up 6 stocks. Zen is getting away with murder off the screen. The side stick comes in. It's not enough to KO. You can't even take a stock yet. It's that hard to do it versus the world champs.
Hideway gonna eat the Neutralu, but Bo Neutralu just does not KO that poor move. But Hybrid gonna be quickly cleaning up those 2 stocks. But look at the damage already done. Shade is on his last stock with a good amount of damage on him already. Hybrid probably gonna be soon to follow on his last stock because he is already in the red. Granted, he's on all grip, so he's a high defense. But the issue is Hybrid keeps getting knocked away, and that allows the blue team to just focus so long onto Shade. That was an awkward angle. That's not exactly what Zen was expecting when he held that D-Sig. He was hoping to follow up off of the end light. Gets the pogo, playing nice and floaty, being nice and patient, goes off stage to make his series safe, keeping himself as ambiguous as possible. The red team has been split up. Shade has been knocked out of the game. This looks like it's going to be a game 1 going to the blue team.
It looked like it was good. I think they got Hideway in a team combo there, but the end light, the side stick just went a little bit too far for Seeing Shade into the corner. If that confirms and gets a KO, maybe you get a 2v1, maybe you can even it up, but at this 2v1, it's literally impossible to win this one. Unless Hybrid pulls something crazy out, a nice side air to get the edge guard there, but a GC NSIG will be the end of this game as the world champions continue their no-hitter run. They don't look to drop a game, and they don't look to give any free stocks as well, as that took so long to even take the first stock in that game.
I've played a good amount of Brawlhalla doubles. There's plenty that have played a lot more than me, but I don't understand what it takes to get to that point of comfort with like your teammate or in the 2 settings when there is so much happening, when there is so much chaos, to have that level of execution, to have that level of accuracy, to be able to pull out combos like it's absolutely nothing in the heat of battle. Let me tell you, it's not an easy thing to pull off. There's so many ways that you can get interrupted, but Zen and Hideway, they just keep on doing it. So the question is, will Hybrid and Shade take a game, or is this going to be a 3-0? And maybe that's a little bit too early to say on a 1-0, but that's just how good Zen and Hideway are. No shade to Shade and Hybrid.
Yeah, I mean, when your best chances is this team playing well today, that's kind of like how that's how you know it's a little bit difficult. You're definitely not favored in that sense. That's a big weapon toss there into a double downer. Zen in a bad spot. Hideway gets disconnected with that bow recovery, and that'll actually be a great gimp going over to the red team here. So they're happy to prove me wrong. They can definitely make that happen. Sidelight into end light, getting more damage on the Hideway here, as Hideway is the only one with the first stock. Zen running away into the corner, kind of trying to. They have to play a little bit differently now, but a big team combo. They both chase dodge up. No KOs go off the top. A nice little bit of damage for the blue team.
Yeah, I'd say it's a good amount of damage. In fact, Zen preemptively ending the ground pound, trying to go ahead and maybe interrupt the momentum. I think that's why he ran under the signature there. Zen, okay, just left to fight by himself for just a moment. Shade not going to be able to get the GC D-Light extension. Playing back a little bit here, hoping to maybe get a pass from Hideway for the red team to overextend. Zen able to get the sale, and that is already going to be one stock gone apiece for the red team. So the stock count is even, the damage is not even, but the blue team, the combo potential, PJ.
Yeah, that's the one thing where it's like when the damage is, you're down in damage, but you're playing a team that has those team combos that just extend beyond what you expect, it becomes so difficult. Nice side air there from Hideway, forcing Shade away. Hybrid trying to find that KO off the top or to continue the juggle on the Hideway. Zen getting caught up there, and that's a lot of damage. The NSIG comes out, no save, as the nair does not connect for Zen. And now the red team with real chances in this game looking to find an isolation onto Zen. The side air does send Zen off stage. Hideway getting isolated as well, and it's a 2v1 combo. The weapon toss does come in and avoids, but Hideway going for that deep side air. Hybrid makes it back. A side air comes out from Hybrid as well. The recovery will catch Sing Shade going for the GC side stick. Does not get it there. The nair will pop Zen up in the air. Another nair as well. And the red team are surging forward in this game. They're looking to find a way to close this one out. You want to win this game here. It's going to be so important. D-Light into N-Light. That will find the KO onto Zen. Now the 2v1 onto Hideway. The NSIG will connect. The red team with the weapon toss. No weapon toss there. Zen going to Hideway's aid, but a side air and some team damage flips this dynamic entirely.
Look at the position, but wait a second. Zen was put off stage by the downer. He goes for it again. Zen coming back on with the recovery, and he is going to be living another day. That is now going to be Shade on his last stock. There was a chance that he spoke too soon, but Hideway, he can hide and he can run away. He is on Ulgrim. He's got that high defense. He just has to make sure that he is playing safe. Not going to be able to get the follow-up off of Zen in that position. Playing back, sidelight, the neutral leg follow-up. Okay, that's a lot of damage being put onto Shade here, but they have got to get rid of Hybrid if they want a chance at this game.
We see another recovery come in here as Zen is looking to find this KO. That sider will send Hybrid very far away, but again, Hybrid still has two stocks. That N-Light will find a KO. Now the 2v1 continues here. It's going to be so difficult now. Looking for this juggle. D-Light into sidelight, and that's a big side sig there. Or sorry, down ground pound. My bad. A side sig comes out there for seeing Shade, but my goodness.
Yeah, that ground pound was hilarious. Hybrid just ended up taking it, and he went absolutely nowhere. So this game is now just about even, and Shade is the one closest to losing his stock. Hybrid, no, not like this. Not your own teammate. You guys had the lead. You cannot be the one responsible for taking him out. Oh my goodness, the blue team going to be coming up with a 2-0 lead, but not like this. This is not how they wanted it. This is, well, maybe they wanted it this way too. They're happy to take the game, but my disappointment is immeasurable.
That's really rough. And once again, you know, there's levels to everything. There's levels to Brawlhalla, and sometimes that's just the championship mentality you can bring, where you're able to just hold on to the stock. And sometimes mistakes happen, but mistakes can seldom happen if you want to beat the world champions here in Hideway and Zen, and they'll
can't be doing that.
Obviously, they wanted to take a win there, but obviously not in that way. Kind of being gifted that, very unfortunate there for the red team. But I think you need to take that and say, you know what? Sometimes things happen. We can win this set still. We almost won that game. We basically gifted the game to them. Let's just not make that simple mistake again, and we can win this game. That's the mentality you have to have moving into this game. You cannot think about it too much, but man, that's got to be tough.
Well, it's now a 2-0 lead. Hybrid and Shade, they did something very important last game, though, which is they split up the blue team. Yeah. When you split up a team like this and you make them fight individual 1v1s, they're not able to get so much of what they're good at. They're good at interruptions. They're good at getting these huge, consistent combos in the heat of battle. So all that goes away. Can you consistently cheese out stocks offstage like they did in the beginning? I don't know. But we'll just have to go ahead and find out. The blue team looking amazing right now. Hideway just dodging his own teammates' attack. Looking to get something going. The NSIG is going to be able to get the first KO. That's the N-Light into the downer. Shade is off stage. Hideway just going to be playing safe, not taking any chances.
Yeah, and as you're in a deficit here, and I mean, it's not like a very, very big deficit. You can obviously still find KOs. That's going to be a nice pickup there into the ground pound. Obviously would have loved to send that off stage, but Zen sends Sing Shade away with no weapon, and that send her weapon spawn does not get punished on that pickup, but the weapon toss will send Shade downwards again here. and more of the blue team just looking to close out this stock now. But Hideway, at risk of losing there, that deep sider from Hybrid will catch, and another one off the sidelight, and that's going to be a slight stock advantage here. But Hybrid on his second with about 100 damage on him could be scary.
Though, right? Like now they've gone ahead and closed out the stock on Shade, and all of a sudden we can see the damage differential for what it is. Hideway with a nasty N-Sig, and just like that they'll be able to focus onto Shade a little bit longer, but Shade going out through the ground pound doesn't actually connect it. Hideway going through the N-Light, ends up clashing the D-Light into the cell, comes through. Shade is doing some amazing work. He was able to get the pickup.
Jump sider there, nice pickup from Hybrid. I love that heads-up play to be able to get a little bit more damage out. Unfortunately, taking a little bit too high to the sky as that KO Wolf come in off the top of the blue team. The Nair will come out into a recovery. Shade trying to chase high and punish Zen, getting damage on his teammate, but just cannot find anything to stick. That bow recovery will connect, but you need Hybrids to find that KO, and it doesn't connect, and the blue team now still once again hold a stock lead. It's a slight one at that, as Hideway and Zen are both at risk of losing their stocks here, but Hybrid on his last stock has to play so patiently, can't make the risk to get those KOs.
Yeah, Hybrid is jumping. He is trying to play as safe as possible, but Hideway actually now going to be knocked down to his last stock here. Zen going to be able to get the D-Sig. Zen goes out there, but Hybrid with the offstage reversal gets the neutral as well. He's going to be able to get another kill. I don't think Zen touched, but unfortunately, he just barely misses the deal. That could have been a pivotal stock for the red team.
Yeah, if you can take that stock and isolate a 2v1 onto Hideway, there's chances here. I don't want to say the game's over for the red team yet, but it's looking harder and harder. N-Light into nothing, that will just KO. No, not quite. Cider into the ground pound. So aggressive from seeing Shade and gets punished dearly as he takes 4 hits from the blue team. A weapon toss will catch Zen going low on the recovery. Zen still holding on to his second stock. Sidelight into N-Light does not connect. Hideway holding that soft platform with no danger to his own life there. The stock will be taken finally for the red team as they are all on last stock, but Hideway has been so hard to hit and they look to hold just such a big lead. N-Light into ground pound. Ground pound won't KO, but they just look so solid here.
Yeah, they do. I don't know how the red team is going to have to do this. They have to play perfect at this point. They go for the recovery. Shade is not able to get the KO yet, but the next one will do it. But the neutral is enough to take out Hybrid's last stock. Zen and Hideway, I think this game is going to go to them.
Yeah, unless Shade gets like a signature, like the fastest signature and KOs, there's a chance, but not here in this set, not in the world we live in currently, as that's going to be a 3-0, and the world champions continue their no-hitter run.
Yeah, you know what, but I will say they did keep it quite close.
Yeah.
For those last 2 games, especially in Game 2. In fact, I think there were 2 friendly fire stocks taken in Game 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I remember obviously the very tragic one at the end.
Yeah, the tragic one. And I think
might
there
have
was
been
one beforehand.
Yeah.
As well. But this could have been such a different set had they taken the Game 2. But just like that, you brought up the blue team, Zen and Hideway's perfect run so far, and it looks like that perfect run is continuing. They have yet to drop a single game. Is there a team in the running right now that can even take a single game off of them? They're looking so good, but they're not looking unbeatable, as established by how close Game 2 was and how close Game 3 was.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's always something to be said about like a 3-0 but close. But on the other, there's another like common sports thing where it's like they find a way to win. And that's really what matters as well, where even though one side might say you almost lost, you can say, well, we won. We barely won. We did win in the end. And finding a way to win is very important, especially as you're coming in as the person and the team that everyone is looking towards. Everyone is thinking we are going to, if we want to win the tournament, have to beat Zen and Hideway. And if they can continue to just find the way to win and close out games like that in the clutch, hold on to the stocks. I mean, if you go into that last game and you watch the way Hideway played, immediately gets put on last stock. Zen starts throwing up a lot of diversion, just keeping Hideway happy. Hideway doesn't get targeted for 45 seconds. He's just able to be on that soft platform on the right side and jump around and do nothing. Things like that, those strategies where it's so hard to pick who to even hit, that's a very, very scary team for sure. They should win the tournament for sure from this position, but we'll have to see.
That's right, but my friends, enough about them, enough about that last set, because we have a new one coming on up. It is going to be Guichu and Raid up against Rise and Soul. So this is really interesting. I'm going to tell you why this is interesting. Rise and Soul, as you can see, they have those 2 silver medals in 2s. This is a consistently high-placing North American team. They are a duo. They have competed so much with one another. Guichu and Raid, on the other hand, not exactly what we would expect. Guichu previously most commonly teaming with Hexo, and that was a team composition that was reliant on getting bizarre stocks. We're talking about some crazy high-up Queen 9 N6s that can take your stock at basically any amount of damage that you would like.
Yep.
And Guichu's Kataris can be so devastating because he can take you for a ride. Guichu and Raid, this is not a team that, you know, I know much about. I don't know how often they have actually practiced with one another, but this can go, you know, very, very much so in their favor if they're able to get some of those crazy early stocks.
So I heard from a source, it was Sparky, I'm just going to say it, I know it's scary with me calling out sources this weekend, but I heard that Raid and Guichu were talking a lot about like, okay, well, we haven't played a lot together, so we need to find some synergy, and then Sparky checked back in and Guichu was like, yeah, we haven't really played much, to be honest, we just kind of played ranked 2s, we didn't find any big combos, we didn't like lab anything, we just kind of went on the ladder and tried to make it happen. I can see, like, in my head, I see like a Guichu N-Sig and then Raid charging up like a Lance recovery and then like getting a KO off the top, or like an Axe recovery and then hitting like the upper hitbox and catching and KOing off the top. Like, that's obviously kind of wishful thinking. I mean, that's kind of like, well, if you're set up to get hit by that, you probably shouldn't win the set anyway. It's a lot less force than like a Blaster's recovery into GC N-Sig. But there's definitely things that Guichu can do, especially on the Queen Eye. We'll have to see though.
Yeah, I do think like Queen Eye is a very easy legend to harmonize with, because again, those signatures can be so generous, and also, you know, sometimes it's about improvising. They might not necessarily have like the most practiced combos, but maybe they have those jazz improv fundies. We'll just have to go ahead and find out. It looks like everybody is jumping on into the lobby. I'm already seeing Soul on the Rayman, Rise on the Teros, so we're seeing like a little bit more mobility on Soul's behalf. He's going to be the one that's like a little bit more mobile, going off stage, because Rayman is so good off stage. And yeah, of course, we'll be seeing the aforementioned Queen Eye from Guichu and the Ulgrim. Queen Eye and Ulgrim, I definitely see the potential. Ulgrim sets it up, maybe gets like a Lancer, and then Queen Eye just can pick it up with basically any hitbox that she so chooses, especially with Katara's N-Sig. I think Guichu is going to be favoring the Katara's.
Yeah, I agree, but like what worries me is like they haven't labbed anything. They've just kind of played together. Like there's probably a lot of like ideal situations where you're able to get like really great KOs. I could even see like a spear down sig off of the back of some sort of side sig on the side of Ulgrim Lance. Like I'm trying to envision, I'm trying to see the vision, I'm trying to understand the read here, and obviously this is like their most confident picks in the 2v2 space, so you should pick it. But are we going to see the Hexo Guichu synergy we saw? It's a tough comparison because that was one of the most fun and interesting teams.
I'm thinking about like neutral ladders. You know, I'm thinking about like a neutral, and then Lance comes in with their like own neutral, and then. But
I want to see something. I want to feel something, Dara. You know what I mean? I like everyone can do this stuff where they do it like a nair, a spear nair, and then an axe nair, and then a lance nair, and then it's like a lot of juggling and like, you know, classic side airs into signatures. There's ending KOs with an end light into side air from the spear. I want to see something like some flair, but I don't know if we're going to see that here. Versus the side of Rise and Soul, that flair is kind of the energy you need to bring in order to upset a bastion of 2v2s. We talk a lot about Rise and Soul has been doing well in the 1v1 space. Well, either one of them has been doing really well in the 1v1 space with a top 8 finish in ones. Like, they are looking very good and are always in contention. I'm happy to be proven wrong, though. I want them to show me something crazy. We'll see if Guichu can rise to the occasion here.
Yeah, we'll just have to go ahead and find out, everybody, as we are getting into game number 1. Already we're split up in 2 individual 1v1 situations. Guichu able to get the pickup. Okay, okay. I like the idea. Went through the neutral, the neutral light, and then we saw the side come out, but we didn't see the recovery as a finisher.
Okay, and we see the red team somewhat kind of scrambling here. Soul took a lot of the early aggression from the red team, and Raid is looking great on this Rocket Lance right now, doing so much damage. When you got the Rocket Lance moving this early on, the damage is just so plentiful here.
Nice. Guichu just getting in there and punishing Rise for hitting his own teammate. Guichu, oh wow, Rise, what an aggressive landing. Just snap dashes on, able to get the D-Light and the sail. Raid being nice and patient off stage here. Guys looking for another stop, not going to be able to find it. Guichu able to dodge in time, not going to get juggled for too long here, but Raid is in a nasty position off stage. Just like that, Rise is going to be cleaning up 2 of the blue team stocks.
That's one of my favorite quirks of the red team is sometimes, like, Soul will just watch Rise do something and be like, bro, you got it, man. Like, you're cooking. I'm not going to get in your way. I'm not going to try to mess this up or, you know, get some sort of cool flourish. Like, Rise is just looking so confident here.
2 axes, both of them pressing a lot of neutralizers here. Soul and Rise are looking devastating. Soul, okay, both of them actually going to be going down here. I love the pace of this. Both teams just going down at the same exact time. Red team going to be keeping up the lead here. Raid able to get the end light down, but we didn't see the D-Light pickup.
or an N-Sig into side air potentially there as well to kind of scoop and try to find a KO, but there Soul will close out that stock now as Guichu has to run away down air into Rise's Nair. That's so much damage, even on a very tanky pick like the Queen Nai. You have to be worried about getting hit by this.
Pam. I'm beginning to feel like it's time. I know that it's time.
That signature bun's looking amazing right now.
I have never seen a Queen Nai play this long without popping even like a single signature. Is this Guichu? Are we sure that this is Guichu?
I know, it's just so different now. The dynamic changing so much that Nair will find the KO off the top as Rise feeds Guichu to that the Smiling Titan off the top there.
Have we watched the video of like the hibachi chef like playing, doing hibachi on like a plain kitchen table? Like not even like a stovetop? Right, that's what I'm seeing right now. But wait a second, Wade going out there for the ground pound. Soul gonna be going down there as well again. It is so surprising, like they're going down at the same time. There's no 2v1 potential at all. Everybody's on the last stock now. Let's see what they got for us. Guichu chase dodging all the way here. Wade able to control the ground. Rise is taking a beating.
So much damage here and an opportunity for the blue team as they keep themselves in this game. A nice little combo onto Raid, and a Cider will send Guichu off stage as both the red and blue team members scatter to try to save their teammates back. And Endlight will be Guichu's wake-up option. A jump Cider gets called out by the Nair there, and Guichu has to avoid not only signatures but a ground pound coming in. The Nair will not KO as it sends into the wall, but it's very, very close to getting to that point. But somehow the blue team get a 2v1 now as Raid wins the 2v1 on the stage, and Guichu and Raid could definitely win this game, but the ground pound is so clutch from Soul here, and Soul now with the N-Sig, not enough to KO. Two tanks on the blue team are already paying dividends here. D-Light into side air, into side sig. It's not enough to KO, but it's getting to that point now where Soul needs to find a way to KO, but with no weapon online, it looks so rough. It's all slipping away. The strategy was not working out, and somehow the blue team Raid, the MVP of that game, in my opinion, just somehow closing out that stock and getting a 2v1.
Yeah, I am pretty impressed by his lethality. He was able to get so many KOs here. Wait, points.
748 damage dealt on the side of Raid.
Ugh.
748 damage from the side of Raid, going on an absolute tear in that game. I haven't even seen numbers like that in so long. Raid is cooking right now.
Yeah, I am surprised at what I am seeing from the blue team here. This isn't exactly the dynamic that I was expecting. I keep bringing up the signature usage from Guichu because I feel like that is all that I see from him when he plays twos, and he is so successful at it. I don't even think I saw a single one that game.
I guess you don't need it when your teammate's doing 700 damage, close to 800. The red team will now try to rebuttal here with a little bit of a juggle onto the side of Raid. If I'm the red team, I'm looking at that post game. I'm thinking we got to start hitting Raid there, but Guichu getting called in that Terrace N-Sig.
Guys trying to go out there with a D-Light. Raid is left weaponless, and so is Guichu. Raid finally going to be able to pick up an axe. What an aggressive landing. He knew that he would land on top of his opponent and get the down air before the side stick came out. Soul being so aggressive, able to close out that stock with a ground pound. Guichu going to be maybe soon to follow. No, he's just going to go ahead and slowly make it back onto the stage here. Good reversal with that side light, catching that whiff.
I like that strategy from Guichu, kind of trying to go for a jump scare angle with that weapon pickup into an immediate dash. D-Light does not find it, but little tricks like that can definitely cause some stocks to be won in this chaos. The D-Light into Cider comes in. The N-Sig does connect onto Guichu, but holding onto the stock is the blue team. Cider into Guichu, into Rise, but does not get the ground pound in time. That could have been very, very scary. A D-Light comes out there, and a Cider calls out Raid. What is going on? Pandemonium, and somehow the red team have one slight stock. Oh no, they have a much bigger stock lead. My bad.
Yeah, this is 5 stocks to 3. Guys gonna be maybe soon to fall here, and he will indeed to the boots of Ogrim, as in the ground pound unarmed, excuse me. Let's see what they got here. Raid has to stay alive. He has to play safe.
A lot of jump siders here. The D-Light will come out and get immediately interrupted by a red team down air, as the red team are just so intertwined and putting out these hitboxes out. That Cider will catch the high landing attempt there from the side of Guichu, and Raid fighting back once again on this axe. Raid's been somehow putting on a clinic on how to survive versus some of the best teams in twos, but that side sig almost put an end to that clinic. The class was almost closed out there. The Nair comes out as Cider as well, and the blue team are trying to swing for something, but nothing is really sticking. The side sig will come in, and both the red team members get sent off stage by it. D-Light into ground pound.
Amazing follow-up. They're able to go ahead and close out that stock, but Raid, he is looking awfully vulnerable. He has to play back. He has to play safely. He tries to go for the interruption and save his teammate, but it was unsuccessful. Rise and Soul are just basically 2v1ing Guichu because Raid knows he can't overcommit to anything.
Yeah, and I feel like you'd love to see Raid having a little bit less damage on him right now, especially with the numbers he put up in the last game. The down tick will KO, and Guichu now, I mean, it's not over yet. He gets a half-pipe on both of them. The sidelight sends Rise off stage, almost an opportunity there. Guichu on the guitars is making magic happen, but the weapon gets disarmed, and the red team now should have a nice and easy coast into this game. The unarmed recovery comes out, but Rise gave the perfect dodge. If that was a 1v1 game, the game is over.
He was not letting him speak. Soul with fantastic interruptions, just doing a good job playing assist behind his teammate. I think what was difficult at the end was that, of course, Raid, he was on his last stock a little bit too soon, and then he had a little bit too high damage. And then you saw he was on one side of the stage, Guichu was on the other side of the stage, and then Soul and Rise were effectively 2v1ing Guichu, and Raid could not do that much about it.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to give the a chance for Guichu there, especially on the guitars. Can always make something happen.
But Soul's interruptions were too good.
Yeah, it's too difficult. Unless they somehow dodge both at the same time, but I would hope to see Rise and Soul and probably in some sort of communication with each other, being like, all right, someone needs to dodge another way, and they do there, and it ends up working out very, very well. As the blue team now are on Miami Dome, and it looks like Guichu, I don't know if that was supposed to just be a hitbox and pick up the weapon again, or if we look to lean into the guitars right now. Guichu with an end light there on the guitars, Raid with the axe on line. Nice little vertical juggle there, the Nair to Rise's Nair. A lot of damage already going on to the blue team.
You see sidelight neutral, that's a good amount of damage here. Guichu looking to get that neutral, but guys, amazing job of covering his teammate. That's already going to be Raid's first stock gone. The weapon tosses are coming out. They're looking to make Guichu suffer, and he does indeed suffer all the way to his doom. The D-Light Grab Pound closes it out. The red team is looking fantastic. You are seeing why they're such a consistent duo. They're covering each other's backs. They're lethal. They have such good synergy.
D-Light into the N-Sig, an attempt from the blue team to get something going. The recovery comes out a little bit too early, but fortunately, Guichu realizes the double D-Light Decider is confirmed, so that stock will be as well. Sidelight from Guichu gets called out by Rise, who's just putting out these side airs. On the other side of it, Soul punishing Raid for trying to recover low, and we're seeing the red team dominate in all stages of the game right now, but the damage is slowly swinging back into the blue team's favor, who are holding on to this game. The high defense definitely playing a factor here.
Raid able to get the down. Guys in a nasty position off stage. Soul tries to go ahead and cover his teammate, but I don't think anybody's going to lose their stock here. Everybody manages to make it back on. The stock count is totally even. The damage seems totally even, but the position isn't. Look at that 2v1 combo. The GC Sidesig not going to be able to close it out, but that is still so much damage.
Oh, Rise hitting his own teammate there, getting punished with that N-Sig by Guichu, and Raid isolates the recovery to find a KO, going for the weapon toss up. The weapon toss still sends Rise into the stage, and a jump sider punishes Rise, throwing a hitbox out in the corner, and the blue team now looking for a team combo there. They do not find synergy once again. I don't know if there's a way to find a KO, but you'd want to see them at least do a little bit better than that. A Sidesig comes out.
Sidesig and a Seri, there it is again, the red team. You know what? They do not struggle to close stocks. In fact, I'd say that for both of the teams. None of these stocks are lasting too long when they're deep into the red. This is now one stock each for everybody on the board. Guichu
not interested in playing Spear right now. Throwing away potentially your only chance to get some reprieve from the red team is your weapon in hand, and now the guitars come in, the red team kind of bullying both. Guichu and Raid taking turns juggling either of their opponents. The downer comes out here. Raid putting some space out with an air. The recovery from Guichu. The N-Light hits both Raid and Soul. The N-Sig hitting his own teammate, disarming his teammate. Guichu getting sent off stage, and the red team looks so poised here. They're taking a bit of chip damage, but it hasn't led to much, and Raid will be able to pick up an axe. D-Light into recovery will close out that stock. Guichu in a 2v1, but it looks like it's over.
I don't know if it's impossible, because he's able to connect that side. He whiffs a D-Light in Soul's face. Like a totally whiffing a D-Light. That should be a punish every single day of the week. He caught him stacked. He's able to get the GC N-Light. That's a recovery, and now it is a 1v1 between Rise and
what a dodge!
That was the dodge of doom.
Oh, another reaction! The whip punish doesn't work! No! It was so smart, but it doesn't KO. Oh my goodness, it was so smart. Everyone saw it coming. Oh, I'm so sad. That was so close. So clutch for Guichu. Oh no. Oh, look how smart this is. This was so good from Guichu, believing in the Queen Nai signature. Oh.
He thought that Udeag would drift into it, didn't he? He thought that Udeag would go for the cross-up. I actually think that was a better play on Udeag's behalf.
Yeah.
It's like a bit of a 50-50. Hammer has so much momentum with the sail. You can get so many crazy, ambiguous cross-ups, but you can also just, I don't know, hold back on it and not even do that to begin with. So, yeah, that would have been, I love the idea from both of them. Guichu just simply guessed wrong. That was a 50-50. That was a huge commitment. So, I like what I got to see there, but also at the same time, Udeag outplayed him. He genuinely just outplayed him at the end.
I'm not even really rooting for one team over another, but man, that's brutal, losing that game in that fashion. We'll have to get locked back in here. I feel like I probably got more mentally damaged than Guichu and Raid do. They're experienced players for a reason. The recovery comes out now, and the blue team keep picking up right where they started off there with a nice little bit of damage. That recovery will disarm Rise, and Guichu is on a mission right now. Raid on the other side of the stage, though, getting hit by Soul, getting a nice down air reversal. He'll get out of dodge momentarily here, but the continuation there from Guichu, who's doing so much damage in this game.
Okay, guys, looking to get some of these juggles going. He is playing back here. Raid, unfortunately, hitting his own teammate. Oh, guys, what was he cooking up? He did D-Light jump, GC D-Light.
Okay, down air into down sig, the immediate matchup check. Soul jumping out of it and catching Guichu there with that high recovery, with that side air. That's going to be a great pickup for the red team, as that scoop will score. And the red team, even Guichu disarmed both of the red team members here, and somehow they both took the first stock of the blue team.
The red team is just so efficient in finding the KOs. They're never letting any of these stocks last too long. Raid coming back on with the sail, splitting up the red team effectively. This should be the time for the blue team to take some stocks here, but Soul has so much threat. He has so much oil. The GC sidelight was able to continue the combo here. Guichu looking to close out the stock any way that he can. But Soul and Rise are kind of running away with this right now.
Yeah, Guichu's spear there, the ground pound coming in, does not catch Rise or Soul. Rise still fighting on the stock, getting some extra damage with that sidelight and the nair there. Guichu will find that N-Sig onto Soul. Rise still has to lose his stock here, though. The weapon toss off the N-Light. A side air to check Guichu's aggression. The red team now surge back down as Soul picks up an axe, assists his teammate, and holding onto the stock is Rise. A down sig gets ripped, but no punish again. A ground pound finally getting punished, but the blue team are all, you could just N-Light either of them out basically anywhere on the screen to close out the stock.
Yeah, there is a lot of barbecue sauce right now on the screen, and Soul and Rise actually going to be fighting each other there for a second. Okay, Raid going to be missing the neutral. That's going to be Rise cleaning up that stock. Again, I need to keep talking about the KO efficiency, because Guichu and Raid are struggling competitively to close out these stocks the same way that the red team is.
Nice recovery there into the nair. The down air comes out from Soul, and this juggle state that the red team have done very, very well for themselves with has been working out, but Raid wakes up with a ground pound. Rise able to make it back. Guichu going for a ground pound there. Rise with a reversal. Down air gets beat out by that recovery. Nice angle from Guichu. He stays in this game.
Nothing is impossible for this blue team. This game is not yet forfeit. Raid able to get the sale. That should be the stock. I don't see how Guys makes it back on here. I don't see.
What? GC okay. Finally the recovery closes out that stock. No way he makes him work that hard for it, though.
Okay, Soul, he's able to get the sale, calling out the recovery. Guichu will be nice and patient. He knows that all Raid men want to land that D-Sig. Guichu looking for the GCD light, not going to be able to find it. Rise is so lethal, though. He is able to get the GC N-Sig. That is still not the end of Guichu's stock. Raid just threatening with that N-Sig. Oh no, what is happening?
Guichu taking so much damage already now, and I was going to say getting disarmed, but we'll just lose the stock in the process. And Raid now in this 2v1. Both the red team members so healthy, and recovery will be the last move needed as Rise and Soul move forward in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, that looked pretty good for Rise and Soul. You can see the synergy. You can see, again, I already said it before, but the KO efficiency was just on point. I don't have to talk about that any further. I would agree that there was a bit of a lack of combos from Guichu and Raid. We did not get to see a lot of big stuff, and also a couple of times they were not able to finish chewing their food. What do you think about the team?
Yeah, it looked like, I feel like they were both playing hero ball. Like they weren't playing for like the team synergy. They weren't playing for like, you know, the guaranteed combos and damage. They were kind of both being like, all right, we're going to take turns doing crazy things. And while that can work sometimes, versus a team that's so complete like Rise and Soul, you know, talent always gets outshadowed by fundamentals. And I think in this case, the blue team had much higher peaks. We saw a 748 damage game coming out of the side of Raid in game 1. It just, there was no synergy. There was no team combos. There was no consistency. There was no way of closing out a KO easily. They struggled so hard to get KOs. It looks so difficult for them. All those things add up and mean a lot when you're playing someone like Rise and Soul.
Yeah, man, you said it so strongly though. I think they should have practiced their combos a little bit more. I would agree with you on that front as well. But Rise and Soul, they're looking so good today. They're looking so clean. The question is, how much further are they going to be able to go? Well, we'll just have to go ahead and find out. With that being said, that is it for PJ and I for this block. At least, guys, we're going to be throwing it to a little break. We'll be seeing a casting swap, and there's more Brawlhalla action coming your way. So stay tuned.
have we got to lose? Holding your stare, I feel the lust in the air. Don't you? What if we run with it tonight? Hands all over me. What if we heat it up in time? Just follow my lead. Little bit dangerous, alright. But don't you wanna see? I'm gonna need you to trust me. It's all in the kiss, baby. Let's make a dream come true. Taking a risk, baby. Know what you wanna do. Stay in the zone tonight. Push it to overdrive. It's all in the kiss, baby. It's all in the, it's all in the, it's all in the kiss, kiss, kiss. It's all in the kiss. It's all in the kiss, kiss, kiss. It's all in the kiss. Stay in the zone tonight. Push it to overdrive. It's all in the kiss, baby. It's all in the, it's all in the, it's all in the kiss. Now you've had a taste. I'ma need you to engage. Oh yeah, you got something to prove. Is it love or lust? Are you gonna make the cut? Well, it's down to you. What if we run with it tonight? Hands all over me. What if we heat it up in time? Just follow my lead. Little bit dangerous, alright. But don't you wanna see? I'm gonna need you to trust me. It's all in the kiss, baby. Let's make a dream come true. Taking a risk, baby. Know what you wanna do. Stay in the zone tonight. Push it to overdrive. It's all in the kiss, baby. It's all in the, it's all in the, it's all in the kiss, kiss, kiss. It's all in the kiss. It's all in the kiss, kiss, kiss. It's all in the kiss. Stay in the zone tonight. Push it to overdrive. It's all in the kiss, baby. It's all in the, it's all in the, it's all in the kiss.
You've been waiting for me, I've been right here, now you see. All along I was the dream, can you make it up to me? Up, 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 take it up a notch, notch, notch. I've been patient, it's true, I had faith you would come through. I'm done holding up for you, tell me what you gonna do. Up, 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 take it up a notch, notch, notch. Hey, show me what it's like to carry me. All the world's already at my feet. I don't fall in love so easily. Make my heart beat go. Can you make my head, my mind, following my heart? Love me now, show me all your cards. Don't give up, you know you got a lot to prove. You know you got a lot to prove.
You like to go, go, go. Player mode, just stuck at level 4, 4, 4. Final levels, boss battles galore, law, law. Now you're feeling all uncomfortable, bro. Uncomfortable, bro.
Show me what it's like to carry me. All the world's already at my feet. I don't fall in love so easily. Make my heart beat cold. Can you make my head, my mind, following my heart? Love me now, show me all your cards. Don't give up, you know you got a lot to prove. Can you make my head, my mind, following my heart? Love me now, show me all your cards. Don't give up, you know you got a lot
'Cause I'm running out of words. I'd be lying.
Welcome back, folks. We are here at the Brawlhalla Winter Doubles Championship, the North American bracket. I'm Walt, this is Duke, and we got some crazy news for you guys. The thing is leaving the store. It's gone soon.
It's not new news, but in case you haven't heard,
and you gotta hear it.
The Combat Evolved crossover items will be leaving the store soon. So if you're at all interested in any of those things, pick it up now before it's too late. Specifically, the cannon. I've been seeing many cannon player play this weekend.
That's right.
Cannon, so make sure you get it before it's too late.
I thought it was so important that we had to say it in front of the crazy update that we actually got from production that Marky Moon Future Bubble are actually out of the tournament.
That's right. They're
completely
out at
gone.
13th place after losing to the team of Draggy and Astrx.
That's crazy. I predicted them at second.
Yeah.
So I'm very wrong about that one.
I love that to start off the day, Sparky's like, yeah, I talked to them, and they were like, we're going to let our gameplay talk for itself. And
Dang.
I guess it talked very quietly. It did not say a lot. Or maybe, that's honestly probably why they said it. It's like, if we do bad, I guess our gameplay talked. Well, at least I'm not talking big.
It was a whisper. It's okay. It's all good. I mean, it's honestly just a crazy outcome, right?
Yeah,
I think as we were talking about in the pre-show, the entire can of worms has been opened in NA2s right now because so many players are shuffling around their teammates. And I think the only real consistency that exists is at the bottom of this upcoming schedule, Zen and Hideway, who I think are still a pretty safe prediction for most of the viewers watching at home to take home this tournament. However, with Marky Moon Future Bubble out, that opens the door for a couple other people to maybe find their way towards the podium. First up on this schedule, we got Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi versus Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. After that, we're going to get Mooney and BalloonBoy, who have been looking pretty solid, in my opinion, against Jacobe and Scent. And then I'm excited to see Zen and Hideway face off against Rise and Soul, because I think these are the two teams that have kind of been roughly consistent in terms of their teammates, and they have to play against each other.
Yeah, I'm a little upset that is happening in the top 8 to start it off instead of being the final match of the winners final, because that's two of what I would think are kind of the strongest teams in the top 8 right now. But obviously some other teams might change my mind. I was watching earlier, and in particular, Sweaty Meat was looking really solid. He was doing some crazy stuff with his axe. I was really respecting the way that he was protecting his teammate. I thought there was really good stuff coming out from Sweaty Meat.
Yeah, a lot of aggression. I was watching one of his earlier sets as well, and there was a crazy 1v2 he had while his teammate was just respawning. So it was to be able to make power plays like that is going to be really exciting. Let's get into it, though. Our first game over at Small Fortress of Lions. See if Sweaty Meat can keep this one going with his team.
Yep. On the other side, we got Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi, I'm not quite sure. But either way, they're running the double Ulgrim, which is kind of funny. We've seen a lot of Ulgrim this weekend, but this is probably the first double Ulgrim I've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, as much as some things get different, some things also stay the same, it feels. But yeah, want to keep out, of course, for the double weapon stacking, the heterogeneity, as it will, of some of these weapons to make sure you're getting your DI out of the equation, making sure that you can't just have your enemies escape those combos if you're both equipping with the same weapon. Not seeing any of that so far, though. Just a bit of neutral back and forth. The old reliable stomp Sair to push off the left side, but Truck Stop going to play some defense for Juzi. They both make it back relatively unharmed, it looks.
Yep, some good stuff all around. Aquatic did take a lot of damage. Yeah, going to get taken out there. But Sweaty Meat was doing a really good job just trying to keep Aquatic alive. At one point, like, threw his weapon across the map just to put some pressure out and keep the enemies off of Aquatic.
For sure. Yeah, now we're seeing the double lance in action. So I think you're just going to see a ton of nairs to crash in, right? And this is where it could get a little bit awkward. You could get out of that situation as Aquatic just did.
Yeah, just lots of space control is what these double lances have. Ooh, Aquatic hit the downlight, not able to hit the ground pound, still can't finish off a stock. This is a relatively slow start, all things considered.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe earlier stages of these first games is going to be a bit of feeling out, especially when you're stacking the same weapon as well, right? Because the rough game plan is the same. You have the same weapon equipped, you're playing the same legend. So maybe you kind of figure out who is responsible for what action or what position, especially when it comes to edge guards. All told, we're at 2 stocks apiece. Aquatic is the odd player out right now, and I'd be certainly looking to try to find a blast zone for them soon.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to not get caught. You saw them sitting on the wall while they're waiting for Sweaty Meat to respawn, but now that Sweaty Meat's back, Aquatic's trying to do anything except get hit, and so far it's kind of just been getting hit.
Yeah, and this is such a tricky situation, so Aquatic is going to be the one to fall. I talked about it a lot yesterday, right? It's like, if your teammate is getting team comboed or even just beaten in a neutral interaction 1v1, the question is a little bit awkward of how do you enter the conversation there when you're at such high damage, because sometimes you just lose a stock, as Aquatic did right there. Sweaty Meat is soon to follow as well, and Aquatic's caught in a little bit of a 2v1.
Oh, no.
There's a ground pound off stage, there's a second one as well from Truckstop, and there's no resources left. Sweaty Meat just goes all the way down, and it's just game 1.
Yeah, recognized what happened there. Aquatic got stuffed out by the ground pound, ate another ground pound before they could touch the wall, and then Sweaty Meat came down there, did a disco just to like try to do anything, put some hitboxes out there, and then it was like, okay, well, I know I can't save Aquatic, I can't get back up, might as well just throw this one away. Game 1, handedly in favor of Truckstop and Juzi.
Yeah, there's a couple things here where I think a lot of teams are very much aware of, look at this, the stock count was 4-0 at the end, right? You know when the game's going to be wrapped up, but I think a team that did this really well yesterday in South America were Kaina and Loris, right? They do such a good job at recognizing, not on last stock, when they need to kind of throw their teammate's stock away so that they don't force themselves into these awkward stagger positions. I'd love to see more of that from overall, the rest of the field. I don't think there were many opportunities in that first game for them to do it, but just want to keep an eye out for it moving forward.
Yeah, it was interesting in that there was a little bit of that desync that like you mentioned yesterday, the South Americans. I think Hughes was also doing really good at Hughes and Lopez would just kind of throw away a stock when the other one fell. This time there was a lot of damage on Aquatic, but it wasn't like he was falling. So
exactly.
It was like one of those spots where Sweaty Meat's like, well, you're like getting launched really far, but I don't want to throw away this stock if you still technically have your stock.
Yeah, it's a difficult skill to practice, but maybe we see a little bit more of it. Again, there weren't many stagger situations we saw in this first game. Maybe adding the soft platform here gives a couple of resources for players to land in game number 2. Sweaty Meat was already in a pretty precarious spot on the right side, but picks up a weapon on the way out.
Has that hammer right now. Truckstop just putting some pressure out onto Aquatic, right side Aquatic. He's going to make the rotation over. It seems like a little bit of a change of the game plan. Obviously, Aquatic did change characters over to the Brand, but he's been doing a lot more of trying to be right next to Sweaty Meat. Ooh,
yeah, and I think overall the damage numbers tell a pretty big story as well. Sweaty Meat did under 200 in that game number 1. I feel like Hammer is such a reliable KO tool for the blue team here. You get Stomp Sarah, you get a lot of initiators, you can get a lot of reversal hits as well. Of course, the Lance is going to be pretty powerful for this comp as well.
The multiple nairs, it's kind of impressive how they're able to weave it in, just because those are some big hitboxes, and that is Aquatic losing the second stock already from another side air. This is really bad for the red team.
Oh, and no swing. Okay, I was going to say, no swing, you probably just wait for the end of the recovery. Well played by Sweaty Meat right there.
Yeah, but that was just enough to get the first stock
for
off
sure.
The blue team.
Yeah, and you look at the rest of the stocks, Aquatic is sitting at final already with Juzi probably going to fall off in just a couple more hits. I mean, with a pair of axes against you, you were just one aerial away at this point.
Ooh, Aquatic not able to follow up off of Sweaty Meat's launch there. All right, over to the spear, throws it away. Aquatic, they're the one I'm watching, because if they fall, this is pretty much GG's for this game.
For sure, yeah. So we see, but Truckstop is going absolutely insane on the right side. That's exactly what I mean, right? Juzi was pretty high damage and just kind of wanted a piece of the action, goes over to the right side, gets swatted away, loses a stock as a result. And it's more of an implication than that too, right? You leave Truckstop in a 2v1 until your teammate can come back off the respawn. Fortunately, Truckstop was able to hang on to this stock for a little bit longer, but it's not out of the realm just yet.
Well, the side air from Juzi, it looks like they're going to go for the pressure. This is a nice opportunity for Aquatic. Can they get Juzi? No. Juzi got the wall touch.
They do get one, though, and that matters, right? So we do see Truck Stop at final stock. It's super doable for Red Team, I think, but Aquatic needs to hang on to this stock. Here's the left side, and there's no resources, no save from Sweaty Meat either, so we might be seeing a 2-0.
Does get the wall touch there. Exclamation points. Nice little target swap there to get both of them with that side air.
Yeah, and you got to play this so slow. I guess what's your win con, right? You look for maybe a KO on Juzi if you get an opening. Then you try to play the 1v1 while Truck Stop's respawning. You're not going to get it off a reversal hit right there, and the scoreboard is going to reflect 2-0 now for Truck Stop and Juzi.
Yeah, things looking really rough for this red team. Couldn't really figure out what they need to do, but they have one last opportunity to find anything to answer to the double Ulgrim, and hopefully they find something in the bag of tricks, because like you said, neither of the red team members was really able to do anything.
It's tough. It's tough. I just think it's so difficult to, again, like, enter a neutral engagement when your teammate's either getting beat up or maybe you just lost one singular interaction. Because I think a lot of the times that they're trying to insert themselves in there, they're at high damage, and if they just get scooped up with their teammate, they usually lose a stock. So it's been a little bit problematic in these first two games. Maybe a little bit of space will help them out.
Looks like they're saying if you can't beat them, join them, because they are bringing out an Ulgrim as well. So they're going to have a Bryn Ulgrim to go up against the double Ulgrims of the blue team.
All right, let's see. And we are trading some of the utility in favor of a spear off of this Bryn, which I do think is good, right? Like, you can just crash on top with Nairs in similar fashion to as you do with the Lances. But there is a little bit more, like, initiating tools that you'll get from this weapon. Already just seeing a bunch of pogos from Sweaty Meat. Tries to go way off the top blast zone, but all the while, Aquatic is just playing perimeter, keeping just Uzi off the left side.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of kind of boxing out and forcing the like 1v1 situation. Sweaty Meat almost got the KO at the top. Lots of damage there. Nice gravity cancel. Down 6. Still not enough to finish off either blue team member.
Yeah, look at the respect, though, from Red Team, right? Both players just immediately retaking center stage. They do get first strike as a result, and look at the damage on Juzi. It's just basically a pogo from Sweaty Meat, or any light hit from an Axe player or a Lance player will take that stock. It goes off with the Lance instead.
Yep. Aquatic able to get down there, get that side air. Opportunity here, and you can see Truck Stop went to that right side wall to wait for Juzi so he didn't get power played.
This is so interesting. They're just like not edge guarding at all, at least for these first couple of stocks. It's a lot of respect off of the red team. We do see Truck Stop off the stage, but Sweaty Meat reverses the situation. Goes back off stage, yeah, and just lets them come back to find the punish.
All right, good movement on the side of Sweaty Meat, kind of recognizing they haven't been the safest hit, so he just does one, and then you'll see him chase dodge away. He's going to get taken out there by the side air, but so far, Red Team doing a good job of getting a little bit of a lead.
Oh, double Lance. It's a little bit awkward to figure out your responsibilities there.
Ooh, couldn't get the follow-up there on Sweaty Meat, but he does get a pogo on the Truck Stop.
Okay, Aquatic, absolutely no resources. Sweat Beads were online as he drifted towards center stage, but got out relatively unharmed. Big recovery. It was a disarm, actually. Aquatic's in pretty bad shape on the second stock. Does pick up a Lance of his own, so there's plenty of Rocket Lances surging around the screen, but only the blue team members ones are doing just fine, winning out on that exchange, finding the left blast zone, and taking a slight stock lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a tragedy on the side of the red team, but they do finish off that stock of Truck Stop Burrito. If they can get this one, they'll be able to get back that lead.
Off stage. Oh, chase dodge, so aggressive. Wait a minute. Okay, the ground pound from Sweaty Meat actually pushes Juzi away a little bit. Truck Stop is just getting way out of the way there. I can't believe he went for that reversal hit. It was actually quite close to finding the top blast zone KO.
Yeah, I mean, Sweaty Meat is pretty damaged right now. Like, that was a real possibility of a stolen stock there. Truck Stop still unarmed, throwing out some recoveries, but Red Team, they want to get one of these blue team members so they can get a basically guaranteed win. Juzi get some great pressure onto Aquatic.
Oh, no Nair, finds no connection. Aquatic still just fighting for his life to make it back towards the stage. Sweaty Meat tries to enter it once again, but just a reversal hit on the recovery from Truck Stop will find the last stock. We go down to last for everyone. Aquatic's got to hang on to this stock. I think Red can get one on the board, though, if they're able to pick up at least one.
He did a really good job of fighting away both blue team members. Juzi almost takes out Aquatic. Nice recovery, and actually the ground pound lands on stage.
This is super scary, right? Because it's probably just Sair from either Lance player that's going to push Aquatic into a blast zone eventually. There's a Nair. Chase dodges up. That's crazy, bro.
Meanwhile, on stage, Sweaty Meat actually taking a lot of damage from Truck Stop. Goes for the sidelight Nair, the true combo, hoping for a hit, but there's the end sig.
Okay.
What?
Oh, hits the teammate though. Truck Stop doesn't go for the reversal hit until he does. He finds it unarmed. This is mad doable, but it doesn't find the top. This is super doable. Just cannot get hit. Needs to find a weapon soon. Even so, I think you could do it unarmed.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely enough damage here onto Sweaty Meat. Truck Stop might try to do it unarmed. Right there's the weapon spawn.
He's throwing it away. Okay, finds the starve. Then now it's just fisticuffs. What a good spawn location for Truck Stop, but he keeps throwing his weapon away. Where are you throwing it?
Ooh, Sweaty Meat not able to jump off that down like Truck Stop catches the landing with the neutral light, and this time holding onto the axe. Sweaty Meat needs to clutch it here.
Oh my god. Weapon toss dissuades the pickup. It's just a recovery unarmed to steal that one, and Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. A 3-0.
What a nervous play on the side of Sweaty Meat.
2-1, sorry.
Yeah,
I was completely wrong on that. I just completely mixed up the teams.
It was just wild how scared Sweaty Meat was. Like, he did not want to throw that one away. He knew what was on the line, and he managed to find just that singular hit. That right there was such a weird play. He did a weapon toss and then pick up ground pound, and it didn't quite KO.
Dude, that weapon toss was very good, right? It completely stopped the initiative from Sweaty Meat to pick up the weapon in the first place, but it's like you're at such high damage. Pretty much anything unarmed is going to find a KO for you at that point. I don't know. I mean, I think that could have been a 3-0 is maybe what I was trying to get at before, but it wasn't meant to be. They got to play at least one more.
Yep. Still in the lead. They still have the opportunity, and they did really well. I still am I'm watching Aquatic, and right now it just feels like they're just bullying Aquatic, and Aquatic's just trying to find a way to do anything whenever possible.
I think it's so interesting because most of the times I think either of us are noticing Aquatic being like in this bad position. Truck Stop and Juzi both have Lance equipped, and it's just basically like, well, man, if I go in, I'm just going to get like sared by this Lance or nared by this Lance, and I'm going to have a bad time. I wonder if maybe they might want to look for like a weapon mismatch or something like that, because when the Lances are online, it's crazy. Oh my god, it's already off stage for everybody.
Good movement on Aquatic's side, not able to finish that one off. Juzi able to get back up onto the stage. Falling there from Sweaty Meat. He's staying in position, wanting to go for a gravity cancel, but Truck Stop managed to get away from that.
And it's a bit of a nair battle. That was a recovery. I think it was exhausted, but either way, pretty healthy from Aquatic and Juzi so far.
Ooh, side sig and a side sig from
I like
Sweaty
that.
Meat. That's the first KO in favor of the red team.
And there really haven't been a lot of offstage engagements in that last game. I pointed it out earlier. I was like, it's so interesting to me that red team is so willing to just go back, regain center stage, especially when you have a really strong edge guarding tool in the spear. But, I mean, they're making it work for them so far. I think just the power of the lance from Aquatic is really carrying so far.
Yeah, it has done a great job of kind of stealing back the neutral game, something that they were struggling with against the blue team. Aquatic, okay, not going to get taken out there.
Oh, there's the first real edgeguard attempt we've seen in almost a full game off stage. Okay, it's a battle of Sares. Aquatic and Juzi just going back and forth. Big ground pound attempt, but there's no resources. We saw it. What are you doing?
The double side air there to guarantee the KO. A recovery catches Juzi. Aquatic feeling real good right now as he gets another side air. Dude. Red team wants to put this one away.
I think it's game 5. I think it's pretty safe. Let's see. I mean, look, they have so much runway here. Truck Stop was sweat beating under the stage, by the way. That was completely unnecessary by Aquatic and Sweaty Meat to go for that conversion. It was already a lost stock, and it is such a huge lead for the red team. We're looking at a game 5 on the horizon.
All right, team combo, though. Aquatic manages to get away from that recovery. Still really good spot, 4 stocks to 2. They got to just make sure they put this one in the bag.
Okay, Signature does force the disarm from Truck Stop. You can just set your sights on Juzi while Truck Stop is slowly drifting back, trying to re-enter the conversation. Sweaty Meat throws the weapon, doesn't force the dodge, but he does swing one off with the slide charge. Off stage, no resources. Sweat beats for days. Aquatic gives him a lifeline, and then he says, you know what? Why don't we just go for the clip instead? Why not, right? It's game 5.
The confidence that came out of the red team, completely different than what we were seeing earlier. Like you said, not a lot of edge guards, and then suddenly all edge guards.
Oops. all edge guards. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, what a complete mode change from the red team to be able to just flip the switch like that and say, you know what, actually, I think we have sauce, guys. Yeah. Like, we can go for these crazy clips. It's such an impressive set so far from Sweaty Meat and Aquatic, and potentially on the verge of reverse 3-0 now.
Would be huge for them because it did start off really rough. It looked like they were trying to find something in the baggage breaks. And it looks like they did find exactly what they needed, as Aquatic on this Ulgrim has been looking better and better.
3,
Let's see. Okay, we bring it back to Small Fortress Alliance for game number 5. Are we going to see the same level of explosive edgeguard play from Aquatic and Sweaty Meat? Or are Juzi and Truck Stop going to be able to stop this momentum?
It is going to be a lot harder to do the edge guards because, like, obviously it was a very horizontal offstage edge guard.
Yeah.
And the horizontal space is just a lot wider here compared to Western Air Temple.
See, we go off stage. Nice nair to break up the action, force both blue team members off stage. I like the signature selection from Sweaty Meat. We saw that actually in the previous game. He was willing to hit Aquatic in some of these positions if it secures a stock. This is offstage. Weapon toss, tries to go for the GCD light, doesn't quite connect. Juzi just completely disengages and allows both red team members to come back.
Something really subtle that happened there is Sweaty Meat was bouncing on that right side wall, and Aquatic actually came in, hit him with the recovery to give him some extra juice, but
it's
blue team first ones to get the KOs.
And this is tough. I mean, you can really see a snowball rolling downhill fast, especially with Truck Stop not getting KO'd there. Great pickup from Aquatic, knowing that they needed to get a stock and they needed one fast.
Yeah, red team struggling a little bit more to finish off these stocks. Juzi still sitting on that first one. That recovery is not going to quite do it just yet.
And there's a lot of options that can find a KO against Juzi. So you're wondering, like, do we get the KO? How do we find ourselves in a good position? You get it off the right side. Truck Stop is completely out of there. It's just a recovery from Sweaty Meat as he takes a little bit of damage on the descent. All told, we're pretty much evened up, though.
Yeah, they weren't able to make much off that respawn timer there. They got Truck Stop with maybe like 2 Lance downlights, but at the end of the day, that's not nearly enough to be confident.
Oh, look at this. The little slip through from Juzi. I really like that movement to find a quick 3-piece.
That might be just a little bit they needed. You can see that Aquatic's actually taking a lot of damage now. It's changing the way that he has to play in this moment.
Yeah, and he's sandwiched between. I mean, you pointed out the differences in this stage as well, Duke. I think it's just so compressed at this point. There's this horizontal KO that we found off of Juzi with the blue lance. Just a couple of nairs as well. Aquatic, no weapon in sight. Sweaty Meat's getting beat up pretty bad. He's looking like the next target on the blue team's menu.
I mean, they're still getting damage onto Aquatic, who's on his final stock. It's not done. The neutral signature still not enough. The Ulgrim defense just keeping them alive.
Okay. Oh, I'm kind of shocked that KO'd. That looked like it was pretty slow there. Okay, Sweaty Meat off stage. GCD light into the ground pound, finds it easy peasy, and just like that, it swung on its head. If Sweaty Meat hangs onto this stock, it's super winnable for red. If he doesn't and gets KO'd off the top, Aquatic has to live by any means necessary.
Yeah, I think Aquatic has to survive about as long as either blue team member, but there goes Sweaty Meat.
Crazy.
Can he do it?
I can't believe the overlapping hidden hurt boxes there was pretty insane. Like, that nair just did not connect with anybody. But Aquatic hangs onto the stock. That was the win con for them, potentially.
Yep, he is trying to play that defensive game. You can see him oftentimes just dodging straight up to try to get away from as many things as possible. Nice recovery. Truck Stop with a falling sider.
Okay,
it's all left to Sweaty Meat.
Aquatic is out. This is a pretty reasonable 2v1 if you can hit Juzi off the stage. Try and get a 1v1 with Truck Stop, but of course they're not going to let that happen. A weapon does get picked up. No disarm yet. I mean, that can really be the dinner bell for the blue team if they find the disarm, get Sweaty Meat off of this axe.
Oh man, so much damage though. Sweaty Meat is struggling. The trade-outs are just not in favor. What a call!
Not yet, not yet. It was a disarm though. Juzi just playing a lot of offense to get around, but Sweaty Meat doesn't have a weapon.
Oh, and there's the recovery. That'll do it. Juzi and Truck Stop going to continue on after sending Sweaty Meat and Aquatic down to the elimination side.
Wow. I mean, I incorrectly called a 3-0 earlier in the set, but some things just return to equilibrium eventually, I guess. It's such a heartbreaker, right? When you're really finding some momentum build up over games 3 and 4. And I think that reverse 3-0 was mega doable by them as well, but just wasn't meant to be.
I think it was a really smart play on the blue team side. When they started off the map bans, they immediately banned out Western Air Temple. I think they kind of realized, you know what, we got to give respect to them. They're actually really good in this off-stage game.
Yeah.
So we got to change up the maps, and then that's one of the big reasons why they were able to survive for so long. It's because there's a much wider map. And you saw like multiple times, it's like, oh, okay, the Ulgrims just get to keep living on this map. That's cool. Yeah,
that was very evenly matched as well, just by the numbers. I mean, Truck Stop did 595 damage, Aquatic almost matched at 565. Sweaty Meat slightly outdamaged Juzi with like 20 more damage, I think 447 to 427. Really, really evenly matched by the time Game 5 rolled around. And I'm not going to lie, I'll keep it a buck with you. It did not look that way in Games 1 and 2. I actually thought it was just a wrap.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be just a complete destruction. They were just going to get mogged in the 2v2 space. But no, they also came back into it, and we're going to continue on. As up next, we got BalloonBoy and Mooney going up against Jacobe and Scent.
I'm so excited for this. We did get to talk about BalloonBoy and Mooney a little bit in the pre-show. This one was so interesting because I think BalloonBoy his team was the result of me starting this whole narrative of define the relationship. What are we in a 2v2 format? Because it was BalloonBoy and Hideway for a really long time. Hideway is now with Zen. They're very happy. They're moving forward, potentially going to get a podium placement this weekend. Who knows? But now BalloonBoy is playing with Mooney, I think, partially because Radish is in Japan at the moment, and that was kind of his static enough teammate. But who knows what this team could unfold with, right? And I think Mooney has really impressed me so far in the sets that I've seen.
Yeah, Mooney is kind of this oddball in just like the general North American Brawlhalla space, just because like everyone knows him as the Amugi.
Yeah.
But like also you don't see really a lot of Amugi, and you also don't see a lot of Greatsword in 2s. So he's just kind of this weird thing, but everybody has to respect him because he still plays incredibly as we get into game number 1.
The thing to look out for in a set like this, as you already said, Duke, is there is an Amugi on the screen, right? So it's both as a teammate and the team that is fighting against him, you have to just respect the options or lack thereof that this legend can bring to the table in a 2s format.
On the other side, Scent is playing the Olgrim we've seen so much of, and Jacobe is actually on an Orion this time. So double Lance, but not quite the same characters.
And let's see, I mean, I think the standard expectation when you see a Greatsword, especially with the Greatsword equipped, is that Mooney is going to be playing a lot more grounded, kind of playing the juggle game, shark some people on landings, and then, of course, that fabulous signature kit that you get from the Amugi to just snuff out landings from either blue team member. But BalloonBoy has to complement that in other ways, and I think he's going to be a little bit more airborne as a result.
Yeah, I do like what happened there. Oh, what a gravity cancel on the side of Mooney. Not quite enough to take out Jacobe. That will do it in favor of BalloonBoy. But there was a moment there when Mooneyhalla is coming back to the stage, coming in with a Mugi, very low movement speed. So BalloonBoy had to play defense for him, just wall out and make sure the blue team didn't go and finish him off.
Yeah, anybody can cook, guys, so let's see if this happens. This is nothing left. You can't touch the wall either. BalloonBoy just gracefully makes his way back, doesn't even give Jacobe an opportunity to get a hit, maybe an awkward chase dodge back towards the stage. Stock is lost. BalloonBoy is the only one left with their first.
I love that Jacobe comes back in, immediately picks up the lance and N6 Mooneyhalla away.
Yeah.
That's one stock. Here's a team combo. Ooh, Mooneyhalla able to dodge away.
I think that was just due to both of them having lance, right? But either way, does get out in time. Mooney is pretty hurt on this second stock. And again, BalloonBoy, it's like, how are you going to support the Amugi that's on your screen? Because the Greatsword is back in hand for Mooney.
Right now, BalloonBoy maybe trying to force a little bit of off stage, but you can see the blue team trying to make sure that Mooney doesn't get too much runway.
Jacobe playing that soft platform very well. I mean, the horizontal threat range that you get from 2 Lance players is crazy because it's 2 Lance players instead of 1 Lance player. You can have someone hang out on the soft platform, the other person can hold the ground. Really, really scary proposition, and Mooney is going to be on the worst end of that exchange as the Axe gets equipped in for the Olgrim.
Yep, final stock here for Mooney, but still some opportunities here. Jacobe relatively damaged. You can see BalloonBoy really wanting to take him out.
Ooh, okay. Tries to reverse the situation, but BalloonBoy getting a little bit beat up in the 2v1 scramble. Mooney just trying to enter the conversation. Once again, finds a big swing. Sarah off the left blast zone. Scent just desperately running away, and the 2-piece actually will find the double a little bit staggered after the fact. Jacobe way out of there.
I really like the play on the red team to just be like, okay, Mooneyhalla, you're there specifically to follow up. Let BalloonBoy get some soft opener, and then you just finish it off.
Okay, recovery doesn't find. Yeah, look, Mooney is just completely out of there. I like this a lot. Okay. Now they kind of split up. Maybe go for a little pincer strike on towards the outside blast zones. 4-player cluster happens once again, but BalloonBoy finds the whiff punish off of the D-Sig whiff. However, loses a stock, and now Mooney's in a bad spot. This is the offstage, finds the reversal hit. Sweaty's wait,
Sent
whoa,
can't
how did that
touch.
happen?
He bonks his head on the bottom of the map trying to hit Mooney and instead falls down. Jacobe tries to go down there but can't recover in time.
That really felt like, I mean, Mooney was just barely hanging on in that edge guard, but it felt like a gimme for the blue team. At least one of them was going to trade worst case scenario, but instead it turns into a 2v1 for the red team, and BalloonBoy's pretty fresh on this stock.
Nice, the side air to follow up. Yeah, just a little bit of a misstep on the side of the blue team. Nair not going to quite hit. This is a tough spot for Jacobe, and yeah, just immediately into the neutral finisher to take game number 1.
Wow, what an unfortunate set of circumstances happening on that last stock. It really felt like Sent had that edge guard pretty locked down for the most part, but like you said, yeah, maybe just unlucky, ran out of a couple resources. We're seeing it here on the replay as well. Little bit of an awkward drift to try to maybe like avoid the counter hit from Mooney, and it wasn't meant to be.
Just a little bit of tragedy, especially because like they had the power play, they had the edge guard.
Yeah.
If they had gotten that, I think they would have been in a solid spot to potentially take it, but that's just the nature of the offstage beast as we get ready to go into the next one.
Jacobe did so much damage in that game too. He kind of was destroying Mooney and BalloonBoy. I think.
Okay.
I would imagine, like, just generally speaking, that probably is going to be a trend when you have an Amugi who can get like kind of beat up in neutral a lot. But I don't know. Let's see how the rest of this set pans out. It looked like it was Jacobe and Sent's game to potentially lose there, but things went the other direction in game 1.
Game 2, changing up the map a little bit. A little bit of a pillar in the bottom there.
Yeah, and once again, you kind of allow the Amugi to control the ground space. BalloonBoy's looking for anti-airs. He's looking to get into the sky. He's looking to enable a little bit. All the while, Jacobe and Sent just trying to find their way in. Sent got randomly disarmed in the middle of that, and Jacobe just randomly lost his stock in the middle of that. So it's looking like a pretty brutal start for the blue team already.
Dude, it is a Roman gladiatorial phalanx where like BalloonBoy goes forward, and all that really is giving space for Woolala to come out and just swing on everyone. Like he's doing damage right now.
And look, we know from Mooney as a singles player, he's no stranger to Mooney's signature kit. Talk about both of them, right? What an alley-oop from these two, and they get it again? What is happening? Dude, I'm scared.
Oh my god, Sent gets taken out there. The red team popping off so hard, team combo after team combo, utilizing that down signature of the Amugi as well to launch in specific directions for BalloonBoy to follow up.
Dude, that was absolutely disgusting. I would simply pack it up if I was the blue team. And I'm not saying that to be like disparaging or anything. I'm like, dang, we got owned. Like that was pretty insane. But
wow,
they do pick up 2 in response,
kind of really
at least.
good at this video game.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, what a team combo from the red team. Blue team is just trying their hardest to make their way back into this, make it a little bit competitive, but it's not happening here. A 2v1 situation, roughly fresh stocks for BalloonBoy. Woolala, and they close that one out with an exclamation point. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just go next, dude. I don't know.
That was just dirty. Woolala just showing off at the end. Like that was the Woolala show at the end, but still these team combos, and I love the change up here. So the first time you see BalloonBoy go to the left because he's like, they're so damaged with the KO. Second time he goes to the right, they're not damaged enough, so you got to let Woolala stay in part of that team combo. Just amazing plays coming out from this red team.
Yeah, and I think we kind of alluded to it at the start of this set, right? Like, when you have such a wild card like Mooney's Amugi, like, you have to be able to have a set play to be able to play around a legend like that, especially with such a unique weapon kit. And they're doing that tremendously well so far. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, I love it because it shows that they didn't just kind of last minute say, let's team up. Like, they definitely had to put in some practice time to show, like, okay, we know what we're going to do in these situations, what we have to bring out in our toolkit.
See, we are changing the scenery once again. This is another disarm early versus Sent, trying to find a weapon spawn. BalloonBoy just patrolling it on the right side. Mooney able to make it back, touches the wall. There's a bunch of unarmed people just trying to find a spawn, and Woolala, that signature kit comes through once again for first strike.
I've got the side signature. Top of the map, BalloonBoy also got that recovery, just chasing down whichever blue team member was in that airspace.
We still see Sent has just not found a weapon, but it did not matter in that case. That was a pretty clean, unarmed combo that he was able to get on Mooney to start to maybe equalize here, maybe try to find their way to the scoreboard.
Man, the recovery follow-up from Woolala. BalloonBoy was up there with Sent. I think he was looking for a neutral air just to see if he could get a KO there. Good movement as the side sig launches both blue team members.
And okay, look, we do see a stock lost for BalloonBoy. Oh, trading hit, I like it. Sense cooking a little bit. He does find one in response. Mooney's going to fall to last, but look at Jacobe, also on final stock.
Yep, still some fire in that kitchen. Sent has some health to play with, and he's definitely showing, like Mooney, you can't just sleep on Sent. He's got some plays.
Oh, what?
Just too much damage, I guess.
Yeah.
That recovery just sent him flying.
A lot of hits so far where I feel like that wouldn't have found a blast zone, but somehow it does. BalloonBoy almost got one for himself as well. Keeping the action going, the gravity cancel interrupted by Jacobe. They do find themselves in a little bit of a neutral situation, but Mooney is getting a bad trade off the right side. BalloonBoy enters it.
That was a good play from Sent, hitting that recovery to dissuade BalloonBoy, who's definitely trying to take out Jacobe at this point.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and look at these enabling hits. It's so good. It's so good. They labbed it. I'm so happy.
Mooney, you're getting real low there.
Oh, he's going to flip this one around. Does find the wall, and yeah, has plenty of cover with BalloonBoy. The breakdance finds the right blast zone, and it's one more 2v1 for the road. This one, a little bit more doable maybe, but after that disarm, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough for Sent, and it's not going to happen. That's a 3-0. Quick and clean from Mooney and BalloonBoy.
Dude, they labbed the setups.
It did.
That combo in game 2 was so sick.
It was really good.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm very, very impressed with what these two have been able to accomplish just in that one set we got to watch alone. But I did catch a couple before we got onto our block, and they look solid. Like, it just looks really, really good.
Yeah, I think Radish has got to be nervous now. He's like, am I about to lose my teammate?
This is what I mean.
Am I about to lose my partner?
What would you do? You're just
I
watching
would
this
team up
from
with
afar?
Mooney to spite BalloonBoy.
That's crazy. You're an arbiter of chaos, dude. That's insane.
Well, look, at the very least, like, there's going to be an odd man out. So if you're a North American twos player, like, there's someone that will potentially be needing a teammate for the next event. Just saying.
Oh, well, everyone is technically a throuple in the Brawlhalla's twos format. Someone has to sit out every now and again, and I guess at this point it's Radish. We're actually going to be sitting out for a short break while we maybe recover a little bit from that crazy action we just saw. You're not going to want to miss what happens next. We got some more Brawlhalla North American action coming at you in just a few.
Again, and now we're higher than clouds, nothing bringing us down. This A-E-I-O, ooh, you do me like that, Mo. I need a little bit of XO and XO. Rock my boat, I love your physical. Ooh, ooh, I'm talking sweat it out and let it out and spell it out and let it go. You can't just make me responsible for keeping us honest, throwing feelings around. Your body's making it difficult, was playing it cool, but now I'm singing my vows. Ooh, you're about it, out of sight, gotta sound it out. It's A-E-I-O, why you do me like that? Glad I found it, all the time, gotta keep you round. It's A-E-I-O, why you do me like that? Responsible where we fall out of bounds. When you make
you can take me to paradise. Maybe you can take me to paradise. Maybe you can take me to paradise. I will find you in the
Winter Championship has been a series of bangers here in North America, and our next set is no short of that criteria. It's going to be Hideway and Zen versus Rise and Soul. I'm Duke, and joined with me is none other than Turn Down for Walter.
Hello. Let's talk about this one. I'm scared, Duke, because we were talking about how a lot of the North American narrative, as it were, for doubles is that a lot of teams are shuffling around. Players have not found that comfy, cozy home with another teammate that they can consistently call a static duo. These two are about as static teams as teams get in terms of most of the bracket who are performing at the highest level. Yeah, and they have to play against each other.
They're some of the few handful of really stable teams that we have in North America, and they're two really strong teams, and it is just wild that they are playing here to, I believe, get into the winners semifinals.
I would assume it's for top 4,
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
or something of that variety, top 6 to top 4.
It should be for grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I had Soul and Rise in my top 3 predictions. I believe they were seeded 5th. So just based on that alone, this is probably for, yeah, we see winner semifinals coming up. Let's get into it for game number 1, but this is probably for top 4.
All right, starting it off, once again, seeing an Old Grim, Zen, and Hideway. No surprises on the character picks, and Rise and Soul going for the double axe with that Rayman Taros comp.
So this was my big prediction as we kind of let some of this neutral shake out in game 1, is I think the synergy that you get from a static teammate just simply outclasses being like two really, really good players who are just teaming for the first time, especially in this twos format. And it shows, right? Like Zen and Hideway, the former champions from last year in doubles. I think it's going to be really, really tough to beat them. But if anyone could, this is the other team that I thought could maybe do it.
Well, we've definitely seen some upsets today. Got to remind that Marky Moo and Future Bubble are out of the tournament, so can't say that no upsets are going to happen here as Hideway manages to get back safely. Yeah, Zen just right next to Rise. He did not want to go out there.
Okay, Big Sair off the left side. Soul does find a reply stock. Can they get something onto Zen? A little bit slippery. Stomp Sair, my beloved, doesn't even get the disarm onto Zen, and a recovery actually almost just gets a KO off the top blast zone on Rise in response.
Yeah, we still got pretty even damage all across the board, right? Like Zen and Rise are the most damaged for both teams, and Hideway with the side air is going to take out Rise.
And this is the thing, right? Like Zen was just playing a little bit outside the threat range of Rise, allows for his teammate to come in. It's just really hard to find the communication and like synergy that smooth between players unless you get the reps in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fast-paced game. It's hard to do call-outs in twos. As someone who's played a handful of twos, like it is hard to be like, hey, please help me, and you're almost always too late. Yeah,
it usually just amounts to like, I'm being hit, help, 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 help. It doesn't work out, but we're seeing these two teams go at it so far. It's 2 stocks across the board, but Soul is looking a little beat up, does get the disarm onto Hideway. Zen tries to run a little bit of defense as a result. Doesn't quite pan out. Soul just swings it with the giant fist off the right blast zone.
Yeah, slide charging that side signature, getting that movement. Hideway was not expecting it to go as far, and that's going to be a little bit of a lead for the blue team, but man, Zen's healthy.
Does get one. Can they find a 2v1? Yeah, that's a pretty big commitment for Rise to even go for that light attack, because you're just going to get whiff punished by the other red team member. So they do have to keep that in mind, especially if you're going for that at high damage thresholds.
Just those long active frame attacks. Ooh, okay, nice pickup there from Soul, just kind of 1v1ing Zen. Weapon toss not going to hit. Rise taking the opportunity to swap weapons. He knows Hideway's getting into that KO %, so he wants that hammer.
Oh my gosh, what a great target swap from Red, and then just Rise tries to enter the 4-player stack and loses a stock as a result of it. Soul's looking pretty beat up, though, on this one. Nair pushes off stage, gets a second one, chase dodges down. Yeah, just reset your resources, bro. Like, you don't even want to try to jump into both red team members there.
Yeah, he saw that Rise was actually stuck between both red team members, but he opted to go back to the stage, which was the safer play, and Rise didn't take too much damage for it. Oh, Soul gonna get disarmed.
That's pretty brutal, especially on last stock. But, however, They do find one. Hideway way off the right side, and now they can just choose high-lows, and it's GC stomps Sair, Soul, and Rise, making a statement in game number 1.
Some solid stuff coming out from the Double Axe team. Soul and Rise looking really good, and it wasn't just like one player just kind of doing everything. Both of them relatively even, both of them still able to get some KOs and put some damage on the board.
Yeah, this is what I mean, though. Like, we see it on this last stock on the replay. Responsibilities clear as day. Soul threw his weapon away. Bro, you got it, man. Like, I'll dap you up after you get that stock. And they get it. Game number 1. This could be for making of a pretty significant upset, Duke.
This could be a big upset, and it could make things a lot more wild as we get further into this bracket, but still have to see this set play out. It's not over till it's over.
We are running it right back to Small Fortress of Lions, though. The blue team did a little bit of a more creative job, at least. I'm talking about that slide charge into Signature that Soul was doing earlier at using that soft platform, but we really didn't see much action on it otherwise. Maybe that comes into play a little bit more. Maybe we see a little bit of a team combo from blue time. Team interrupts right there. Weapon toss hits Soul in the back of the head. Doesn't quite matter too much.
Nice side air. They're just doing that high-low like you were talking about. They just control a little bit of space there. Side air's his teammate, though.
Oh, tries to go for it again. Yeah, I like it, though. Fool me once, shame on me. Not going to happen again. Hideway finds the two-piece. Zen, maybe a bit of a cross wire there, tries to find the recovery, and Hideway will hurt for it bad, losing the first stock.
Yeah, had enough damage on it. That was a neutral light from Rise that ended up KOing him, but Rise was not able to get the follow-up there to take out Zen.
Okay, splits the difference, does get a stock off of Soul. Rise actually going on the aggressive, and again, these stomp Sairs from Rise have been securing how many stocks now? A lot.
I mean, that's the Teros classic, right? Like, you build up all this damage with Axe, and then you finish off with a hammer, but now he's got a teammate to also build up all that damage. He is going to get taken out, but that's fine, because it's the damage-building portion of the game.
Yeah, and I would say, at least in a doubles format, like, maintaining parity when you're the lower-seeded team in Rise and Soul is usually fine as long as you're taking the stocks first, but where these kind of like neutral breaks really happen are on Zen and Hideway's side is that their team combos are just so much better most of the time, and we're really not seeing that yet.
Yeah, the blue team's done a really good job of denying. Honestly, one thing that I saw a second ago was like Rise was doing a really good job expecting Zen and Hideway to go for those counter punishes. So generally after Soul misses, he goes in, but Soul gonna get taken out there.
Yeah, and Rise is playing the 1v2s as his teammate comes in pretty aggressively so far. He's going for stomps, which is a pretty long button, right? Like, if you miss that, you're usually getting punished just like that, and now you're leaving your teammate out to dry.
They're going to have to start looking for those KOs soon. Rise, there's the weapon spawn. It's going to be an Axe. I think he was charging up a down sig. Yeah. Going to whiff that one, unfortunately.
You just know when the vision's there, right?
Deep red, I have an Axe and I'm Teros. Got to do the down sig.
Okay, does find it. Does get the bounce off the ground, though, so it's not quite going to send as far as Rise probably would have liked. Gets the shutdown onto Hideway. Respawn comes through, and Zen aggressive on the right side. That was so smart. Actually, take the stock away. Yeah, you're just going to win the game regardless. That was a crazy wrinkled brain play. I love it.
It is such a quick play. Rise was not able to respond in time. And by the time he realized what happened, he was like, oh, it's over. You saw him just fall off the map. Really well done from Zen and Hideway to close that one out.
Yeah, and we're watching it on the replay here. Look at this. So the respawn comes through. Hideway is coming on the right side, so there's already an immediate threat here. And they, not to mention, they just had an extra stock to spare, so don't even give the opportunity for a hit into chase dodge, anything of that variety. Just take the stock, take the game, and move on. Zen and Hideway looking a little bit more in form in that game number 2.
Just a great capitalization on that whiff from Soul, who went out there trying to get that side light. He wanted to go for the power play as Hideway was respawning, but Zen instead turned that one around.
And of course, we're running it back. Same location, game number 3. Some adjustments were certainly made on the red team's side. Pretty outstanding victory in game number 2, but Soul and Rise are keeping this real competitive.
Soul has been going for those slide charge side sigs. They're not working as well, but Rise able to close out the first stock of Hideway. Here's the follow-up. Side signature from Rise.
Sir. That's what you need, yeah. And I mean, look, the threat is coming in on the respawn, but it wasn't off of it just yet, so you can pick up that second stock. Maybe red team finds a stagger of their own. Rise is going to touch down, and Soul is back on the platforms here to at least run a little bit of defense. Rise, pretty ambitious attempt to try to throw someone back.
I think he knows he's pretty damaged. He's going to just go for some cheeky stuff there. He does get taken out by Zen, but he did get a couple hits in.
Yep. Okay, Soul hanging out on that top platform again. You had pointed it out earlier, a lot of these slide charge signatures out of Soul. I think Red Team has pretty thoroughly caught on to it at this point, but you never know, you bring it back.
I mean, at the very least, it's definitely something that they got to think about whenever Soul has gauntlets and is near that soft platform. Right side, though, Rise going for the edge guard. Reads wrong with that gravity cancel neutralize, so Zen will survive.
Hideway actually disarms his teammate there. It's a little bit awkward. Oh, the high-low was really well thought out, but perhaps the movement of the platform made that awkward for Soul. Does find the recovery, though. Eventually, all stocks will be taken from the blue team. Rise gets a Sair off stage. Not much more after that. We are going to see high recovery hits his teammate instead.
They want this KO onto Hideway. You see that unarmed recovery, but it's going to be the stomp side air. No weapon spawn for Rise just yet.
Yeah, really scary. Oh my gosh, and actually slips away the blue team member with the weapon. Hideway does eventually get a lance in hand. But Soul has just really found a home on that soft platform, right? So many times if the action is just kind of centralized around the left side, at least where the platform is right now, he's just hanging out up there. He does find the left blast zone instead. Comes off the respawn. Rise plays that 1v2 scenario quite well, though, to stay around for a little bit longer on this stock.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it does feel like Soul has been the one to utilize that soft platform the most. Everyone else, like, yeah, it's part of the map, but Soul's the one who's really actively using it.
Yeah, I mean, he's spending like 2 jumps to go over there, too. He's like, yeah, it's pretty nice over here, guys. Rent's cheap. Things are looking pretty good.
Nice.
Weather's nice. It's got a yard. I love it over here. He's just letting Rise fight while he's just on the platform. This is crazy.
Rise is the healthiest. It makes sense for Soul to sit back a little bit. Both red team members getting into that KO percent. Ooh,
okay.
Everybody gets bounced around. The red team is disarmed. This is a good spot for the blue team.
Oh, tries to egress forward with that stomp. Soul's playing on the back line, though, so Rise feels pretty safe to whiff.
Ooh, falling
Just
there.
because it could happen. Gets one off the top blast one, and it's a 2v1 here. Rise is going to swing that one back and find a 2-to-1 set count in the winner's bracket. They could beat this team that seems so inevitable to me.
It's kind of wild to see how well Rise and Soul are doing. I mean, we talked about like their performances at the World Championship. Obviously, Rise did really well alongside Godly, but you can't do as well as Hideway and Zen, who won the World Championship in doubles. But right now, Rise is probably saying like, yo, Soul, if you had gone to the World Championship, like,
we win.
It would have been a different 2025.
Crazy stuff. And look, I mean, Zen and Hideway need 2 games in a row in order to take this one. They got outperformed in that last game. It's just straight up pretty crazy stuff. And I think the side platform point out that we had towards the end, like they're already getting rid of some of these stages. Small Fortress Alliance is gone at this point.
They want more platforms.
Yeah, let's give more homes to them. Let's see what happens. We're going over to the Dome though for game number 4.
It is going to be Miami Dome. 2 platforms, but they are a lot higher. You're talking about how Soul's burning a lot of movement to get up there. You're going to have to if you want to be on those soft platforms this time.
Yeah, and they are static as well, which is, you know, worth to mention because I think a lot of the times when it was just kind of like the platform had moved to a spot that allows him to play backline for Rise, it worked quite well. Not going to change on this one, so maybe we see a little bit more button pressing from both sides.
Okay, Hideway managed to get away from that sidelight there. Looked like the blue team was getting ready for a team combo.
Off stage, Zen just trying to cover for the high angle. Wasn't meant to be. These platforms are also resetting the movement as well. Soul way missing with that ground pound attempt unarmed. We see the exclamation points come through. Somehow slips his way through Hideway's attempt to push it off.
Stomp side air.
Yep.
And not able to get there. Soul right in position to block him out.
And this is already looking pretty solid. Both blue team members pretty hurt on this first stock. Whiff punish on the signature means Zen just only takes 1 hit in response. Hideway's going for those down 6, as you pointed out before.
All right, they're going to control the ground there. Waiting for Soul to respawn. Oh, he whiffs.
How many
and Rise
KOs has Rise gotten specifically, right? Like, it's many, like a majority of the blue team's KOs, I think. And they just have their assignments really well thought out so far in this set.
I mean, he's like a father going to dinner with a child, right? Like, he has to finish the plate. Like, the child can order what they want and eat as much as they want, but the father has to finish the plate.
Of course. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Let's see. Rise looking around, keeping the head on swivel to find a weapon, picks one up, but immediately loses the stock.
Okay, nice follow-up there from Zen. Chases out there. Soul manages to get away. Good hits from Rise. Actually got both red team members there. They're keeping that damage advantage.
Yeah, I think we're already immediately seeing the difference, right? Like, Soul has fewer entry points to just come in from a top platform and just land on top of someone, right? It's a little bit weirder for him to just enter the neutral, so it's forcing Rise to play a lot more up front.
Okay, good side air there. It's going to bounce, so Zen will survive.
Way downtown.
Lots of
delay?
movement.
No, okay. Yeah, and again, the respect from Soul. I'm just seeing this the backline play from Soul. He's just allowing Rise to just take point whenever it makes sense. Rise will lose the stock right there. Actually goes aggressive and goes for the reverse hit, but it's probably good that he lost his stock as soon as he did.
Yeah, not going to be too desynced on that one. Zen is still holding on to that second stock, but he's pretty damaged, and he almost fell there from just his spear and arrow.
Oh, nice wait. Okay, Soul gets a quick 3-piece. Getting Hideway closer and closer to red damage, which means when Zen inevitably falls off the right side, they got a huge opportunity here to maybe put the dagger.
Rise.
Oh my gosh, what was he doing down there?
He went so
How'd he get down
low.
there?
I think he was just stuck in active frames, couldn't press the jump button in time, but that gave plenty of time for Zen to respawn.
They do have a lifeline here. As crazy as it sounds, a lifeline might have just been taken away, though, with Hideway's final stock going to bed. Zen has to fight the 1v2, and this could be a crazy upset to make it into top 4.
Can he clutch it out here on the dome? Does he have the horizontal KO potential? Soul throws away his weapon.
I don't know. There's so much respect. Yeah, you have to just completely cut out the front line and maybe go for Soul, who's more damaged right now. But Rise is just like a complete, like you said, a phalanx, not letting anyone pass through. Zen is just desperately trying to get it. A missed connection on the 2v1 attempt, but Zen is real hurt. Anything will do it at this point. And there it is, a 3-1 upset victory. Rise and Soul will be sending Zen and Hideway into the elimination bracket.
Definitely an upset coming out from Rise and Soul, knocking down our world champions. But of course, they're not done. That was just an upper bracket match. They're going down to the elimination side, and like I was saying earlier, everyone on the elimination side is now 10 times more nervous because someone has to go up against the world champion.
I mean, I was thinking about a lot of what you just said, right? Like, that has to be such a huge confidence boost to be able to beat the world champions, like, in that fashion.
Yeah.
And, like, the game, it was 3-1, right? Like, it wasn't like a crazy close game 5 situation. It looked like they pretty handedly beat the world champions in that set. I think they have the conversation, say, yo, if you were at BCX, we probably would have cooked, man. I think it would have been pretty good.
There's a real conversation there. I do want to call out Rise's hammer. He's so good at the jump scare, right? Like, he'll just be standing there, maybe he'll be wiggling or something, and then out of nowhere, he'll dash forward, stomp, and catch someone as they're just coming back, or he'll do a jump stomp, and it's just like, whoa, I was not expecting you to actually press a button in that moment.
Crazy, crazy stuff, but the beat goes on, folks. We got Mooney and BalloonBoy coming back to the stage up against Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi, who we saw earlier today as well.
They've been on a tear,
and this is
man.
still winner side too, so.
You can see at the top the PR difference, 73 and 575 going up against 18 and 4. This is an amazing start for Juzi. I don't actually know a lot about them, but they're here playing out of their minds to get this far in the 2 space.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what they were able to put together. They did stop the reverse 3-0 in our first set of this block. It looked like it could have been pretty doomed. Look at the vote. Is that real? The people have spoken?
Because there's no way there's only 3% of BalloonBoy fans out there. Like, BalloonBoy, if there's one BalloonBoy fan, it's all of chat. Oh, it's reversed. Okay, it's 96% in favor of Mooney.
Okay, I was going to say,
That's more realistic.
Yeah, I see it. But yeah, BalloonBoy and Mooney, we watched 2 sets ago, I believe, and they did great. I think one of the big things as the set went on, like the 2 of us were like, dang, they practiced in twos. Like, the 2 of them practiced. You kind of have to when you get an Amugi on the screen of like, what can our setups be? How are we going to approach neutral? How are we just going to approach this format in general? And they definitely showed up.
Yeah, it was really cool to see their team combo, specifically the Gauntlet Axe team combo. They definitely had a lot of variations and different routes that they could go with it, which is really nice to see. I want to see what else they got, though, because their earlier set, it was kind of too quick. It was a 3-0.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see the full entirety of their kit. I'm excited to see what else they got, as it is going to be tough, because Juzi and Truck Stop Burrito, they're taking a lot of space. They're doing a lot of control with that double Ogrim.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no shortage of legends that hold axes or lances or spears most of the time. So I think you kind of have to get used to what the meta is offering you, especially when you have that really, really weird pick of Umugi on the screen, right? Like, you really have to mold this team around that selection.
Well, they've done a great job doing it. Obviously, we know BalloonBoy has a more than a singular character in his toolkit. We've seen him on the VV in the singles space. Generally, Double Jin is his pick for the 2 space, but like there is argument to be made that it's like you could have just gone to VV and maybe had some comfort with the Mega Man alongside the Umugi.
Could be, could be. I got to ask you as they're striking stages, Duke. So at the end of the first Mooney BalloonBoy set, you said now that they're kind of cooking a little bit, if I were Raidish, I would just ask Mooney to be my teammate and really throw a wrench into it. What happens if they win here? What do you think happens if they win here?
Okay, just real quick, this is a reset. This might be a reset, is what I'm being told. It doesn't really look like it.
It's not a reset. It's not a reset. We're getting into it.
We're just being lied to by production. Is PJ back there?
Ooh, LPJ. LPJ.
All right, here we go into game number 1. I do think BalloonBoy and Brawlhalla have a good argument to become the new big 2v2 team if they decide to stick together, and they've been looking good. Down air hits both blue team members, but they couldn't get more.
And that double lands as lethal as ever. Look at this, the horizontal coverage. Plenty of recovery real estate for Juzi to be able to just make it right back. But that was almost a really, really early stock down on Brawlhalla.
Yeah, that was a great attempt from Juzi, especially because, like, again, Mooney is playing that Umugi, very low movement speed. Both blue team members going to fall there. I think Truckstop was trying to save Juzi, but ended up not really finding anything.
Okay, a bit of an aggressive chase dodge forward from Juzi to just try to get a stock in reply. Does swing one off the left side. The Devil Jin will fall. Mooney maybe soon to follow. Weapon toss, nobody home. Second one comes through. Mooney spends all the movement, able to make it back and hang on for a little bit longer. But I mean, yeah, this is just any light attack to be able to get a KO.
It was a really good play on BalloonBoy's part. Respawned, immediately side-lighted Truckstop so that Mooney could get that wall touch. But ultimately, like you said, didn't amount to too much else after that.
Very scary position. Yeah, and you kind of do these baby dashbacks if you're Truckstop, right? To just fake out. Oh my God, the double!
Synchronized KOs, 2 Ulgrims, 1 on each side, getting a KO of their own.
They share the same mind space, bro. They have, they're rubbing their last brain cells together to be able to get these double ground pound KOs. All the while, red team is just trying to make a comeback happen right now. They can't get the stock onto Truckstop just yet, and it looks like a slight advantage over to blue, at least for now. There's the disarm.
Yeah, and you can see Juzi trying to get in position to make sure they can keep this stock on Truckstop for a little while longer. Truckstop trying to catch BalloonBoy. He manages to get high enough to avoid that ground pound.
Okay, recovery finally gets a KO, but Truckstop was able to hang on to that stock for a while, and Juzi was trying his darndest to get out of there, but takes a lot of damage on the way.
Oh, that's your teammate.
You don't want that. No, you rub the brain cells together the other way, not that way.
He split the brain cells apart for that one. Here's the side sig.
Oh my gosh,
into the side air.
It's just splitting atoms, the nuclear fission that was happening there. You had such an incredible play on both sides of the stage from blue team, and then really unfortunate team KO to put a dagger in that game number 1.
I really feel like that one right there highlights what you've been talking about for a lot of this weekend, which is like that desync of stocks. Because what really happened there was Truckstop got taken out. He was deep red, and then his teammate Juzi was healthy. Truckstop got taken out, and then you saw them immediately collapse onto him, and then they just got that power play, the 2v1 on Truckstop. So it's just really good capitalization of kind of that difference in health.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a scary timing proposition, right? To be like, okay, well, it's only a couple seconds before my teammate comes back, and then suddenly you're just getting 2v1 in largely true combos in some situations, and you're like, dang. Well, now my teammate has to do that, and hopefully they make it. Otherwise, you're just caught in this, eternal vortex of doom and suffering for a period of time, and it turned into an absolute disaster for the blue team for that game 1.
Yeah, and we'll see what they can do, because like you said earlier, they did manage to stop the reverse 3-0, so obviously there is some like growth, some adaptation that they have. But we'll see what they can do, because right now, Mooney and BalloonBoy, they're able to do a lot really fast.
Yep. Let's see, though. Okay, the Lances are back online. The Lances are lancing. Both blue team members got it early. But I wonder what matchup you're looking for here, right? Because you kind of almost ignore Mooney a little bit, right? Like, because he's so grounded, you maybe just want to catch BalloonBoy out of the sky, try to force an edge guard.
Okay.
Oh, from way downtown. That's insane. Okay,
trade.
BalloonBoy's going to get one back, though.
Juzi's there. He's looking for the recovery. Nice coverage there from Mooney.
Wow, finds the recovery as well. This is another 2v1 situation, and Truckstop is in a real bad spot after that GC signature missed. Does make it back towards stage.
Great movement on BalloonBoy's part. You saw him immediately dodge down to avoid that N-Sig from Truckstop. Didn't get taken out there.
Okay, and we can just nair on top for at least a little while for these early damage thresholds. Truckstop off stage once again. BalloonBoy was out of movement, so there wasn't really much pressure to be had just yet. That was crazy. I mean, I'm kind of okay with that. BalloonBoy had a stock to spare.
I think if they didn't get the KO on Truckstop, that would have been a little rough.
Sure.
But also, like, they did, so it's fine.
Okay, and BalloonBoy splitting off. Trying to find a little 1v1 action versus Truckstop. Mooney goes for the exhausted recovery. Plenty of time on the signature, but he is sweat beating, able to touch.
Yeah, just holding to the right, holding onto his dodge. Meanwhile, BalloonBoy able to take out Juzi. Final stocks here for the blue team.
Yeah, and Mooney playing a lot more airborne this time. Like, again, we're centralizing some of this game plan around this soft platform, but we're seeing a lot of jumps, a lot of aerials, trying to just clip out of the sky before you can even get that bridge online. All the while, BalloonBoy way down, has to burn the dodge. This could be an easy pickup there. Does touch.
They knew exactly what the plan was, too, because you saw Mooney get out of the way so that he could go for that GC N-Sig. Nice GC down Sig. And the recovery to do it. BalloonBoy Mooney up 2-0.
Yeah, and you were saying before, I feel like the last one was a 3-0 for Mooney and BalloonBoy. This one could potentially be a 3-0 also.
Like it.
We're getting some pretty good trends for this team.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if I'm 3-0ing a bunch of people when we get to top 8, I'm like, yeah, we should probably team together more. I don't know. Like,
maybe we should try like another tournament.
Yeah, you want to go back? You want to do this more? Like, should we hang out again? I don't know. It's crazy stuff, though. I mean, what do you think Juzi and Truckstop need to do? Like, I can't really exactly diagnose the problem in that last game that we saw. I mean, maybe some of it was just you're getting blown up and the 2v1s were happening too often, but hard to say.
Yeah, it is tough. They were going to try to go for the double Terrace to just, I guess, swing a little bit harder. I think, like, the biggest thing is, like, it comes down to, like, mechanically, they were not really getting openers onto the red team. Like, the red team was almost consistently just getting those 2v1s, and the blue team was kind of just playing defense the whole time.
See if maybe the legend change comes with a playstyle change as well for the two of them. We are keeping a little bit of a mirror going on here. Double axe this time. And I mean, Mooney's just going to work. It's just off the right side. Crazy. And then BalloonBoy can pick up the pieces. That's already a very early disarm. Truckstop is in super bad shape on this first stock. And BalloonBoy's got a hard read on basically any defensive pattern that the blue team wants to go for.
You can see the blue team is trying to get some damage built up onto Mooney. He is getting into the red. BalloonBoy starting to just swing, throw out those big hits. Side air's not going to quite do it. Weapon toss doesn't connect.
Oh, and Mooney just throws two weapons right there. Tries to go for the slide charge breakdance. Doesn't quite connect. Truckstop maybe just sliding down that wall to try to get like a counterplay happening. But BalloonBoy is right in position, right? No spot is safe for the blue team.
Ooh, okay. Good plays from Juzi, though. Does get that exhausted recovery to take out Mooney.
Okay, Juzi is in really, really bad shape on this first stock. Could get knocked away with just anything from Mooney. It was coast to coast, so that doesn't find a KO just yet. But BalloonBoy there once again to close the door on that stock. Slightly going over to red.
Yeah, Truckstop trying to get away from the red team. Trying to not let them get another 2v1 combo, but Juzi respawns, immediately getting caught.
Yeah, and I already think, even though Blue's playing slightly behind, like they're doing a lot better of a job at just disengaging entirely if they lose a stock early, right? Like they're not taking an extreme amount of damage from the red team, maybe a couple hits here and there, but the other red team mate is not in position to really convert into a strong team opener. Okay, swing it. Easy dodge from Mooney. Just tries to swing that one around. Oh, and the high-lows once again. Look at this coverage, dude.
That was really well done from BalloonBoy because I was absolutely watching Mooney. I believe Juzi was as well, and BalloonBoy just came over there, caught him with that down air, and took out that stock.
Hits him with the top rope. We get there. Mooney's just going to come back. Truck stop completely switches gears over towards BalloonBoy. I don't blame you. And BalloonBoy taking point, of course. Mooney's pretty hurt on this stock.
Yeah, he's going to be out of there. Sweat beating. Nice. The wake up on the side of BalloonBoy.
Oh, whiff punish. Easy.
Closest. It's been this whole set.
Yeah, and BalloonBoy, just as an individual player, obviously has such a strong read on when panic defensive options are going to come in. So I think when both blue team members start doing it, he's really taking advantage. However, falls down to final stock, and Truck Stop is hanging on to the second. I'm scared, though. Like, it's just such a light lead in general. Truck Stop will fall right here. Juzi is on last stock in the red, and then just gets hit off stage again. Truck Stop has to play defense now.
Okay. Juzi does manage to get that little bit of a corner, so we'll hold on to this stock. But you can see Juzi basically not going to do a whole lot until there's a free hit opportunity. Goes in, not able to find it, so he immediately backs away.
And look at the positioning from both red team members, right? They are in perfect threat range to just basically turn around at any moment and just bat Juzi off the stage again. This time it's a top blast zone. Truck Stop's got his work cut out for him in the 2v1. Otherwise, it is going to be a clean 3-0 for red.
Oops, side sig charged up, not able to capitalize there. Down sig and a whiff.
Yep, that's a disarm. Again, that one might be the dinner bell for the red team. Off stage, tries to swing it.
Another one to do it. That is it. BalloonBoy and Mooney with another 3-0 are going to be going into the winners final.
And Radish just got the worst migraine imaginable as they continue to win and win and win. It's crazy. I don't know. Are you calling up Mooney? You calling up your old teammate back? What are you doing here?
I don't know. It's tough. Obviously, jokes aside, BalloonBoy and Mooney are playing incredibly well, and to their credit, like they're a solid team as a whole.
Yeah.
Do I think they can take Ryzen Soul? Because that's their next opponent.
That's tough. That one is tough for sure.
I think that's going to be the biggest determiner for, like, hey, is there actual argument for me to abandon Radish for you right now?
I mean, it's one way to think about it, for sure. For sure, yeah. I mean, I think the way that this bracket has shaken up, excluding Marky Moon Future Bubble, who we expected to see here as well, it's been really interesting, right? Like, everyone is performing quite well. Ryzen Soul, of course, made that crazy upset over Zen and Hideway. And now we got this Amugi sitting in top 4, I believe.
Amugi, the next 2's legend that everyone should be playing? Amugi?
Could it be?
Could it?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's working.
I can hope.
I'm no expert, but it seems like it's working. We're actually going to be passing it off to another set of experts, though, as we bring it into... actually, no, I think this was for... Don't do this. Get out of there. It was for top 8? So
we're elimination side top 8. We were in top 8.
We were in top 8. Okay, yeah. So we got more action is basically all I'm trying to say. There are people much smarter than Duke and myself who will be taking the mics over from here on out. But we are very happy with the matches that we got. We're so stoked to watch the rest of this tournament. Hopefully you guys are too. We'll be right back after a short break.
Told
top, I'm rated. No, I'm the one on the path of greatness. They're looking at me, mama, I done made it. I made it, I made it. Easy to be this cool, just listen to mission, I'm on they pay. I pay attention, it's simple, don't waste my time, cause I have to. Get to the cash, the stash, I got a bag full pen. Remember the times, I would want things gain. I'm looking to do what the heart bring. You the man, what they all sing. My name reigns and it rings with kings. I got the drive and I cause commotion. To get what I want, I supply the motion. They know it's the waves, I provide the ocean. You like it, I love it. If they tried today, wouldn't need no love. I'm like miles away from all the fakes and such. Gotta keep my head to the sky, none better than I, none dead or alive. Yeah. Ain't nowhere but the top, I'm rated. No, I'm the one on the path of greatness. They're looking at me, mama, I done made it. I made it, I made it. They don't like when you make it look easy. I'm on point, it's the path, believe me. Work hard now, you'll see it all later. Anything I put my mind to be major. We don't give energies to a hater. If you're trying to come for me, I'll break you. It's all about the dedication. Success and the wealth, that's my destination. God got it for me, no hesitation. Counting these dollars, my meditation. I can get rowdy like Roddy. Focus on self, I don't see nobody. Stick to the plan like a real man do. Making it your own ain't so simple. But when I think on what I've been through, thank God for the life I'm appointed to. Ain't nowhere but the top, I'm rated. No, I'm the one on the path of greatness. They're looking at me, mama, I done made it. I made it, I made it. When you go up, then it comes down. Do it again, it come back around. When you go up, then it comes down. Do it again, it come back around. Told God to give me some. I'm on my grind of one-to-one. Hey, tell the Most High to give me some. I'm on my grind of one-to-one. Yeah. Ain't nowhere but the top, I'm rated. No, I'm the one on the path of greatness. They're looking at me, mama, I done made it. I made it, I made it. Ain't nowhere but the top, I'm rated. No, I'm the one on the path of greatness. They're looking at me, mama, I done made it. I made it, I made it.
everybody, to the top 8. Continuing on here, we are moving to the bottom side of the bracket of the North American Winter Doubles Championship. It's me, Sparky878 on the desk, and joining me here is Slow Motion.
Hello, Sparky. How are you today?
I'm doing great, man. Been a great tournament so far, especially this weekend, but also today as well. Yep. All of that momentum that we start on Friday, move into Saturday, has continued into Sunday. We've seen some crazy stuff happening. I certainly didn't expect BalloonBoy and Mooney to be doing this well in the tournament. They've shown incredible 2v2 team synergy today, something I didn't expect coming out from them, at least just yet, given that this is their first official tournament, but it shows that they've been grinding. It shows that they've been rehearsing those combos and really working on that, so that's really cool to see from a team that only exists because like Radish is in Japan for his semester this year.
Right. I mean, they're definitely finding some success. We were watching over in the other room that combo they kept setting up. Yep. Absolute, just second nature, absolute guaranteed knockout. Was looking fantastic, and just interested to see how their run continues here.
Here is the schedule we have coming up for you right now. We have Guichu and Raid versus Shade and Hybrid coming up next. Then after that, we have Jacobe and Scent, who are here. Massive upsets today. Seed 91 making it this far in the bracket, which is wild. Then we have Truck Stop Burrito and Jay Suzy against their opponent to be determined. And then we have the world champions themselves, not in the winners finals, not in the grand finals, but here in the Elim quarterfinals, waiting to see who their opponent is going to be.
It's the winter championship effect. I say it over and over and over both weekends, and it's like this every year. You can't predict it. You can't really guess what's going to happen, and we're seeing it play out in front of us yet again.
So this team of Guichu and Raid, we were talking about that a little bit on the pre-show today. I didn't really know how to feel about this team going into it because obviously Guichu is a really strong 2v2 player. We've seen the Queen Nai. If you think about Queen Nai in 2v2s, the only thing you're going to be thinking about is Guichu. No one else really out there doing it. So to see that and the way he plays this legend, and the fact that, I mean, I was talking to him, Duke mentioned it, we mentioned it a little bit on the pre-show earlier as well, like, they practiced a little bit going, I don't want to say a little bit, they practiced more than a little bit going into this one, but the thing he blatantly spelled out to me is, like, they haven't focused on combos whatsoever, and what did we just talk about was the main strength of BalloonBoy and Mooney. It was that combo practice.
Well, it's so important in twos, especially when you're at this high level of play. You need to be able to create those situations, to be able to lock down a game, be able to finish things quickly. And if you have to fish for a couple of hits here, a couple of hits here, and play those 1v1s, it can put you at a disadvantage for sure. So
looking at the comps that we have on the screen right now, we have Hybrid and Shade on the other side of things. Now, I believe, excuse me, I believe that they were a Kaya Olgrim team in the past. I might be a little bit wrong on that, but today we do have the hyper meta comp of the Olgrim and the Zariel. We've been seeing a lot of Zariel this weekend, especially a lot of Olgrim. Probably one of the most Olgrimed up weekends I think I've ever seen in Brawlhalla history.
I'm hoping it's just the last hurrah. I really, truly am, but we will see. But we are going to get settled here into game number 1. Raid and Guichu are going to be rocking the red here. Guichu getting sent off stage. See him on the guitars here at the beginning, trying to build up some damage. Hybrid whiffing in the center stage, but Shay doing a great job protecting his teammate and interrupting that from Guichu.
Now, Raid was leading with the Olgrim in some of the previous games that we saw on stream today, but he's over here on the Taros, just barely got away from that axe side air from Hybrid. See if they can set a stock up here. It's the in-light coming out from Shay. That's going to be the first stock. Raid took a bunch of damage, but then did a good job surviving for a little bit longer before losing his stock. See if he can float up. He's floating high above as he can. He's able to land just a little bit, but he takes 2 hits. Now he's taking some axe damage as well. Did get a nice little combo over on Shade on the left side. See if he can finish the stock off, or at least turn him red. He's in the orange right now. Guichu, like, he's falling behind Shade, but he's not able to get anything. Raid hits the ground pound off the bottom. Shade's still living, though.
Yeah, nobody went down there to put pressure on him. They were too worried about getting that 2v1 against Hybrid. Shade gonna throw Guichu back down with the Nair. Ooh, the big O down sit comes out, nice. But nobody is in the way, and now they got the opportunity. Now that they've swatted Shade away, trying to get that 2v1 locked in on Hybrid. The Nair from Hybrid's Rocket Lance is gonna keep them at bay for just a little bit longer. Raid going way high on the Sarah and Guichu, a little bit of team combo, team damage there, gonna hit him with the recovery.
GC Instinct gets punished by Raid. The down air sends him over onto the edge, sweat beating, but he does touch the wall. Hybrid kind of recovering back towards the stage, getting back towards the middle, swapping over onto the axe. The recovery from Shade just a little bit too low on the left side, a little bit higher, and that would have been a KO off the top, but Raid's without a weapon. He's hanging out around Guichu. He does have to be careful. He's taking a couple Qatar recoveries. That time he actually takes Qatar Sair, ends up losing that stock, but Shade is also going to fall. So they trade 1 for 1, but if we look at the stock deficit at the top, it's 4 on blue and 3 on red, with Guichu the most damage so far on the second stock. So he does have to be really careful with that. He is Queen Nai. The sidelight into the recovery from Shade does not make contact. There's a recovery again, but this time it's onto Raid, so they're not going to find the KO off of that. The down air from Hybrid, not going to be the KO move they need. There's the sidelight recovery from Shade. They turn their sights onto Raid. Takes a 2-piece, I believe a 3-piece when you include that Sayer from the Lance of Hybrid. Now he swaps back over onto the Axe.
Ooh, little toss back and forth between Guichu and Raid there at the hands of Shade. Comes back over the side platform. Guichu hits him with a side sig. Gonna go ahead and hit the Nair and juggle Hybrid up as well, keeping him out of the mix. Raid with a big Sayer coming back down the stage, trying to go up and hit another one, but nothing is there. Neutral sig from Guichu is gonna go ahead and connect and knock out. The second one with Hybrid now left all alone, unarmed. The red team not able to lock in and get any significant damage put on him.
Hybrid's definitely in KO damage. Guichu, it seemed like he really was focusing on Hybrid for a second, but now he's turned his sights over onto Shade. He was going to let Raid clean up Hybrid, which is exactly what happened. So it's trusting your teammate to be able to do that in the moment while you add up more Qatar damage. The neutral signature is going to bounce right off the stage, goes over to the wall. Guichu doesn't want to get caught. The two blue team members in the middle of the stage surrounding him, so he's just going to stay on that soft platform. Now gets back. Now he's sent high again. He's just kind of going back and forth, avoiding any major KO damage moves from Hybrid. He's not in KO damage just yet, but he's getting chunked by this Axe.
I'll tell you who is in knockout damage, and I am watching Raid very closely because he needs to stay in here to keep the chance alive for him and Guichu here in game number 1. A nice interruption from Guichu against Hybrid, but the down stick is going to go ahead and connect Raid all the way up to that top right corner, and now the weapon throws out. The pressure being put against Gui here.
Guichu's got to be really careful. We saw him get caught by just wildly throwing out a Qatar neutral signature. He might not even get the chance. He's without a weapon right now, so all he has is like a breakdance or something like that. He's actually going to get hit with a breakdance by Shade, get sent all the way to the left side. All the defense that Queen Nai has, not enough to hold on that one. That's going to be a blue team victory here in game 1.
Yeah, getting it done. 1,160 damage between the two of them, putting out a lot of offensive output against Guichu and Raid. But coming down the end, it could have gone either way. Raid could have hung on just a little bit longer. I think it may have come down to be a little different result. But we are going to get ready for game number 2 as everybody's locked in. We got a couple Algrims on the board. You already know.
Yeah, Raid is going back over onto this Algrim away from the Teros that we just saw. His Teros was solid, but I don't necessarily think I saw like anything super unique to Teros in that. We didn't see too much damage coming out from the hammer. It was only 72 on the hammer, so he clearly wanted to play the Axe. I think he can do the exact same thing here. It wasn't like he was getting KO super early, picking that Teros with all the high strength. Like, you can really rely on Guichu to be the one to find that, and then you just play the character that has more utility, like the Algrim, which is why we've seen 10 trillion Algrims this weekend.
Yeah, definitely has a lot more utility in the 2v2 situation here, as we see Hybrid try and make something happen with this Axe coming off the soft platform. Disengages before going off the side after Raid. Guichu trying to lock in. We're seeing a lot of just kind of feeling things out here between both these teams as we start off the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, Raid spent like 25 seconds just kind of chilling over on that wall on the left side, and they were just letting him. There's an Axe KO off the top with the recovery coming out from Hybrid. Raid is going to split up the blue team just a little bit, but Shay was right in his face, hit that neutral layer. There's an Axe side air again, sending Hybrid over to the right. Neutral air again coming out from Shade, so basically 2 sequences, almost exact carbon copies of one another right in a row. See if he can find some movement, some momentum, something on this Axe, or else it's going to lose the stock very quickly. Okay, there's the side air. It's going to disarm Shade. It's going to take a while for Shade to get back. They have the chance. They're not able to find anything on Hybrid. Guichu is just floating up above the soft platform while he has very little damage on him. They're just going to let Hybrid float up here. Can they punish the landing? There's the sidelight into nothing.
No.
Okay.
That was huge.
Raid was playing the long game on that. He hit the sidelight into nothing. He could have gone for the nair, but I guess he went for the reaction to throw the weapon toss up after that nair to then get the recovery KO off the top.
Finally being put to the end of that first stock off of Raid, as he is now settled up even with everybody else here. Guichu taking the high route, trying to wait on his partner to spawn back in. Hits Guichu with the Sayer off that rocket lance. Recovery is going to go ahead and connect with Guichu as well.
Now, Guichu was the first one on the red team to be knocked out, put on his second stock, but he's done a good job of keeping pace pretty much with everybody. He took like a big burst of damage pretty early on, but after that, oh man, that is so tough to see for the red team. Getting KO in orange like that, almost Guichu, he was sent off screen, or almost off screen, excuse me, but not quite enough to get the KO. There's the recovery. Is he going to chase with another one? No, goes back to the main platform, wants to put pressure on a Shade. All they found was an Axe Dare from Ray. There's another Axe Dare in the recovery, but on the right side, I believe it was a D-Light into a GC D-Sig to take out Hybrid. See if they can clean Shade up here. The ground pound goes in, but it was a little bit too early. The weapon toss goes up, and Shade got the response to knock Guichu away.
A great recovery from Guichu, catching both the blue team. Breakdance is going to go ahead and send him out, though, as they're trying to lock in on the second stock of Guichu. That's going to send him all the way up to the top 45. Shade's going to find his way back down. No contest coming back down the stage. Guichu with recovery into Nair as we see Shade get sent over to the right side. He is now dropped onto his final stock. Guichu on the Queen Nai being the healthiest on the map right now as he continues to hold on to it and getting more and more extra credit damage off of these guitars.
Hybrid's ability to just act like a blimp whenever he needs to and literally just float above, use the rocket lance to side air around the ground pound. That's going to take Raid out of the game, and now it's Guichu all by himself. He has the KO potential, but he might not even get the opportunity.
We're seeing another winner championship upset kind of take form here in real time as Shade and Hybrid have been locked in on this red team of Guichu and Raid.
That's 2 back-to-back recovery interruptions from the Nair from Hybrid. It's just been Guichu jumping and trying to survive as long as he can. He can't touch the platform. If he does, it's just for a second. He's not able to grab a weapon. Finally, he snakes one out right from underneath Shade.
What can you do at this point? I mean, has guitars in hand a bit. Another recovery from the gauntlets of Shade. Finally, some offense from Guichu. Wait a second, the down sig hits, and now it's a 1v1 situation. He's super hurt, but this is definitely possible for Guichu now. Shade with the neutral light, going to go ahead and connect with him. Coming back, the gravity cancel D-Light does not find a connection. Guichu left without a weapon yet again. Shade gonna try and get the aerial, does catch him with the Nair, sends him all the way up to the blast zone, but not enough to knock out Sparky.
Is he gonna rely on a read here? Is he gonna go for the sidelight recovery that is attempted so many times before? Guichu has a spear, there's the down air. Another down air.
Oh no!
It does, and the ground pound! This time he finds the ground pound. He did the weapon toss into the ground pound before and ripped it too early and missed it on the left side. This time he hit it, and it's to seal the game away.
That was so close. Blue team had it locked in. Guichu just finding a way to make it happen. Great job converting that 1v2 he was pressed up against. We see how he got it done right here with that unarmed ground pound to finish off that stock of Shade. And now we are all tied up going into game number 3, Sparky.
And that was a really nice down signature that Guichu found on his guitars when he picked up both members of the blue team starting off in that string. And it's oftentimes that we typically see down signatures or both side signatures and praise them because, like, you throw out both sides. That means you don't have to guess one or the other. So it's like, oh, they dodged through, I hit him with this side. Oh, they didn't dodge through the spot dodge, I hit him on this side. But very rarely do we see opportunities like that where you're able to hit someone in front of you and behind you at the exact same time to split up the team and get a KO off of it. Beautifully placed by Guichu.
Yes, very, very impressive. Now let's see if they're going to be able to continue on this with momentum from the win off that back of Guichu there in that 2v1 situation. So we see him kind of lurking the bottom here with guitars, racking up a little bit of damage here and there. D-Light is going to whiff, but catches him off of the backside of it. Hybrid, though, way up in the air against Raid. Raid unarmed, finding some unarmed damage on his way back down. The side air is going to get punished, and he gets stuck in the neutral sig, and it is going to be enough to confirm that first stock of Raid.
And I think Guichu was just a little bit too slow there to find the interruption in time. He didn't quite have the reaction time once Ray got caught in that neutral signature to find like a weapon toss or like a dash and D-Light or anything like that that could interrupt before that big force dump came. Nice neutral signature on the spear. Typically don't see that one used too much by Guichu, although it is a strong signature, and they get great interruption by Ray as he was about to hit that side signature onto Guichu with his bow.
Everybody's still holding on to those first stocks. They're going to start dropping here, but you don't want it like that, Raid. Okay, Guichu is going to find his way back after that friendly fire Sair off of the axe, but that one is not going to be the same. He is not going to be recovered from that one, and Guichu being taken down onto his second stock. Both members of blue team still holding on to that first one. See how much extra credit they're going to be able to get. Ooh, that down sig connects and sends them all the way across. Nice. Hybrid follows, and we are all tied up.
And that is Guichu doing a lot of work there to find that double KO. Raid was just kind of jumping around. He might have been acting like bait in that moment. He was looking for a lot of like fadeaway side airs or like grounded axe side airs right as he's coming in for a landing. He did that on the soft platform. Then he also did a couple of those on the main platform as well. And maybe him just floating around, acting like a little bit of a distraction, let Guichu come in and find that second spear Sair as well that got that official double KO. Oh, almost got the neutral signature pickup, but still gets the axe recovery onto Guichu. A lot of damage here, but Raid, again, is the one taking the brunt of the force from this blue team.
Unfortunately, Guichu is catching up to him very rapidly as their colors are starting to look a little more even here. Raid, though, whiffing on the neutral sig. Shade's going to go ahead and finish it up. That's going to go ahead and confirm a Raid is on his final stock.
Guichu, nice. Gravity cancel down heavy. That's going to get through that neutral signature that Shade threw out. I don't think he was really in danger of being hit, so I don't think he needed the dodge, but at least got him off the ground and gave him the gravity cancel for the down heavy. But there's the down sig from Shade. The angel wings, or really the devil wings in this case, coming out.
And he had it been at the very edge of that hitbox. Great conversion there. Oh, Guichu in a good position here. Hybrid unarmed, but he catches the unarmed dare. Guichu with the Sair to come back up on stage. The neutral sig does whiff, but nobody's able to punish it. Raid unarmed yet again as he trying to get over to that weapon drop.
He picks it up. It is the axe. See if we can find a KO there again with that landing axe side air that he gets punished right after. There's Guichu with the gravity cancel neutral signature. He's going to end up getting the KO off the top of that, so he didn't save his opponent due to all the force that move has. Eyes are on Raid here. He's going to go over onto the wall. Is he just going to be by himself over there, letting the blue team 2v1 Guichu? The answer to that question, it looks like, is yes. Raid is not doing anything here. They're just, like, Guichu's just running around. Shade will turn around, look at Raid, and be like, what are you going to do, brother?
Oh, no!
There's the ground pound, shuts him down, and Guichu was going to eat a side signature. Shade chases after him with the recovery.
I've never seen something more deserved in my life, Sparky. Oh my goodness, Guichu though, seemingly no chance at all, gets caught with the neutral sig, sent down to the bottom, and now just like that, Guichu and Raid are on their tournament game, trying to stay alive here in Winter Championship.
Raid's gotta have to find something this game, and not just because of that moment of sitting on the wall.
I mean, you see it, 318 damage.
318 damage. He did solid damage numbers the game before that one. So I don't just want to act like this one singular moment is fully representative of everything that he's done in this set, and it's Guichu just like 1v3ing out there.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Absolutely not is what is happening. Excuse me. I'm stumbling over my words, but Raid is going to have it here. I feel that Raid is going to get the comeback this game. It's going to light the fire under him. He's going to feel really good here going into this game, or I certainly hope so.
All right, he definitely favored the axe in the last game. 229 of that damage coming off the axe, only 68 off the lance.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that mixes up a little bit here as he tries to find some success in trying to keep this elimination side run alive with his partner Guichu here.
He still believes in this Ulgrim, though. We haven't seen him go back to the Taros that he started out with. He was doing more damage on the Taros, but I'm hoping that the potential that he brings to the table here with this Ulgrim is stronger than the potential that he brought to the table with the Taros earlier. Ooh, and then he's getting bounced around here, caught in a team combo. There's an axe nair, another axe nair. Don't get caught by the recovery up there.
Ooh, Hybrid didn't go for it. Tried to get the guaranteed damage there, but a lot built up on the Raid. That Sair is going to disarm him and put him in a horrible position. It is not looking like a good start for Red Team here, especially with that much damage built up on Raid. But oh, if we look down at the bottom side though, Shade though, having some put up against him as well.
You saw Raid extend off stage with his lance. You're seeing exclamation points come out. I think he was expecting Shade or someone to push off stage onto him. I mean, Shade playing a legend that's really strong off stage. Yes. I think it's a reasonable assertion to have. Unfortunately, the blue team either wasn't falling for it or had other priorities on their mind, and so they didn't do that. The exclamation points come out. He comes over the wall, gets caught, gets KO'd. Nice. See if he can land back to the platform. Hybrid was a little bit scared there. You saw the spot dodge come in case he was coming in with a falling down air, but Raid lands back on the platform. I just really hope he doesn't get bounced around again. It kept happening to him. Neutral air. He's able to dodge that and hit the down air as well. Can he get Hybrid? He goes for the D light there rather than the N light.
Oh, unfortunately, he missed the Sair as well. Hybrid staying well out of the way. The ground pound going right through Guichu. He dodges through it easily. Oh, that's going to send Hybrid all the way up. Shade going to try and tack on a little damage in the air against Guichu as well. Comes back down the stage with the down air. Trying to swap it over to the gauntlets. Guichu, you're out of options. You must land now. When he finds a place to land that Sair and going to go ahead and confirm that stock finally off a Hybrid, is now everybody is on their second stock. Raid, though, very close to being knocked out. Hanging out over on the edge again. He gets knocked out. You should see the look on Sparky's face right now.
He's just stuck back over on the wall. Like it's a really tough position to be in. Like I can't say anything other than that, man. It's just really tough position for him to be in. Hopefully he can really turn it up on this final stock. I don't know if the ground pound's going to be the option here. He does get the turnaround recovery. Oh, he's in sweat beads. Does he get back? Charging up the recovery. Gets caught by the neutral signature. He's going to be in sweat beads. Yep, there he is. But he lands back on the platform with a Sair. He's going to live at least for a little bit longer. He's in deep orange on his final stock. He has to be careful. He's unarmed. Hybrid's chasing after him.
Oh my god, I have like exactly 419 questions about that ground pound. I don't think I'm ever going to get an answer to any of them. As we see Guichu and Shade both being taken off the right side as things crumbling quickly here. Okay, the neutral sig is going to easily grab Guichu out of that neutral sig.
Man.
I know. I mean, you're...
He's just stuck on the wall. We saw 3 exclamation points.
Oh, wait.
They're hoping for the wake up here. Maybe they got something. Raid again sent high. There's the recovery, not enough. Raid, I think, has one more chance. Guichu, he gets the wake-up recovery to get a KO off the top. Can they do something on a Shade? Just a turnaround cider, but it's Shade hitting Raid.
They've got to lock in on him. They've got to put this down to a 2v1 situation. Guichu, no weapon to be found. He's trying to get over the drop. Shade is going to go and weapon throw, swap over the gauntlets, get back-to-back recoveries with Guichu. He's finally able to come back down the stage, get those guitars equipped up. Big whiff on the side sig, but no punish. That Sayer is going to send Guichu packing. Raid being left. Recovery's going to take him out. And Raid and Guichu are no longer in Winter Championships.
That was a really tough set for Raid. Just overall, that was really tough.
Yeah.
Guichu, it felt like Guichu was by himself so much just because of Raid being stuck on the wall. Again, I don't want to necessarily frame it totally as like Raid walking over to the wall and just staying over there by himself. It's like the context of the game somewhat forced him over there, but you got to do something.
Got to do something.
Because otherwise, you're just going to let two people attack your team, and then you come back up, and then you get hit, and you're gone. You're gone anyway. So sometimes not doing anything is worse than doing something and being punished for it. But again, all of that is contextual, and we can all see that hindsight 2020 type stuff. So who really knows at the end of the day? I think this team needs a little more time to cook, which I believe Guichu and Raid would agree with that too.
I think that's a pretty safe assumption. But they did have a good run today. Not a bad finish at all for Winter Championships. So congratulations to them. But you see it right there on the screen. Shade and a Hybrid can moving on to elimination quarterfinals, Sparky.
One more thing I wanted to add
Yes,
in.
sir.
Guichu specifically said that I'm very confident in the top 8, and beyond that, I don't really know what we'll do. So based on those opportunities and those priorities that they had set in their mind, like mission accomplished for the day.
For sure.
So they made it in the top 8. They played some solid games so far today, and if we just give them a little bit more time to cook, if this is the team that goes into Springs, I'm going to feel a lot better going into Springs. So they made it into the top 8, mission accomplished. But man, like you said, Shade and Hybrid, a very strong team. What seed were they going into this one? Before we move on to the next one, Shade and Hybrid, they were seed 8 going into this one. So you know, a solid seed. They made it into top 8, maybe a little bit lower than you would expect a seeded team to be going into this bracket, but we got a lot of other people in this bracket, like you said earlier.
And it looks like we have a lot of people having their best breakout days here.
Yes.
We see Jacobe and Sint. This is now their first top 8 performance. Congratulations to them finding success in Winter Championship with going up against Sweaty Meat and Aquatic here in just a second. They have found themselves up here one other time. This is going to be their second top 8 finish. And we see that it may be just a little bit more of the household names, but chat is rallying around a Sweaty Meat and Aquatic.
I think you just, like, you have a name like Sweaty Meat.
I mean, how can you not support
that? That's just the way it works at the end of the day. But yeah, Jacobe and Sint, their really major upset that they had during the day, they had several, but the major one they had was against Megdi and Kira, coming in seed 6 into this one. They 3-0'd them. It wasn't a game 4. It wasn't a game 5. That was a 3-0 for Jacobe and Sint. They then moved on against Dark and, excuse me, let me click real quick. Dark and Levitating. C22, they beat them as well, and then of course they ran into BalloonBoy and Mooney, and that was the brick wall. Let's see if they can break through this wall that is Aquatic and Sweaty Meat.
All right, we're going to go ahead. Of course, you see the Algrims got to have one on each team. That is the rule of Winter Championship, apparently. The Sayer is going to send Sint all the way over to the left side. Aquatic backing up with the fadeaway nair. The recovery is going to connect as well as Sint finally able to lock in on this Lance. See if he can dial in any offense off of it.
So one of the big things I'm going to be looking at from Jacobe is he a Lance Orion player or is he a Spear Orion player? So far, he's had Spear just in this game. I don't know if he's looking to swap anytime soon because he's played great Spear so far. You already saw him find the side sig for the KO.
Ooh, nice air with the fadeaway from Jacobe there. Okay. D-Light got interrupted. Big recovery. We see the stock come off of Sint. Jacobe trying to fight by himself here. Hasn't taken any of that 2v1 damage yet. Sweaty Meat coming in with the stomp. Gets punished with the down sig from Jacobe.
I thought we might see Jacobe hit like the turnaround side air the second that he was actionable to try and KO Sweaty Meat.
Comes in with an arm neutral light. Hits that one though, but gets sent all the way over back to the right side with the Sayer off the axe. And Jacobe is now on his second stock. Sweaty Meat being the healthiest on the map.
Yeah, we have Aquatic and Sint about even damage right now. There's a recovery, a little bit of team damage on that one. Sweaty Meat's going to throw his weapon away and then get hit again by Aquatic. That's going to keep him away, deny the regrab. Going over to the soft platform, now picking up the axe. Jacobe charging up that recovery, barely misses. There's another side air. This time it's from Jacobe. On to Sweaty Meat and the KO. Just dribbling that lance off of Aquatic's head. There's the D-Light and the follow-up from Jacobe. Fantastic.
Yeah, very clean. Good awareness to be there to be able to get that follow-up. Aquatic, though, still being able to hold on to the stock. The unarmed Sair is not going to be enough either. Sweat beats out, but he does make it back. Fadeaway Sair gets punished by Scent, and that is going to put Aquatic on his final stock.
You saw Aquatic kind of bunny hopping back towards the middle of the stage, and then Scent hit that beautiful side air. Took him out there as a sidelight downer. Goes for the ground pound in case there's a dodge in. Went for the dodge in read, and unfortunately, that's going to be a team KO from Jacobe. Getting a little hungry on that one and ended up overstepping his bounds. They're going to let Sweaty Meat get back up, see if they can at least find the KO or something onto Aquatic. Like, he's not in KO damage, so I'm a little bit surprised why Jacobe chose to completely disengage and not edgeguard Sweaty Meat, who is pretty close to KO damage, definitely if we're in an edgeguard situation.
Absolutely. As they're trying to get a little bit more on, but the unarmed recovery against Aquatic, that is going to send Sweaty Meat onto that final stock, and now there's a good opportunity for Blue Team to lock this in right here against Aquatic, looking for the dare. Sweaty Meat coming over and being so clutch, picking up the interruption and putting a good unarmed damage against Blue Team here. Now we're going to set up the team combo. Keep it up, Red Team. Here we go.
And Aquatic, oh my gosh, Aquatic was like, yes, thank you. Thank you for getting them off my back. Thank you for continuing to hit them. Here, I'm going to follow up off of you this time, brother. Thank you so much.
A lot of damage coming from Aquatic on this final stock. He's found an amazing way to tank it here. Is that weapon, though, might be it. But now the 2v1 situation, Sweaty Meat left in about the best position he could be, considering the circumstances here. As now he is 1v1 against Ascent.
He's still unarmed. He's choosing to go unarmed because he wanted a very safe KO option. This time he chose the D-Light into the weapon pickup side air. You don't have a true combo set up in order to KO on Axe without something like that. And he's taking a page out of Zara Larson's book and going for the never-ending D-Light stun.
Big, huge signature off the side right there from that Orion. As we take a look at these replays, as we get ready to see if Scent and Jacobe are going to have some sort of response for Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. I mean, especially if Aquatic can stay healthy throughout the entire game instead of having to rely on that last stock. That could be a very, very bad situation for this Blue Team.
We have Shiganshina, we have Small Fortress of Lions, and we have Western Air Temple up on the board, and we're, hey, guess where we're going, man? You probably guessed it. Anybody at home who's watched any tournament in the past, year, you're right, we're going to Small Fortress of Lions. Excuse me, yeah, Small Fortress of Lions.
I need a change of scenery, Sparky.
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day. I mean, it's a pretty map. Don't get me wrong.
It is gorgeous.
I'm ready to move on.
Variety is the spice of life.
That's right.
I say that as I eat literally the same meal every day, 3 meals a day.
Anybody wondering? It's Spam and Toast. That's his favorite.
It's a ground chicken burrito with a little bit of slaw minus the dressing, the cabbage and carrot. Okay, Sweaty Meat. Oh, and the follow from Aquatic here with the ground pound too. They're able to finish that one off. Started off with a neutral signature, a couple weapon tosses after that, finishing it up with a ground pound. Great work from the red team.
Yeah, already a fantastic start from them, coming out with a bang here in game number 2. Aquatic looking fantastic so far, being able to stay even with his teammate, at least in damage taken. That is going to send him up to the left side here, though. But Sweaty Meat fighting back with his axe, throws it away, gets Sared. You went horizontal with the lance, and that will spell the end of the stock.
And that was off of a huge 2v1 team combo from Scent and Jacobe, putting out a ton of damage, like 80-ish damage on his Sweaty Meat so quickly, which put him into KO damage. Great punish coming in from Aquatic, the dash in, the in-light off of the attack that Jacobe did onto Sweaty Meat.
That exhaustion recovery finding its home as well. Aquatic sweat beads out. Scent's going to go ahead and catch him in the air unarmed. Then Aquatic back and forth with the Sairs, just clearing out Blue Team. Sweaty Meat, though, catching his teammate there as well as Jacobe as he hits the nair off the hammer. Looking back for the other one. Fades away, goes back to Scent with the side sig, but nothing's there.
Yeah, you saw Scent charging that down signature for just a second, but he was right on the edge. He couldn't safely charge it because if you just rode that wall up with an unarmed recovery, you're going to end up hitting him and not falling into that down sig that people use a little bit further away. So he only went for the minimum charge time on that. But dude, these double lances are coming through. They're looking for these 45-degree angle initiations. Now Scent's going to swap back over onto the axe. He fades away from that ground pound. He's going to lose his stock.
That was a good trade, though.
That's a bad trade.
It was a good trade for Red Team.
Yes.
They did not have the lead when they went into that interaction, and now they do. So that is a net positive for them. As Ascent, though, is going to go ahead and tie everything back up. The Sair off of the rocket launch yet again. Aquatic backing up, waiting on Sweaty Meat to come back in and relieve some of this pressure. He didn't take too much off of that 2v1 situation, trying to thread those nairs back in. Jacob going high, but drops right in to this lance. The ground pound is going to connect. Scent goes low. Wait a sec, the weapon goes out. The sweat beats are out, and that's it. The game's over.
Oh my gosh. The slide charge on that down signature was like a bait. all of a sudden the worms in the brain made you have to go. You have to punish that, right? You have to. And you fell into their trap, and you ended up falling down to the blast zone right after.
I want worms in your brain, Sparky.
I'm online like all the time, so you know they're in there. I can feel them wriggling right now.
They're wiggling right now?
They're wiggling right now. Sometimes you got to feed the worms. Sometimes you got to say, no, it's not time.
No to the worms?
No feeding here.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. We're going to stay on that. We're going to stay on the Taros and the Algrim. Jacobe still going to hold on to that Orion as they try and start a 3-0 sweep here.
They're hoping that maybe changing it up to the Mishima Dojo onto a tri-plat, which we haven't seen too much of today, if any. I don't remember seeing hardly any tri-plats at all today. Maybe zero. I'm going to say zero. There's the inlight coming through from Jacobe. He instantly gets punished. This is definitely a small stage, even though there are soft platforms to retreat to. Everything kind of focuses towards the middle almost again. Sweaty Meat has been doing such a great job of following up off of Aquatic with the axe recoveries to get KOs off the top.
That was clean.
And I talk about follow-up recoveries, and Sint just had one in the weapon toss, but Aquatic, is he going to get away?
No, he's not, Sparky.
Dancing in the stage. They get the stock. Sint gets back.
This is the beginning of that reverse sweep. Here it is. They're coming out fantastic. Although, I mean, red team has got their damage in as well. It's just a matter of what kind of extra credit, what kind of bonus damage we're going to get. No, the breakdance is going to send them both flying, and we have an even game state again.
He dashes for the momentum so he can slide charge, and he holds left off of that soft platform, giving you all of that movement to get towards your opponent, and he picks up both members of the blue team and a full team wipe off of that break.
That was ambitious. He little miscalculated there, though. Aquatic gonna try to clean it up. Sint, big ground pound. Aquatic does have the options to get back up. He gets caught. Oh no, the little friendly fire there, and Sint catches Jacobe.
Okay, the side sig off the stage, and he gets the turnaround as well onto Sint. Okay, that was a great side air from Sint, to get through that side air that was coming out from Aquatic. He didn't throw out in time. He didn't expect that side air so quickly from Sint.
So what are you looking for, another one?
That's a dodge burn. He goes off with the down air. Goes a little bit too deep in the push-off column rather than what a lot of Hammer players will do, where they just try to get around their opponent. Maybe it's because he had potential down air opportunities or ground pound opportunities off of that, so he just wanted to go for the scoop rather than putting his opponent above him.
Okay, this is a very interesting state here in game number 3. That is going to put Sint down into his final stock and go ahead and even everything back up. He was definitely looking to get a little more off that stock as he immediately comes down, grabs the axe, and goes to work on Sweaty Meat here. Weapon throw out, nothing to pick up. He's going to get caught in between both these red members. Good damage build up on Sint as they're going back for more.
Inline from Aquatic, and the GC side signature almost taking out Jacobe.
Ooh, the ground pound whiffs. Can Aquatic come back down the stage? He tried to charge up that down sig, but it got interrupted immediately. Oh my God, the back and forth with the unarmed. Wait a second. Sint now gonna swap it back over. Trying to get that lance, he immediately threw that axe away. Sweaty Meat walking around these soft platforms.
The two left.
Oh, he caught him. The near wasn't enough though, Sparky.
Players are trying to recover each other, and there's the ground pound from Aquatic. The weapon toss goes down, but he goes under the stage. The down heavy from Sint. You're on tournament stock here, Sint. You need to win this 1v1 or it's over for you. He disarms himself instantly.
Oh my God, lock in. Oh my God, Sint, lock in. He misses on the Sair. Sweaty Meat backing up. Can Sint extend this? It all comes down to this. He just needs a one, but no, the stop. Sair's going to get it done, and Sweaty Meat shuts down the opportunity, Sparky.
And that is a 3-0 from the red team, from Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. Look at the work that they did that game. Mishima Dojo did not switch it up just enough. It switched it up a little bit for sure. You saw how close that game was at the end, but having Stomp side air as an option when you're a Hammer player and you have all the strength in the world, you don't have to hit it from the edge, you don't have to set up some elaborate Rube Goldberg machine, you can just hit the stomp side air from the middle. A little bit of calming everybody down, a little bit of breathing in that moment to regroup. And if you're a Lance player, if you're an Axe player and you're going up against that Hammer potential, or really any weapon that's going to have that true combo setup, you are so scared in those moments. It's so tense in those moments.
Absolutely. But congratulations to Sweaty Meat and Aquatic getting it done in a good fashion. Sint Factor, though, putting in some big damage, 666 in that final game, trying to push blue team. But unfortunately, Sint and Jacobe, great finish. First top 8.
Seed 91.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
No, that's absolutely insane. A great run from them. That is going to be the end of it, though. But we got to get ready for a break. After we come back, you see it right there at the bottom. Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi going up against Shade and Hybrid. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, Brawlers. We were only gone a second. It is still Sparky. It is still slow motion. And we are still making our way through this elimination side to see who is going to qualify for top 4 and a possible chance at winning Winter Championships.
Who are the top 4 that we have right now on the elimination side of things, that is? We have Zen and Hideway, we have Aquatic and Sweaty Meat, and then we're about to see what you can see highlighted in blue on your screen right now. Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi versus Shade and Hybrid, and we have Zen and Hideway versus Sweaty Meat and Aquatic, like I just mentioned to you just a few moments ago. We're going to see the Truck Stop Burrito set first, but we were talking about the really tremendous performance coming out from Jacobe and Scent coming in seed 91 in the upsets they performed today. Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi also coming in seed 111 today, so well outperforming their seeds as well. They're going to come up against this team of Hybrid and Shade. Now, you all at home, if you're watching the pre-show, you saw that we were supposed to have experience in Made on. Unfortunately, there were technical issues and we weren't able to get them on, but Shade and Hybrid were one of the teams that they were talking about, or that they were scheduled to talk about and wanted to talk about, saying that you should expect something special from Shade and Hybrid today. We've seen it so far. There's a huge potential that it keeps going, but Truck Stop Burrito and Juzi, they're going to be the ones looking to shut them down here in the elimination side.
You know, I've been kind of watching Truck Stop and Juzi throughout the day. This double Ulgrim, it is a menace. It is scary. And just a really good utility in twos. I mean, I still think it's the last hurrah from a lot of these teams. Truck Stop, one of those players, he may not swap. He has kind of been a diehard Ulgrim Axe player for as long as I can remember. So I am interested to see how the changes affect his gameplay. But Double Ulgrim, they have been very entertaining to watch, and I'm interested to see how Shade and Hybrid are able to try and contend with this as we settle in for game number 1, Sparky.
That's right, we're gonna have 3 Ulgrims on the screen. Now, 2 Ulgrims is commonplace, 3 Ulgrims is rare. Very rarely do we see the double Ulgrim coming out from a team. They also played the double Taros earlier today, so they're no strangers to the two players, 1 legend comp.
All right, maybe sharing a legend, maybe they are sharing a brain as well. We shall see how the synergy looks on this blue team here. Shade trying to come back over, catches recovery, but Truck Stop immediately shutting it down. Catches Hybrid with the Sair, but you see his Shade dropping down to the bottom. First stock is gone.
Yeah, that was a great punish game coming up from Truck Stop Burrito. He would see someone coming right over the edge, just jump side air. I'm going to back up. I'm going to let him come over the edge. Guess what? They're going to do the same thing. Guess what? I'm going to do the same thing. Jump side air. He gets the hit again. There's an in-light, though, from Hybrid. Shay was a little bit slow on that side signature.
It was a big call out from Hybrid. And
but that time he gets both?
Even bigger call out from Shade. Going to go ahead and dial that in and take Red Team's lead here as they now have the stock advantage.
And I believe that's a grab signature, too, as well.
Yes.
So you can only grab one person, but obviously when you do the huge punch at the end, that still has a hitbox that can hit multiple.
What an interruption.
That's exactly what happened.
Amazing interruption there. Pretty much saved Hybrid's stock there, I'm pretty sure. Shade, though, coming up for it. Hybrid catches with the Nair. The side light is going to connect. Shade finishes it up off the top. They got enough to knock him out. How is he still going? Juzi going to go ahead and be taking on those final stock, and Red Team is cruising.
It was side light Nair into gauntlet down air. Side light Nair into gauntlet recovery. Side light Nair again, another gauntlet down air. They got a stock, and then they got another stock off of that. All on like the left half of the stage so quickly.
In the first minute 45, they've already got blue team already dialed into their final stocks as Hybrid. Another D-Light is going to connect against Truck Stop Burrito. The neutral light is going to connect. Juzi, though, getting a little bit there. Going to see if he can go down with the dare. No, he retreats all the way over, swaps over to Hybrid. Shade, though, going to dial in with the Sair off the gauntlets.
The extra recovery. It's not going to send up, though. It's going to send all the way to the right side. Hybrid, he's going to be able to get back. Here comes Juzi with another recovery. That's going to miss. Hybrid's going to back off the stage before going back on. He kind of baited Truck Stop over there before then running past him after breaking his ankles. D-Light down air. Oh, he was attempting it. Hybrid is really the only thing he can do there. Okay, they get Truck Stop Burrito out. The side air, the side light down air. The jump side is going to miss with a turnaround recovery. Almost KOs. There's a recovery from Hybrid this time.
Oh my goodness, what a dominating performance from a Hybrid and Shade. Oh my goodness, Sparky, color me impressed.
That is a very dominant game 1. It is just a game 1, but that's a very dominant game 1. That was 4 stocks on the side of the red team.
It's crazy. They did it in not much damage output. 511, 493 was enough to go ahead and get the huge advantage over blue team. That was rough for blue team. They're definitely going to need to make some adjustments as we go in here to game number 2.
And that was 4 KOs taken by Shade. 2 of those KOs were off of that huge side signature, taking out both members of the blue team. He also found a recovery, and I can't remember what the other KO KO was from him. But then Hybrid also found 2 KOs and a solid amount of damage as well, so 493 damage coming out from him. You can see the numbers on your screen there. Really just a great game 1 performance from Shade and Hybrid. Maybe Juzi and Truckstop are coming into this one excited, being like, yes, man, we are so deep in this bracket, and then all of a sudden here's the brick wall, and they get shut down immediately in game 1. Let's see how they recover from that loss. Truckstop's going to swap over onto the Rayman. Let's see if this is what they need.
I like that. I like that. Bringing Gauntlets in is never a bad choice. I do want to point out, Truckstop, though, very accurate on the signatures. Was 3 for 3, 100% on those in the first game. So see if he's going to be able to continue that accuracy here as we go into Miami Dome, as we get a little change of scenery that we so begged for, Sparky.
Neutral air coming through from Hybrid to start things off. Everybody's able to get a weapon very quickly in this game. There's the sidelight into the sidelight neutral air. Again, they're still following up off of each other, and there as well, and the follow-up again. So they're still going back and forth. I mean, we're 20 seconds into this game. We already saw 1 single follow-up and 1 team combo as well. Okay, there's the D-light, there's the jump side air, there's the neutral light, there's the jump side air as well from Hybrid. Red team split up a little bit, and oh my gosh, Juzi got the turnaround over on Shade. I thought we were going to see a potential turnaround from Shade, but no, it was Juzi that got it. He's going to get caught there after forcing Hybrid off stage, and he gets the stock off of that as well. So Juzi already picked up 2 stocks, already picked up 2 KOs. We're 50 seconds into the game, slow-mo.
That was just trade after trade after trade. Somehow, we ended up even after all of that. Nice team combo from Hybrid and Shade. It got interrupted by the axe of Truckstop there temporarily, but we're going to go back into neutral. Hybrid finishing up with the Nair there, coming down with the dare. Juzi, the same thing, coming down the opposite direction off of that lance, catches Shade in another dare off the lance. Shade trying to find something in the air. The downlight is going to connect.
I'm still blown away right as he gets hit by a huge ground pound. All he has is that little blast from the exhausted recovery. Gets the save. Good work from Juzi to keep Truckstop in this one. The axe recovery is going to shut him down. There's a side stick from Juzi, but it's on a very undamaged Hybrid.
It is that Sarah adds a little more to it, though, as Hybrid's backing up, looking for the Sarah on Juzi. Can't find anything. Shade, though, is going to Sarah him over off of that bow. Catches the landing on the sidelight. A neutral light against Truckstop there, just attack on a little bit more damage.
Hybrid's just kind of running around. He's very undamaged. He is on final stock, but he is undamaged. I think he was looking specifically for the lance. So much of these follow-ups from the red team and these like 5-hit combos they're able to get are based off of Hybrid hitting a sidelight nair and then Shade finding something and then Hybrid getting the answer back after that. And it's just 5-hit damage combo, 5-hit combo right after the other. They're so good at picking them up.
Goes up very quickly, and we see this is a very, very close as we come into the final interactions of game number 2. Shade and Hybrid trying to go up a 2-0, extend their lead here in this set. Juzi, though, lands up in the air, lets a side sig roll. Shade picks it up with the side air, but nothing after that.
Shade's looking for the potential gauntlet starters here. We're seeing a D-light on the ground that misses. He's just jockeying back and forth with the movement from the side air. You saw Juzi come in with the ground pound as well. The end light, there's the down air, there's the side light nair, and the recovery. They get 1 KO off the top. Sights are set on Juzi. Boom, and that one's over. The side light neutral air from Hybrid is the ultimate opener. It's the ultimate connector, and it's not quite the ultimate finisher, but that's because Shade is there so often to find the right move to punish.
These team combos, the follow-ups that you keep pointing out, the synergy is insane between these 2 players. Looks, I don't know how anybody can stop them, especially on the elimination side here. We see Shade finish up that double knockout. Oh, what a strong finish from Shade and Hybrid, as they are now just 1 game away from locking in this win against Truckstop Burrito and Juzi.
And now we're seeing yet another swap from Truckstop, hoping the devastating power of Taros. He's playing 2 decks Taros. This Taros this weekend and the 2 decks Taros when we have dex changes in are very different Taroses, very different Terrai, if you will.
Terrai. We've talked about it a lot. I am so looking forward to spring just to see the difference in the meta, the play styles, the legends. But we will all have to wait for that as Truckstop slaps to interrupt that signature from Hybrid as he swaps back over to Shade. Hybrid wants to get one on him too as he hits his partner with the recovery.
Now Hybrid did 117 damage on the axe last game. He hit a bunch of solid axe recoveries as well, but it was definitely the lance. He did more damage on his lance than either player on the blue team did in total. So he's definitely going to be looking for the lance as we see Juzi potentially knocked out of here. Great axe ground pound. They get the KO onto Truckstop and he finishes off as well. Oh my gosh, incredible work. Full team wipe, and the red team is relatively healthy here now. There is a Taros on the field.
Yeah, especially Shade. I mean, he's just now dipping into the orange. Juzi, the fadeaway Sair, doesn't find anything off of it. Shade trying to dial in. I thought he might let the down sig rip, but keeps it safe. Does get disarmed, though, because now he's trying to find something. The neutral sig is going to connect Hybrid. The beautiful follow-up. Hybrid trying to get the hits of exhausted recovery. Cannot get up to put anything, but the Sair connect. Are you kidding me?
The KO! He charges up the full strength recovery, gets back over to the wall, the arcing weapon toss. He re-grabs it. Shade's able to get back. Oh my goodness!
Bro, finally we see some stocks start to fall off of red team, but look at what it costs to be able to make it happen. Truck stop literally on his tournament stock right now, trying to make a miracle happen on this axe.
There was some solid interruption in order to get some great damage onto Shade there. He's still just in the yellow, though. It's tough. And again, another signature that can only grab one person, and then the second blast happens, and he hits 2 people with the blast. That's going to be Juzi sit on a final stock. They're just going to sit on the main stage. They're not going to play into Truck Stop's game and go over onto the wall, potentially taking a neutral signature, because look at how strong they are. The second he comes back up, he takes 80 damage. Axe Inlight as well. Oh, no, team damage. Is Truck Stop okay? He's able to get back. He gets back onto the main platform as well.
He didn't find anything off that stock, though. The side sig is going to go ahead and take Truck Stop out of Winter Championship here, unless Juzi can make an absolute miracle happen against this absolute brick wall of a red team. He does make it back up on stage, whiffs on the Sair. Shade's going to hit him with one of his own. He tried to hit that side sig off of it again, but hit the gravity cancel side sig, and that is going to confirm their win 3-0 fashion, taking out Juzi and Truck Stop.
And we talked about KO efficiency last game. Look at it this game.
It's never good when Sparky chuckles.
361 damage and 399 damage. Those are numbers that when we point them out, you expect them to be on the losing team. And they were the winning team.
I've actually pointed out numbers higher than 361 as being not very good. But no, an amazing job. They're just finding success off stage, being able to get those early knockouts. The team combos, the setups, playing. I said they were sharing one brain, and they absolutely did throughout that set. They are going to continue on. Hybrid and Shade moving forward.
Yeah, now we're really getting to that like next level of gameplay here. That next level of like, oh, all of a sudden this is a top 8 seed. They beat some amazing seeds earlier, and I don't want to discount those wins at all whatsoever, but Hybrid and Shade really showed like there's a big gap. There's a big gap in gameplay here. They are so strong, and they're going to be moving on into the elimination semi-finals. Incredible work from Shade and Hybrid. Their best placement, their most impactful placement to date. So congratulations to them on that. And who knows when the train's going to end? I certainly don't know. I can make my own guesses, but you know how well that normally goes.
It doesn't work at all, especially during Winter Champs. But speaking of champions, how about we usher in the world 2v2 champions as they have found themselves on elimination side here, having to go up against Sweaty Meat and Aquatic.
Yeah, this is the set. No disrespect to Aquatic and Sweaty Meat whatsoever. This is the set you expect to see like maybe 4 or 5 sets into the tournament, and it's a 3-0, and then Zen and Hideway like keep moving on through the bracket and then find themselves in grands from the winner's side. But no, they find themselves down here in elimination finals where anything can happen. They're gonna have to face Aquatic and Sweaty Meat, seeing if they can shut down this team of Kaya and Olgrim.
All right, we shall see. I don't know. I would like to see the upset here. But after what I just saw, I'd like to see the upset here, and especially after what I just saw last set, I think it could be a possibility. But Zen and Hideway are going to have to see what they can get done here, as Hideway being the first to get some damage going with the unarmed Sair. Immediately all weaponed up, Sweaty Meat looking for the drop, and just like that, everybody equipped, and we are in neutral.
Now Zen's going to be starting off with a bow here. Nice downer into the turnaround sider on a Sweaty Meat. Again, another falling sider on a Sweaty Meat. Solid amount of damage being added up onto this blue team very quickly, despite being, you know, kind of lower strength legends. Not that Olgrim is a low strength legend, but Kaya definitely is. And it seems like Olgrim is a little bit lower strength when you have a Taros on the field.
That's a fair observation there, Sparky. Oh, nice catch from Aquatic on the landing of Hideway. Oh, no.
Brother, who are you side-sigging there?
Oh,
it's just game one. It's just game one.
It's okay. It's okay. Everybody's still pretty even. Aquatic, though, getting caught in a bit of a tumble there and sending his teammate out with him. His red team immediately chopping away at the first stocks of Aquatic and Sweaty Meat.
How often do you see a Lance Inlight picking up a double knockout in a 2 versus 2 video game? Oh, my goodness.
Only in Brawlhalla, Sparky. Zen whiffing on the sidelight. Hideway trying to catch something off these dares, but nobody is falling into the trap. Sweaty Meat whiffing on the sidelight. Hideway, though, doing amazing work here in center stage, staying out of all the damage, picking up good offense as he works. Okay, Hideway still holding on to that lance. Aquatic going to go ahead and get a two-piece there, followed up with the nair. Hideway can't find anything. The D-Light is going to whiff. He backs up into the left corner, letting Aquatic just do work over on Zen. Misses the side light. Zen settling back down with the neutral light off the spear. The Sayer is going to finish up.
Nice weapon toss. Does that lead to the save? Is Aquatic? Yes, he's able to get back. He has quite a bit of damage here, so he might lose his stock, but a fantastic gravity cancel D-Light into the recovery to defeat Hideway's neutral light that was coming out on that lance. He does still lose his stock. It's now Zen. He's the major survivalist here. He's pretty healthy on his second stock, especially given the fact that he's playing Kaya.
He is looking healthy, but we're seeing it start to get picked away here just a little bit. That D-Light is going to add a little more salt to the wound here. Zen picking up a little two-piece off the boat, trying to get everything he can off of the second stock. Although they got Aquatic down to orange, so this is a good position for Red Team. Zen still not falling to that stock as he comes back up on stage unarmed, gets the weapon drop. Now we have Spears, see what he can work with it. Sweaty Meat going high. Zen follows up behind him. Oh, a big Sayer from Hideway is going to clear everybody off the stage.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a down air from Zen to shut down Sweaty Meat, who was right below him, but no, it's actually Sweaty Meat getting the shutdown literally in the game by shutting down Zen, taking away that stock.
What?
Nice. The D-Light ground pound sending into the chainsaw from Hideway. It's not going to be the KO move they need right away. I'm sure they've worked on that, so they probably know better. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking that maybe you go for a neutral signature there, but I'm gonna defer to the authorities on this one that the down signature was the best option.
They really looked too far split for that Sayer from Hideway to hit them both. It looked like there was some pretty good space in between them vertically, but they both slid in that hitbox. That was a crazy Sayer. But you see Hideway and Zen getting it done in pretty quick fashion there in game number one, as we are going to have Aquatic take a step away here for a second, try and restart his game, get something going there. As we see the damage break down the stats from game number one that had Zen and Hideway having the advantage there. But some good offensive output from Aquatic there, and finding success with a couple signatures as well.
Now the numbers are telling me that there was 0 team damage. I don't trust that, just because like that seems like it's really hard to do.
I mean, they are professionals.
Yeah, but 0 team damage on both sides. I'm gonna trust the numbers. It's too often that I don't trust the numbers, and the numbers are actually right. Oh, I hope I'm not wrong on this one. If everyone needs to go back and look at that game after today is over, look back at that game just so we can know whether or not there was literally 0 team damage done per team, because I swear I saw something, but I mean, I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
0 team damage from either team.
If that is the true stat, that is a phenomenal stat line for sure. Absolute precision from both of these teams as Hideway tries to find his way with a nair to come back up on stage. Aquatic going to go with the recovery, but finds himself a little outside on that. Hideway whiffing on the landing from Aquatic, going up with the recovery, and we see a scramble here in the first 20 seconds.
Oh, back-to-back inlights coming up from Zen. That one set up into a falling side air. Almost a 3-piece coming up from Hideway. He hits the 2, and there's the recovery from Zen. Doesn't get the KO off the top just yet. We are on Fortress of Lion, so a really high ceiling.
Aquatic whiffing on those nairs, but it keeps the spacing just the same. Zen slaps him away with the Sayer as he gets disarmed and tossed out to the right side. Hideway locked in on Aquatic. He goes low. Aquatic misses on the dare. Nobody's there, but Zen is with the dare off the bow. And look at the setup in the air, and they finished it with the recovery, Sparky.
Dude, I was expecting them to get good damage. Don't get me wrong.
But like good damage.
Not immediately like rotate over. I was like, yeah, that's because they're trying to force the 2v1. Then Zen turns around. It's like, okay, priority swap. He gets that, and then he's in position to find the starters and the follow-ups and the finishers there.
It was so
amazing
clean
work from this red team.
That was a great.
That changed the momentum of the game like 180 degrees. Not like it was behind for them, but man, it just gave them a lot in their favor now. Vibes-wise, red team's on top for sure.
Absolutely. Red team is winning in Sparky's heart, 100%. The D-Light is going to catch Hideway here. The Sayer coming back up on stage. Okay, slaps him away. The D-Light is going to go ahead and send Hideway way up, but he's able to come back right in time to hit both blue members with the Sayer off the rocket lance. Zen whiffs the neutral light, but gets Aquatic all the way top as we see Hideway being taken on his final stock. Aquatic getting slapped away, whiffing the recovery, but Hideway there to catch the landing.
Man, you saw the landing side side air coming out from Sweaty Meat. He ended up hitting, I believe, Zen and his teammate, but he also KO'd his teammate in that. So it's a really tough trade for them already being behind. Sweaty Meat's almost like KO damage, just sidelight down air, separating Zen, see if they can do something on the Hideaway. The GC sidelight into the down air that came out from Aquatic as well. So solid damage, actually, while Zen was isolated over on the right side. Oh, the interruption just saved because that Accent Light was going to send it to the neutral signature from Aquatic's Lance, and that was probably going to be a KO there. So a major save coming through.
Well, speaking of the KOs, we see Zen being sent onto his final. Hideway trying to fight by himself, but Aquatic getting a side air dare.
Oh, not enough.
Oh, that's it. Oh no, wait a second. They're putting hands on him now. Zen, he's got a little gas in the tank, Sparky, but he's got to make miracles happen. The weapon drop is right there, and he recovered away from it. Is now Aquatic and Sweaty Meat. They have a lance, they have a spear. This is a horrible obstacle to have to go through if you are Zen here.
Yeah, he still can't get a weapon. His KO potential is so low. He can try the double recoveries. He's only going to hit one. He needs a weapon spawn coming in soon. Like, Aquatic is just throwing out attacks. Zen finally gets the spear. Neutral air comes up, the weapon toss. There's the D-Light into the side air. The weapon toss goes a little bit low. The dodge is burned. He tries to slide off stage, but Zen was too low.
Oh, he let it go. The recovery catches them both. Can he get another one? No. Aquatic is out of the way, and they catch a landing with the neutral light off the spear. Zen, though, trying to rack up some more damage. That Pogo is going to slap him away. Can Zen make it happen? It would be a great 2v1 conversion if he can do it. He's looking for something, but he gets caught in the washing machine and sent out.
Now, I feel like so much of that game was Aquatic going crazy mode. He was straight up going sicko mode on the other team, and I was like, all right, this Brynn, I'm really not feeling the Brynn right now. I know there's something there. Obviously, Brynn's a really strong character, so show me why you're playing this Brynn right now. And in the final moments of that match, he showed you exactly why you want to play that character. It's the same reason Stingray plays that legend. It's a big down signature on the spear kit that you can throw out, covers space, has a ton of active frames, and he clutched it out in that moment.
I really thought it was going to be a wrap. Once it's in, hit that Pogo, I was like, oh, that's it.
That's world champion right there. That's
right. I thought that was going to be it, but no. Blue team being able to make that stand and get us all tied up and guarantee us at least a game number 4. I'm here for it, Sparky. Aquatic retreating off of that soft platform. Zen going to go ahead and drop back down the stage without dropping a single attack.
Aquatic standing still for just a few moments. You saw the spot dodge come out as well. He moves to the right to regroup with Sweaty Meat. Okay, reverse slide charge down light off of that soft platform, showing some of those lance chops we've seen so far. Maybe rips that side signature a little bit early. Here comes Zen. He should have a dodge off a cooldown, but he did burn it. Sweaty Meat is there to hit away with that spear. Those side airs, those neutral airs, sending the red team away. Beautiful follow-up, recovery into recovery, bow recovery into lance recovery.
Oh, such awareness, such timing, because that was just frame perfect, being able to get in there and follow up off of his teammate. Aquatic trying to come down with the break dance, but his teammate being sent off and out to the right side. Zen looking for a weapon drop, but he gets caught with the gravitational D-Light off the left side of the stage. That's going to send Aquatic all the way over. No follow-up. Sweaty Meat standing like a brick wall in between him and the opponent, trying to keep his teammate safe.
And he's doing such a good job with that, because there was a weapon spawn on the field, but he didn't immediately go over that, because then he would have abandoned his teammate, and his teammate likely would have been taken out. So that's him being very selfless in that moment. Again, acting as that wall, letting Aquatic get back, not just a wall, but a force field, keeping the red team away.
That's going to send him up and out, sending Aquatic onto his second stock. Zen still holding on to his first. We definitely want to see that extra credit if you are on red team, but no, that neutral light is going to send him all the way out to the right side and confirm that stock. Now we're looking pretty even across the board, with the wild card being Sweaty Meat, who is now being taken into red and getting very close to knockout range.
Neutral light coming out. There's the D-Light, but it gets interrupted by the spear from Zen. The neutral air interrupts the recovery from Zen. Sidelight down air, potential edge guard. Yeah,
nice
there's a great down air. Again, another down air.
Again.
He got that before he touched. Perfect timing on that. He waited to see how long he was going to hold the recovery. All he had to do was wait and place that down air. That's a spear player right there. That's Zen.
And that was so clean. Hideway able to go ahead and clean up the stock afterwards and get the huge 2-stock advantage for them, with Hideway still being pretty healthy on that second stock as he racks up more damage. There we go, another side light in there. Can he catch another one? That's going to send Zen off. Oh, the 2v1 opportunity, nice, and the Sarah does connect with Aquatic, finishing up that stock off of Hideway.
I've really been impressed with Aquatic and Sweaty Meat's ability to do just that so many different times. They have such great synergy. energy. They've been showing it all day today, even against the world champs here. That's huge work coming in from them. Great spot dodge, though, from Zen after pulling out of that ground pound a little bit early. Potential juggle opportunities from Sweaty Meat's Lance.
That's huge!
Aquatic. Sweaty Meat dipped down, and he's going to live off of this one. Can they get the turnaround on a Zen here? There's the recovery. Zen's completely getting out of dodge.
He's got to do it. He's got another opportunity to redeem himself from game number 2 as he is now being chased by this blue team. The weapon throws out. Sweaty Meat trying to stop the momentum any way he can. Huge recovery. That's going to send Sweaty Meat out. Now it's 1v1, and Zen has the advantage here, Sparky.
That's the second time he's hit a recovery on both members of the blue team in this 1v2. The side air potentially setting it up. He has the Lance side air, the weapon toss. There's the regrab, charging it up. Surely there's a punish. No, Zen waited for him to get back on the stage. He knows he's a Lance player. He knows the jump is coming out. He just has to wait for the spear recovery. That's exactly what he did. He felt like he had the read on his opponent's movement, and he exploited it with the recovery KO off the top.
All right. Sweaty Meat and Aquatic, we've seen so much good things from them in these 3 games of this set, but they've got to make the stand here. They've been able to get it done once against the world champions. They have taken a game. They've proven to themselves that they can do it. Aquatic on the Macho Man. Sweaty Meat's going to stick to the Bryn here in game number 4. This combo seems to be working pretty well, even though they didn't get the dub in the last game. I really want to see a game 5. These have been very exciting games. I'm not just saying that because the world champions are on the map right now, but we are going to go ahead and find out what is in store for us here as we get settled into the first 5 seconds of game number 4.
Now, if I'm Sweaty Meat and Aquatic, I'm now really, really worried because we had the 2v1 that we won. And then all of a sudden we had the 2v1 and Zen had it figured out and he ended up coming out on top. So I worry about the momentum being sucked out of the room if you're Aquatic and Sweaty Meat over here.
I mean, in all fairness, Zen did have a
double deal. Oh, he almost got the axe recovery, but
wait, the recovery off the spear?
They missed the axe recovery, and Zen's like, okay, no, I can still get this. Even the weight off of that one, the GCD light, he was attempting the potential recovery off the top. There's the recovery, finally getting that KO.
And it has started here. Zen, I don't think he got that Sayer off of Aquatic because that would have been the end of that stock. Sweaty Meat going down low, but Hideway is right there to pick him off as he comes over the corner. Aquatic gets swatted away like a bug off to the left side. Hideway catches the landing again. He cannot get on the stage. Zen's in his face now, but no, he sidelights D-Light, got the double off to the right side, but couldn't get the final follow-up. Hideway is going to confirm that stock off of Aquatic as they dial in on Sweaty Meat here. Can he finish it? Can he get back? He is able to touch, gets his options. He's back on the stage.
The end of Aquatic's last stock was so funny because he would get hit away by Hideway, and then he would be coming back to the stage for like 20 minutes because he got sent so far. Then he would get hit by Hideway, then run back for 20 minutes, and then get hit again, finally losing his stock.
He really was like a gnat at a barbecue. They just kept, just go away. I'm trying to eat my food.
Keep coming back. Why do you keep coming back?
All right, Aquatic now unarmed as he gets disarmed off the left side. Ooh, the ground pound is going to go and connect. The Sayer's going to connect. He is just swinging for the fences, Sparky, and they still have all 3 stocks, both teammates, as they are now dialed in on these final ones from blue team. Zen, though, is going to go ahead and miscalculate a little bit there. He doesn't have it.
The toss is so slow that it wasn't there. Okay, the down air, that is going to send him packing. That weapon toss was so slow. I kept wanting it to fall down and hit Hideway and interrupt him, but it lingered in the air forever.
They're setting it up here from the right side, and Zen could not get over there to try and interrupt it. Hideway swinging with the nair off the axe. Sweaty Meat, down light, Zen immediately there to shut it down with the Sayer.
Little grounded down air coming out from Hideway, little jump down air coming out from Hideway. Zen, he's rotating over. He's not really going to focus on fully edge guarding Aquatic. He's going to let him get back so they can have the main advantage against Sweaty Meat. They know Aquatic is really damaged right now. If they could get him out of the game, he's gone. Side air onto Hideway, though. They may get the stock off of Hideway first. Great weapon pickup into the axe inlight off of the weapon toss from the Lance. So, okay, that's a recovery interrupt. They get the stock. Can they turn onto Hideway? Yes, they can. It's now 1 stock apiece for everybody.
There is a win. There is a win state here. They can get it done. It's just a matter of being able to lock in. If they could, oh, never mind. Ouch. I'm not even going to finish my sentence.
Let's see what Sweaty Meat's got. We've seen Zen lose a 1v2. We've seen Zen win a 1v2. And now we've seen Sweaty Meat lose a 1v2 to the world champions. And look at that. Hideway, incredible work that game. Yet another shout out to Boeing today with the 747 damage. Goodness gracious, slow motion.
I mean, we knew he was swinging.
Yep.
Like, we saw him swinging, but that is so much damage off the axe. How do you even win against that? I do not know. We see they're finishing up right there. Zen and Hideway, the world champions, will be moving on to the elimination semifinals, Sparky.
That was a fantastic block that we just had. I was looking at these damage numbers, and yeah, you can say, okay, what do you do against that axe? Well, maybe you try to force him onto the lance. Okay, you force him onto the lance. He basically did as much lance damage as Sweaty Meat did in total. So maybe you don't force him onto the lance either. I don't know how you deal with a monster like Hideway in that game. Zin had amazing games there as well. He was acting as the support when he needed to. He was acting as the bridge. He was acting as the finisher when he needed to. You could see sharing of the responsibilities between these players throughout this entire set. That's what makes up a great 2v2 team. That's what made them the world champions at BCX 2025.
Absolutely, but you cannot say enough about about Aquatic and Sweaty Meat coming in and making an amazing run, but that is going to do it for them. And that is also going to do it for us, unfortunately, as I think we're going to bring some people back in here for your top of 4. Do not go anywhere. The conclusion of North America Winter Championship 2v2s is next.
No smoke without a fire. You can taste it in the air. This unquenchable desire from my soul beyond repair. On the prowl, yeah, we like that. Hear the roar, I'm a beast, you're a wildcat. Can't be caged. Let the whole world know we'll never be tamed. Do you want domination? Power is the name of the game. We are royalty. Hunger running through our veins. Got the feel for power. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the stream. On a roller naturally. Got the feel for power. Got the feel. Like the devil in my review. No, he's never far away. You know God has to forgive you. And I don't believe in fate. No hesitation. Show me what you're hiding up your sleeve. What are you willing to lose to gain more than you could dream? Keep on those toes, or go down like domino. Got the feel for power. Yeah. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the stream. On a roller naturally. Got the feel for power. No smoke without a fire. You can taste it in the air. This unquenchable desire from my soul beyond repair. 1 step out of line. 2 hearts beating in time. 3 cheers a battle cry. Forever till the day we die. Got the feel for power. Got the feel for power. Flows like water through the stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Winter Championship 2v2 for North America. If you haven't caught anything thus far, you are at the best part of it. We're in the top 4. We're going to be kicking off winners finals. I'm PJ, joined by Dara. Dara, how are you feeling?
I am feeling excited, everybody. This is going to be a fantastic, fantastic finals. We have 3 to 4 sets coming on up. I believe that we'll be opening off with the winners finals. We had some pretty cool upsets to get up until this point. We've seen a couple of teams, maybe some unlikely couples. And one of those teams is going to be coming up now, Rise and Soul. They got a huge win, as we saw previously, over Zen and Hideway, knocking them down into the elimination side. And that means that their opponent is going to be Mooney and BalloonBoy. Mooney and BalloonBoy, this is their first time teaming with each other, if you guys don't remember, in an official bracket capacity ever since 2024, when the two of them competed in a community event. Mooney and BalloonBoy have been tearing throughout this bracket, and we don't know who is going to be winning this winners finals.
It's really, really exciting. I think this is the clash of 2 completely different storylines. Rise and Soul constantly getting second place last year, so close to doing so well, but not quite at the top. And then on the other side of it, you have BalloonBoy and Woolala, who are coming in as a new team. They played once in the past at a community event, but I don't know if anyone expected them to be here in the winners finals.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like it could have gone either way. You know, like again, BalloonBoy and Mooney, they're so good in 2v2. BalloonBoy has a little bit higher placements historically than Mooney, but honestly, they have really come together and they're really, really shining. Rise and Soul getting the win over Zen and Hideway, and also, oh my gosh, look at this split. That is how we're feeling right now. We are totally split ourselves. There is no bad bet to actually make here. The question is, do you value consistency? A team that has teamed with each other so many times before, Rise and Soul, this dynamic duo, or do you want to go through the wild card pick of Mooney and BalloonBoy? So place your bets, your predictions now.
It's going to be really interesting. I think if I had to make a prediction here, Mooney and BalloonBoy, I think, look really, really good. I love the fact that they're able to do really, really interesting stuff with the Amugi signature kit. I think this is the best twos partner we've seen Mooney have in BalloonBoy, where we're actually seeing the Amugi Greatsword signature kit be used within the team combos. And then on the other side of that, when you need consistency, you just see Woolala pick up an axe and then do something really, really easy and Enlight into a side zig on Deviljin. Little 2-piece combinations that either confirm KOs or do a lot of damage will always be good.
But the dynamic between Soul and Rise is so consistent. Rise has an amazing ability just to clean up stocks, and Soul is occasionally able just to go super, super deep off stage. That's what Layman does best because he is super mobile. So my friends, the winner of this is going to be moving on into the winner side of Grand Finals. This is going to be winners finals beginning now. Game number 1, I'm excited to see what we have.
We start on a similar venue here on Small Fortress of Lions for game number 1, and the blue team both cross to the other sides of the stages, and the blue team and the red team will pick up some weapons here and look to get into the feel-out stage, try to figure something out. The blue team starting off with a double axe that we've seen dominate the neutral game in this 2v2 space so far. So good at creating this wall, and already the red team trying to move together, getting caught by the same aerials. We see some rebuttals from the red team, but the blue team somewhat so far controlling the game.
Mooney was able to get a good stream. That's a lot of damage. Not able to punish that side 6. So little recovery frames on hit. Soul was just able to immediately chase dodge out of there. Soul patrolling the skies right now and covering the ground. Not able to get the neutral. BalloonBoy, no big openings from the red team yet. It feels like just been like a lot of one-off exchanges. No big combos so far. But BalloonBoy just swooping in there with that GC side 6. Almost getting the stock, but Mooney going to be finishing it off with the downer. Such good positioning. Soul going to be staying nice and mobile here. The neutral not going to be able to combo into the recovery, but just jumping in front of Mooney's face. Soul is going to take out that stock and Rise. Again, Rise and Soul, they will always take out the stocks when they need to. They have incredible KO efficiency.
Speaking of which, Woolala on the Greatsword, it's on 2 KOs so far. A down air and a side sig now, as both the blue team members fall in their second stock as well, and they get some action started here with the axe and the hammer. The Greatsword already causing problems vertically, though, as Woolala is controlling a lot of this airspace near the soft platform with this recovery, then using the side light super well. We see a 3-piece there to hit BalloonBoy up in the air. Rise will get a little bit of a nair out there, punishing BalloonBoy, and the team damage from Mooney. Mooney looks to continue to create some space. We swap over to an axe, and the juggle continues for BalloonBoy with that gauntlet recovery, looking for a bit more there. Could not find a way to maybe convert into a KO. Rise will find that nair, though.
That friendly fire was so unfortunate. Rise doing such a good job of capitalizing off of it and even comboing it into a neutral. Okay, Mooney not going to be able to get that end sig. Rise going to be able to get a punish. Going to get the GC D-Light into the sig as well. Mooney going to be cleaning up one of those stocks, looking for a way to make it back onto the stage here. Soul not able to find that unarmed sig that he's looking for. Okay, Rise and Soul, I feel like they're playing so well here.
looking for that edge guard on Rise. Potentially was BalloonBoy, but some sweat beads make it so you have to respect this unarmed Teros. The recovery will hit Soul there. As Soul and BalloonBoy are both playing very evasively, not wanting to lose the stock, but the blue team have both of their members over towards BalloonBoy. The weapon toss separates Mooney from BalloonBoy, but BalloonBoy gets through the pressure in the corner, gets out of it, and Brawlhalla gets a little bit of an extension there with an Endlight into BalloonBoy. Mooney heads up here, even on the unarmed BalloonBoy, looking for this recovery, looking to find a way to KO Rise and isolate the 2v1. Now it ensues. Soul looking to avoid, but cannot avoid that sidelight. No extension after the fact, though. Mooney was unable to get that Nair. A little bit of team damage on the blue team. They'll get a stock out for the troubles of a little bit of team damage, and BalloonBoy will run away from the blue team, and there's no 2v1 potential, and now the red team just have such a big lead.
Look at Soul playing behind his teammate, just waiting to be able to punish, but nothing that you can do about Guichu at that distance as Gauntlets. Maybe a weapon toss just to interrupt your teammate's knockback, but BalloonBoy getting in there and hitting both of them with an amazing sail. Rise able to go ahead and save his teammate. No edge guards yet. Rise and Soul somehow, both of them staying alive here. The game is just about as even as it could be. Everybody's got a weapon on hand. Who's it going to be?
A lot of these landings near the soft platform, trying to avoid these down air hitboxes, because right now Rise just hit Funny Hollow at 2. Mooney gets an Endlight there though, and a weapon toss comes out. The Sider gets avoided by BalloonBoy. The D-Light for Mooney will take the first stock, and this will be very important, but a D-Light Sider makes it a little bit more complicated. No weapon on BalloonBoy.
He hit the stop
D-Lights, 2 side airs.
He is keeping the red team separated. They have to get something. Is it going to be the recovery? Yes, it will be. BalloonBoy going to be taking game 1 in this winners finals against Rise and Soul. This was so close. This game 1 could have genuinely gone in either direction. I think the smallest difference maker was the difference in force between Imugi and Rayman. Rayman's N-Sig not able to KO off the top, but then Imugi's D-Light just barely was enough. I'm sure that like with a couple of like attack points less, it would not have actually done so, because Axe D-Light is not, you know, the most often option that Axe likes to KO with.
No, I definitely have to agree. Whenever that's becoming the thing, you're knowing that this is going to be a high damage game. We look at the post-game stats here, with both of them doing, both of the teams having someone in the 500s and then the mid 400s here. And I mean, this is just incredibly close. You look across the board at how similar even the attacks they're pressing is and how much damage both of them were able to output here. We just clearly see the margins are so thin. I feel like it could have easily went the other way. Soul doesn't get KO'd there, or that N-Sig KOs. A D-like Sider converts into something a little bit more, and it could have easily been Rise and Soul's game. This is the closest set we've seen so far, I think.
Yeah, I am in agreement, but from both teams, I don't feel like we've seen particularly big combos. We haven't seen particularly big plays with edge guards. This was just like a long-fought, pure fundies match in a way, you know? So we're going to go on to this next game. We're going to see if some of those X factors get introduced, if we're going to be catching them stacked, if we're going to be going off stage at all. But right now, I have no idea how this set is going to go. Mooney and BalloonBoy up against Soul and Rise, 1-0 right now, and no big plays so far.
Mooney looking for that side light there, and the downer comes out as well as BalloonBoy and Mooney jump around and try to get in versus this double axe that have caused problems in game number 1 in the first stock as well. BalloonBoy will be the first one to get a big response, a nair into an N-Light into a side sig. The red team getting a D-Sig there.
Amazing coverage. There's already so much damage being done onto the blue team here. Soul looking for a way to be able to land. Mooney going to be able to pick up that N-Sig after the neutral. Not going to find that N-Sig, but that is already going to be Rise's stock gone. Soul almost soon to follow. The N-Sig actually just barely mistimed, but BalloonBoy and Mooney, they're beginning to get those combos. They're beginning to get those 2 pieces. You don't even need long extended combos when there's an Imugi, but Soul going out there, closing out Mooney's first stock. BalloonBoy going to find a way to live here a little bit longer.
We'll see an attempt to kind of catch Mooney there. BalloonBoy is, oh no, that was actually some team damage. I thought BalloonBoy got clipped by that, but in reality, Rise KOing his own teammate in Soul there, as Rise has so much damage on the second stock. BalloonBoy still cooking with gas on these gauntlets. The greatsword online for Mooney here on the right side of the stage. BalloonBoy with a dash jump in air, trying to catch some sort of anti-air here. Mooney had the same idea, hitting his own teammate in the process, but it's nothing that lethal. D-Light into side air and a big team combo, but a drop from Soul. The recovery on the hammer, but the ground pound comes in, and you meet your end to a ground pound that might have not been able to hit had you been a little bit more awake at the wheel off stage, but Mooney will lose that stock in a double KO going over to Rise. Now the blue team with a stock lead.
Yeah, that is the kind of an X factor that we needed, because all of a sudden what was red team's lead, what was their combos, has now become blue team's lead here. So it is now red team's game to make a comeback in. Rise and Soul, their synergy is definitely showing here.
A big nair there for BalloonBoy, and Rise immediately punishes. You see how snappy the blue team is in rebuttal. And speaking of which, Mooney answering right back with that recovery. The nair comes out, hitting Mooney. BalloonBoy takes that in stride, though, as he's able to get a side light, and Mooney is able to follow up off of the juggle state there with that side light. A weapon toss comes in for Mooney as you cycle over to another axe in the future. BalloonBoy with a side air onto Rise. Soul getting caught in a team combo. Mooney comes in with a side light, does not get the side light, and Rise now with a big side air off the wall, off the stage, able to KO. Mooney now in a 2v1 will run away. The classic dash land onto the platform, recovery to avoid and get out of dodge.
Sometimes you have to not go through the follow-up if the teammate is right behind you, ready to go ahead and punish you. BalloonBoy, he went through the end light, and he took quite a beating as a result. Mooney, if he wants the red team to take it, whoa,
wow.
What is happening? Rise gonna get immediately knocked out. Excuse me. Soul now fighting for the blue team's life here on the second game.
Dodge there, a side light there, reading the jump away with a nair. BalloonBoy has looked so good on these gauntlets so far. Mooney will get caught by Soul's recovery, but a side light into a recovery there, and a little bit of flourish as Mooney goes for a recovery to go off the top potentially there just to tap it in. I'm sure the recovery would have just killed outright there, KO'd outright there for BalloonBoy.
Yeah, so game one, I don't feel like we got to see as many follow-ups off of one another. It was a lot of just one piece, or maybe just two-piece hits from both teams. And then in this next game, I definitely think Mooney and BalloonBoy, they don't need that many hits to be able to convert it into that much damage, thanks to, of course, Imugi, right? You have that N-Sig, you have that D-Sig, and they really did take full advantage of it. Something that I would like to actually see from both teams is when they're going for the follow-ups, is to like double-check with themselves, do I just want to go for the target switch on their teammate instead? Because I feel like both of the teams, they suffered quite a few additional hits when they just went through the traditional follow-up.
We'll see Mooney and BalloonBoy get back into regular scheduled programming here for them as they're able to control so much of that space on the ground. BalloonBoy has been a menace in the air when Mooney's ever on a greatsword, not really wanting to Mooney to jump. You see that anti-air come out from Rise as that side air will connect on Mooney, and BalloonBoy taking quite a bit of abuse into this blue team composition. The 3-hit into the down air off stage. BalloonBoy fighting without a weapon. A big get off me nair from Soul to send both the red team members away from each other, and that separation leads to the demise of Mooney as BalloonBoy is nowhere near close enough to provide any sort of support as that side air will find a KO. A side air on his own teammate. Mooney coming in from downtown trying to get a hit, gets a KO on the side of Rise, and Soul now in a 2v1 avoiding that GC side light. That recovery will KO, but it gets traded out, and this is incredibly close. Everyone on 2 stocks.
Nobody is safe to go through any hits. Nobody is safe to go through any follow-ups. It just feels like layers upon layers of counter punishes. I have to say, I am loving the switches from Soul and Rise. They are really turning up. The Lance was putting in a lot of work, and Soul's spear as well is putting in that work. His mobility, his accuracy has all been very tight.
You'll see that end light come out from Rise here as Soul's looking to take a very vertical approach to try to get some space for this blue team. Nice side light into Nair. Mooney with some nice damage. Rise rebuttals back onto BalloonBoy that time, though, with these end lights. The Nair will send up again. Rise looking for that juggle with that side light. BalloonBoy with an end light.
Oh my gosh, BalloonBoy's movement. Wait a second, he was popping off for a second. He was schmixing. BalloonBoy looking for the side light, not going to be able to find it. He lands in with the end light. Mooney going to catch both of them with that downer. You know what? I love the option. Soul, though, still cleaning up that stock with the D-Sig, and there is going to be another closer. Soul and Rise, again, they do not let them live too long. They're not letting the red team get any extra credit on those stocks. They're just cleaning them up.
BalloonBoy getting whip punished there by that spear. That's going to be an up active input, but it's not enough to KO off the top. Rise getting sent onto the wall, and the red team slowly moving forward, but giving the respect to the blue team as this Rise Lance has caused so much problems in that spacing game. The recovery will KO off the side and Rise in a 2v1.
Oh, wait a second. Rise is looking at BalloonBoy.
BalloonBoy makes it back somehow, though, as Rise makes it back as well, calling out the GC D-Light with a side air, going for the big ground pound. BalloonBoy now with a potential opportunity to edge guard, but we swap over to Soul.
Yeah, they saw that ground pound and they're like, okay, you know what? You go ahead and do your thing on the right side of the stage. We're going to go ahead and focus onto Soul for just a moment. BalloonBoy with a massive sailor doesn't KO, but it gives them ample time to focus on Soul, only finding a neutral through all their troubles. Rise going to be taking out his own stock so that he can respawn as soon as possible and help out his teammate.
The best chance for the blue team so far, I think, as they're just one hit away. That side air will find the KO, and BalloonBoy.
You can never be safe against BalloonBoy.
It's tough because if Soul loses the stock, BalloonBoy could play perfectly, hypothetically, but it's not so simple. It looks like we should go to the next game unless BalloonBoy kicks it into a gear, avoiding multiple KOing options there. A side light comes in, immediately punished by a side air from Soul, and Soul will risk a little bit of the stage control trying to go for an edge guard here. No, a lot of respect to jump side air, but the down sig hits its mark, and it's going to find that KO for the blue team.
I have to say the switches for the blue team have definitely paid off, and we saw that in the beginning of this game. I am loving Soul's spear especially. His accuracy with it has been excellent, like his spacing. He was connecting everything that he was looking for, and he was also covering a lot of space behind guys. But again, these games are all so close, it feels like the end conclusion is just defined by a few small interactions.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think we're not even seeing anybody really pull ahead in any of these games. No crazy like 2-on-2 team combo that's KOing someone super early. It's just all scrapping here as it's high damage numbers as well, trying to get the damage to KO this Ulgrim and this Amugi pick. It's going to be so much. And we go to game number 4 here, and it could really easily be done with the set. We could be onto another one. It could be 2-1 in the other favor. It's so close here as BalloonBoy and Mooney get started here with some vertical play. That GC sidelight into recovery for BalloonBoy.
Mooney tries to go for the GC light. I like the idea, just barely going to be avoiding the Dowdu. Did Mooney end up SDing? Wait a second, he gets a neutral. He was able to chase dodge. BalloonBoy going out there in case he needed to save his teammate. That was almost so scary for the red team, but they're going to be keeping up the lead here, continuing to separate them. Mooney taking so long to get back onto the stage, and Soul with the coverage off stage. BalloonBoy left weaponless. Is the blue team going to clean up his stock as well? Tried to go for the jump call out. Mooney going to be able to get the sail. The neutral after the sidelight into the recovery. Mooney finding so much damage here, and BalloonBoy is staying alive.
I mean, Soul living to this damage is so incredible too. That Cider will be a team KO actually as you catch BalloonBoy in the process. BalloonBoy does not lose that stock, so that's another team KO similar to game number 2. And if we see if history repeats itself, this should be a win for BalloonBoy and Mooney. They're holding that side stick to allow BalloonBoy to get out of that there. A little bit of particular character specialization there. That Cider will find a KO onto BalloonBoy. Mooney trying to run away. And some more team damage on Rise over to Soul on this rocket launch. It's becoming a bit of a problem in this game. BalloonBoy with a 3-piece off the top. GC sidelight into the recovery. That NC comes out for Mooney as well. Almost getting the KOs off the top, but we're on small for Fortress of Lions. It's going to take a little bit more than that.
Stock count is totally even, but Soul and guys have a little bit more damage on them than Mooney and BalloonBoy, but that damage is slowly being evened up. What a finisher! Soul going for it all. BalloonBoy almost losing his stock as well. The blue team, once again, they have such a gentle lead. Mooney going for the other side sig. I love the idea. And just like that, the stock count is completely even once again.
Naris coming out now, looking to continue to try to get the juggle state going. Only looking for the KO off the top with that great sword. The side will find its connection. GC sidelight, end light into a sidelight there. Rise gets a bit more damage. Mooney looking to recover, does end up going high enough to get out of dodge. That sidelight into the up active input. We'll find the KO in the 2v1 now, and a little bit of time, but some team damage there as we drop the combo onto Rise, which could have been so important.
Soul going through the pogo there. Oh my gosh, his extensions have been phenomenal. His advantage state is so good, and he's doing such a good job of calling out jumps against the red team. Rise is the one that is controlling the ground here. Tried to go for the down air, wasn't able to get the jump read that he was looking for. Mooney has no recovery off stage, but they were in no position to go off stage. BalloonBoy getting his jump stuffed out by the pogo. This can't go either way. This is so close.
We see BalloonBoy run some interference there to avoid his teammate getting KO'd by Soul's the spear read there. A jump sider will call out that jump from Soul, and now Mooney looking to continue to move forward here as you are so fragile in this stock. The blue team are slowly bleeding out here as well. They need to close out these stocks soon. Whatever team gets to 2v1 will probably win this game. Mooney going for that charge, that N-sig, but it gets canceled out by weapon toss. BalloonBoy without a weapon. The weapon toss goes high for Rise now, and no one's hitting a button because it's all movement now. The sider does not get punished with the end light. Sidelight into nothing.
So
Groundhog gets punished. No recovery off of the sidelight, and an end light will KO there. The chase dodge into the breakdance. BalloonBoy now isolates a 1v1. Rise throws the weapon away. The first one to pick up the weapon is BalloonBoy, and it comes down to this moment here where Rise will look to pick up a weapon. It's going to be a rocket lance, and we're looking to find the KO option now as BalloonBoy holds the center stage control. Looking for an option. That's the win. That's the punish. BalloonBoy clutches the set and moves on into grand finals.
You went for the jump read, but Rocket Lancer is so exploitable. It has so many recovery frames because if you whiff it even across the stage, it is just saying, okay, it is now your turn to go ahead and punish me. BalloonBoy took full advantage of it. He played phenomenal there at the end. I want to say, though, still, this was such a close set. Soul and Rise in the elimination side, they're definitely going to go ahead and cause some havoc. I think one of the best plays was on behalf of the blue team. It was so small. The tiniest decision was when Rise went for the sidelight, and he didn't go through the neutral layer. Instead, he went for the immediate spot dodge because he saw that, I think it was BalloonBoy that was directly in front of him. I was talking before about how so many combos combos were getting punished, and the reward for it was tremendous. Sometimes entire stocks were taken because combos were interrupted. But intentionally stopping your combo there did give blue team an edge, but then it unfortunately became a 1v1. And then in that 1v1, Rise tossed away his weapon. The weapon spawn was in front of him, and then BalloonBoy picked up the weapon first, and I was like, oh my god, what is happening? How did he let BalloonBoy pick up the weapon? I have no idea. Why did he toss away his weapon? Everybody does it in a 1v1 sometimes. I've seen this situation so many times.
And Rise has done that specifically as well in Winners Finals of last year, one of the 2v2 events where Rise had that 1v1 potential and then threw the weapon away. We've seen it before, and unfortunately the fate is the same as BalloonBoy clutches that out. That GCD light into a chase dodge down to catch a Soul asleep at the wheel with the breakdance was so smart. I mean, no one thinks to do that, especially a laggy option like that, but being able to get that hit while one person's in that hit stun from that GCD light, one of the best combo starters in the game, has a lot of stun for that reason. Chase dodge down, land as quickly as possible, down signature, and both of them losing the weapon, and BalloonBoy getting the down air, and then reading the fear in Hideway's Soul and getting the recovery so clean, so clutch from BalloonBoy.
So enough about them for now, because it is time for us to go ahead and move on into elimination semis. I believe it's going to be Zen and Hideway up against Shade and Hybrid.
Shade and Hybrid, seed number 8 of the event, now facing down the world champions, the current world champions in Zen and Hideway, who do not believe they should be here. I mean, a loss over in the winner side over to Rise and Soul, and I know Zen and Hideway is on a revenge arc right now, trying to get that win back in the elimination side finals. But before you can do that, you got Hybrid and seeing Shade. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, there will be no delay. We're just going to be jumping into things immediately here. And yeah, Zen and Hideway, not the team that you would be expecting to see an elimination side, but I feel like that just speaks to how big of a threat Rise and Soul are waiting for them in elimination finals. But we're going to be seeing who the opponents will be. Coming on up now, my friends, is elimination semis. Let's go.
You see this here as we go back to Akaya Ogrim and as Zarya Ogrim as well. It's going to be similar compositions here throughout the rest of the night. And once again, a feeling out phase on Small Fortress Alliance, man. There's not a lot of variety in the legend picks or the maps, but we're seeing how much skill expression comes in. But the blue team coming out here and showing that they do belong here. I mean, this is supposed to be their hardest matchup, potentially in the entire world.
Hideway with an amazing interruption, jumping over his teammate's head, getting into the GC sidelight. That was amazing. Zen already going to be closing out one stock. Hideway going to be going ahead and closing out Hybrid stock as well. Zen and Hideway looking fantastic. Those little interruptions in the heat of battle, perfectly spaced, is exactly what makes them such an amazing twos team.
Looking for the end light there. A GC down. Signature will find the punish on that side air. Whiff from Hybrid and another down as well. And Shade getting the KO off the top, evening the stock count there with a bit of a flourish as everyone on the red team flies up and to the right.
Hybrid just going to be whiffing an N-Sig. They're not that big of a punish. Landing with a seal. Oh, Zen just piecing up Shade on the right side of the stage here. They're going to try to maybe get something going onto Hybrid. Shade throwing out the weapon in case somebody went out off stage after him. To his disappointment, nobody did. They just focused on his teammate instead. Hideway and Zen, they are so synchronized on who they're focusing.
And it's so important to do so here. If you can, I mean, basically, if you can whittle down someone's stock and just isolate a 2v1, that's the win condition always, no matter what composition you play. And you'll see that now as Shade falls to their last stock. Hybrid getting sent off stage with that rocket lantern and 2-on-1 on the left side of the street. And another down sig coming out from Hideway. Hideway has found a lot of comfort in that down signature.
Okay, the D-Light into the gravity cancel N-Sig. That's optimal when he's unarmed. Oh, the D-Light was not enough to take it off the top yet. Oh, Hybrid, wait a second, what was that? Why did he just give that to him? Okay, he is now all of a sudden on his last stock. Both members of the blue team on the last stock. He's in a Hideway in an excellent position. I mean, I thought the play was kind of cute, but you can't do that against Hideway.
That's so tough there. Another down signature coming out from Hybrid. Okay. I think Hybrid is 6 for 6 on down sigs. Or sorry, the Ogrim players collectively are 6 for 6 on down sigs. As I know Hideway was hitting a lot of them earlier, but we've seen a lot of that signature. Just a fast get off me option. It'll even spike off stage. Really, really smart stuff from all of the Ogrim players on the screen. As we go down to even stocks now, Shade getting sent so far off stage, but it's not enough to KO. And the world champions now have the blue team on the wall here, back against the wall. The side air into the sidelight, into the air, ground pound side air, big damage. The down air will send off stage again, and both the blue team members at the just leisure of the red team now as they get an easy pickings KO there and a double KO going over to the Kaya as they win that game.
No matter the position, Zen and Hideway are able just to sneak in those little combos. The end light into the neutral area to the finisher, that was absolutely phenomenal. Hybrid, I don't want to see that D-Sig again. Let's pretend that did not happen, that slide charge. All of that, by the way, happened because Hybrid ended up sailing his teammate.
Yeah.
Shade was off stage for like the last 20 seconds of the game, and the entire positioning, and it was super, super unfortunate. He went for the sail. It happens sometimes in the heat of battle, but so much of that like final positioning can be attributed to that friendly fire.
You see this now as the blue team gets some offense started over onto the red team with both of them picking up the weapons. If they get right back where they started off, I love that they don't lose any of their mojo. You need to have that confidence to take out the best. Jumping there, a big side light into a jungle. The blue team trying to get something going here on Miami Dome. You see a change of venue, and this could be very good for the blue team's juggle state, but the red team do just the same with this bow and this rocket lance. Hideway has looked so good on this Ogrim pick. I mean, just completely dominating so much space, and the ground pound makes the wall even in unsafe place here on Miami Dome. A big whip punish there, a side air into an Ensig, and the red team pull ahead in World Championship form.
Every single combo, every single follow-up, they've got it on deck. Wait a second, the ground pound. Oh my gosh, Zen just able to sneak in an attack and able to chase dodge his way back onto the stage. Zen and Hideway making themselves elusive to find that KO.
And that's a big drop there. The end light trying to find a way to isolate onto Shade as well. But when you have this lead, you're okay with dropping things like that. I mean, you're just getting any damage you can. That end light will send into a dunk, though, the blue team. With a bit of an answer back over to the side of Zen as Hideway runs away on this rocket lance. Great tricky movement. The side air does get caught out with the side light into the down air though, but Hideway makes it back. We see another down air and Nair sends Zen off stage. The ground pound comes in, dodging the ground pound. The down air will reversal. Hideway, can you make it back? Yes, he does. We do not finish our food. He makes it back and he doesn't get KO'd off the top. And Zen gets a KO for Shade's trouble. And Hideway still returns back to the stage on his first stock. Hybrid without a weapon, Hybrid without a second stock. And the red team pull ahead again.
Zen and Hideway are looking so good. They are completely on sync. Now, I have to say, Hybrid's defensive play, some of it has been pretty fantastic. I'm still thinking about when he intentionally shortened his recovery, the lance recovery, and then just went for the immediate dodge to avoid the ground pound. I thought that was such an amazing play. Okay, that's going to be Zen's second stock cleaned up here. It's not that big of a deficit, but Hideway, you know for the fact that Ogrim is going to be alive for quite some time unless they cheese out his stock off stage. Hybrid goes for the end light. You see him trying to cheese him out, man.
Jesus, he gets the down there. He takes the stop. It's the cheese you talk about. It's here, and now Zen in the 2v1. We even up the stock count, and the game is not over yet.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, the Nair into the ground pound. So much damage already onto Zen. Now a ground pound comes in from Shade onto Hideway as well, as Hideway's trying to swing and get some space between, but a down air comes out and both the blue team members stuck on the wall. They're somehow still in this game.
They're still in this game, but right now they're whiffing so much in the faces of the red team. The blue team have once again been split up here. They're left weaponless. Hideway going to be taking Hybrid out of this game. Shade going to be soon to follow. That D-Sig was not enough, but the next hit definitely will do it. I don't think that this comeback is possible, but Shade, I am happy to be impressed if you can do it. Side light, D-light, sail, the classic spirit combo is going to go ahead and close out this game too. But I was talking about that cheese. They needed to make something big happen, and that is what Lance is always capable of doing. It can sometimes just catch you lacking. Hey, you don't have a dodge? What are you going to do? You're going to jump into the sail off stage? Oh wait, you did? You're gone.
Yeah, and even with all of that being said and finding Hideway stock that early, Hideway's still doing 709 damage in that game, completely running away with it, with 439 being dealt on the rocket lance.
Wow. So, Zen and Hideway, they're going to be continuing on here. They're up with a 2-0 lead. This game, I don't know, the deficit was just like established so early. Zen and Hideway, they've established a lead for themselves so early. They're just looking so clean and consistent. What is it going to take to knock this team out? I mean, I don't even know how they're in the elimination side to begin with the way that they're playing.
I know. I mean, that was a big win in the winner's side to send Zen and Hideway was Ryzen Soul. And if I'm Ryzen Soul, I'm not going to be banking on that win we got in winner's side, as they are potentially looking to face them with a quickness now, as Zen and Hideway are one game away from locking in another podium. But that is not where they want to end. They want to go all the way back into that grand final. Shade and Hybrid will try their best to contend here as we go into game number 3. And we see 3 different stages for 3 different games. We go to Western Air Temple. 2 platforms. They're going to be varying in height. And nope, just kidding.
Okay, okay, maybe not the stage that we're looking for, maybe some connection issues, so we're not going to be playing it from this game. I love the sad little waltz that we had leading into this game. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that the vibe was so somber at the moment. I'm excited about this set. This does not feel like it's completely out of the realm of doability for Shade and Hybrid, but they have to make some big adaptations. What do you do when you're getting constantly split up from your teammate?
I mean, it's so difficult, right? Because the red team, it feels like even if that's not the game plan that's succeeding, which is splitting up the teammates, it still feels like they're able to win in that where they're like, if we're going 2 versus 2, groups versus groups, it's still so difficult. But you're definitely leaning into it as the blue team for sure with the Devil Jin.
I don't know how Zen and Hideway do it. Their level of like situational awareness and the ability to like zoom out is maybe the best out of all of Brawlhalla 2s. You just see this like so much. Like they could be across the stage. They're just ready with every single follow-up. It feels like they have everything in their pocket. Everything has been practiced. Every single combo that they can do with their respective legends is already ready to go. And they have the consistency of execution as well. They don't often drop things. Zen and Hideway are a beast of a team. So you have to be able to match that level of consistency. You have to match that level of execution at a high level of play. That's a tough task. I still don't know how they do it, but my friends, we're going to be getting into this game momentarily. Let's see if it's going to be a 3-0 or if Shade and Hybrid will be continuing their bracket run.
We'll go over to Small Fortress of Lions into this game as we go back to the venue of game number 1. And the blue team have consistently started off with decent opening bouts in terms of the damage. I feel like if you stop the game within the first minute, it's definitely the blue team having pretty big leads. I think in the second game it was a little bit worse, but we wait here with a big juggle state. Shade getting a nice side air onto Zen. But just, I mean, the amount of confidence from the red team here, you'll start seeing their defensive game get very rapid, where they're even just choosing like a quick dodge in, a jump in, because that's how much respect they demand here. The blue team will have to respect a lot of these options. A nice landing side air there. Speaking of respect, not respecting Hybrid out of the corner. Zen with a D-light or side light into a turnaround recovery. Does not find it there. Trying to scoop there with that side light on the soft platform. Zen using that pogo to avoid. Really good stuff. Hideway has to find a way back onto the stage. That Nair is going to be just enough end lag to be punished by a side air and the blue team with a lead.
Yeah, but Zen is just trying to play as evasive as possible. Shade is not going to go for the edge guard. Zen with such an aggressive way to get back onto the stage here. Okay. Hideway getting both of them with his D-Sig. Oh my goodness, and Zen going to be able to close out that stock as well. The red team with a lead once again. The way that Zen has been playing has been so evasive. I don't know how the blue team is going to close out his stock.
And now they're able to start getting the damage, but we're on even footing again with the stocks. We're not down in a deficit, and we can try to fight back here as Hybrid gets sent quite low there, but able to get a chase dodge after that Nair or the recovery. Don't remember which one, but it doesn't really matter. You make it back, and you're happy to do so in any way versus this red team. And like there, we'll get a little bit more damage in the juggle. Zen getting a dodge out there, trying to avoid a potential wake-up option from the blue team, and Endlight into a down tick gets interrupted there into another team combo where Zen is the ultimate loser of that exchange as you get KO'd for going for your confirmed Endlight into down sig.
But look at how much
Zen,
damage
please.
Shade and Hybrid have
on
on them.
Please, Hideway comes in with a side tick. Okay, breaks it up a little bit.
Shade should have known he cannot go for the follow-up in that position, and Hideway just like that going to find an end-sig. Zen going to end-sig his own teammate, but that is A-okay because he is staying alive. That is an Ulgrim. After all, Hybrid potentially on his last tournament stock. He has to hold on to that thing for dear life. He's able to get a downing onto Zen, but he's going in. He's double-dipping. That's going to be the pogo from Zen, and he gets the stock off of Shade. 4 stocks to 2. Zen and Hybrid, or Zen and Hideway, excuse me. This looks like it's going to be the game unless the blue team just is able to pull a fast one.
The recoveries are coming in for the blue team now. And we see a nice Nair setting Zen up in the air. You're trying to equalize the stock count right now for the blue team while not taking too much damage in the process. That side air will not KO that Ogrim. Zen giving some space for Hideway to make it back. Even with Sweat Beads, gets back with a side air. We see Zen getting disarmed. That is going to find a KO, and that down air will as well. And we go to one stock all, and the blue team with the weapon advantage here should try to leverage this. No, Hideway picks up an axe, and Zen just kind of waiting, going over to Hideway's 8, trying to make sure that he makes it back to the stage with a stock still. Endlight into the pogo comes in. The red team getting a bit of damage here for their troubles, but we can't really see much as the blue team have such a great positioning here. They're able to pass between nice ground pound, but it gets interrupted by Hideway's downlight.
Yeah, Hybrid is now playing so patient. He is waiting for the red team to press something first, but the issue is when they start going for really safe buttons and really safe commitments, Shade goes all the way out there for the side stick. He's finding himself off stage here. This can be a really dangerous place to be in, but he comes back on so aggressively. He gets the end sig. All of a sudden, this is looking so doable for the blue team. Hideway with that D-sig, an amazing reset.
Recovery coming in now, and they're looking for the KO options. The end light won't be enough, but some team damage comes in on that side stick, and the Haymaker punishes. Hybrid hitting Shade, even unarmed, the red team make it happen, and all of your hopes kind of slip away there as some team damage leads into a 2v1 versus the world champions. Not so easy. D-Light into recovery, not enough to KO. It's not over yet. Shade could find an N-Sig here, could find a way to close out a stock. That recovery will not be enough versus the Kaya. Now looking to fight Hideway here, who has an axe, where any axe move may KO. The N-Light will be it, and Hideway and Zen move forward to get their run back versus Rise and Soul in Elimination Side Finals.
Like this is how the set ends.
Yep.
Super unfortunate. I think there was what, like the side sig from Hybrid on his teammate, and then he's the one that ended up losing his stock. What's so awful about that position is, like, not only are you damaging your own teammate, but you also both like sitting ducks. I mean, yeah, sure, with like an active hitbox, but both members of the enemy team are free to do whatever you want as long as you're busy hitting your teammate. Even if you're hitting your teammate and then one member of the enemy team, the other member of the enemy team is going to be there to punish you. So that little bit of friendly fire at the end is such a tragic way to go down here, but I think that just speaks to the difference in the execution between Zen and Hideway and their opponents, Hybrid and Shade. Zen and Hideway's execution just felt like that much cleaner, that much more consistent. But it happens sometimes, you know, it's doubles, you know? What are you gonna do about it?
I do want to give the flowers over to Seeing Shade and Hybrid for making it all the way into a very, very memorable 4th place finish, being seated at number 8 in the entire bracket. But I mean, obviously you want to continue to win. You want to try to get that gold medal, but falling out at 4th place to the world champions maybe not be the worst loss. Hope to see this team continue on moving forward in the year. They look very promising.
That's right, but everybody, we will be back in just a few minutes time with the rest of the top 4, the final sets of the night. So don't go anywhere quite yet. Stay tuned and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
So I take a step back, further from the edge, trying to stay on track. The voice inside my head saying let yourself go, time to risk it all. So I close my eyes and fall. Feel the rush in my face, lose my breath, can't explain. I'm set free. You light fires deep inside. I feel the rush in my face, lose my breath, can't explain. Beating hearts, breaking chains, I can't stay away. Until the end, but I need to know if you're on board with it. Putting myself on the line again, so I hold my breath and then I count to 10. Feel the rush in my
Everybody, for the final sets of the evening, for the final sets of the weekend. This has been a fantastic Winter Championships for twos. I am Dara, joined by PJ, and coming on up, we're going to be having Elimination Finals, then Grand Finals, and maybe potentially the Grand Finals resets, or 2 to 3 more sets coming on up. PJ, let's talk about the set that we have in front of us right now.
I'm incredibly excited for this matchup, specifically because before this tournament, we saw Zen and Hideway take it twice over Rise and Soul. Rise and Soul never beating, but always going to Game 5 in this tournament, a 3-1 win in the winner's top 8 match to get it into winners finals. This is a run back that I've been very, very excited for, and we'll see if Rise and Soul can make history happen, or lightning strike twice, I should say, at this bracket, or if history will repeat itself in a Game 5 closer going to Zen and Hideway. Should be very, very exciting.
Yeah, Zen and Hideway, the first team to even take off a game, I believe. Excuse me. Rise and Soul are the first team to go ahead and take a game off of Zen and Hideway, and even then they sent them into the elimination side to begin with here. So they're showing that these world championships, these world champions are not immortal, right? That they are still susceptible to losing. They're immortal just like the rest of us. But we're going to be getting into game number 1, everybody. Let's see what they got. Soul and Rise riding off of the momentum of the last game. That was a dominant set in their favor.
I'm looking over to Hideway immediately, and I'm saying, what do we have in the tank, Hideway? You've had a long loser's run, getting sent to elimination side so much earlier than you think, and Hideway's been doing so much here, but Zen will be the first one to close out that stock with a weapon toss to start us off here. And Hideway and Zen start off with a big lead. Hideway taking a lot of the aggro, but Zen has been sneaking around, playing that Kaya to perfection here as we avoid that pogo. We're going to see a ground pound able to close out that stock onto Hideway, and getting it put in a bad spot is Zen, as Soul is able to take 2 stocks there with a ground pound on Hideway and a pogo to KO Zen, as Zen has no more resources.
But Soul is holding on to his first stock still. He's just looking for this next opening. Hideway going to be able to get that neutral. Zen looking for a follow-up with that Siri that he was not able to find. Side light downer, true combo going to be coming through here. Soul is still hanging on somehow for the blue team.
Side light from Zen there to get some more damage on the ground. The end light will come out as well. And that won't find a KO, but it's getting kind of close to being at that point here for Soul, as that recovery will go high, and the red team will immediately go over to Rise, allowing Zen to isolate a 1v1 edge guard. Does not find it there, but that downer comes in. The ground pound comes in as well, and Rise with an opportunity in the ground pound, and we find a KO onto Zen. Zen on last stock. Hideway taking so much damage here with the recovery comes out, but it's a little bit of a custom combo as the ground pound gets charged up. Hideway in a bad spot still, though, has to make it back. The down sig will come out. It will not catch the intended target, which is Hideway, but you're happy to take that because it's Zen anyway. The end light setting a little bit too high to get that breakdance to connect, and the blue team now pulling away with a lead. That will find a KO over to the side of Hideway, as both of red team members now running away on their last stocks.
Rise and Soul are playing with so much confidence. Rise, good recognition that he was not in a position to interrupt that attack on his teammate. Rise looking for a way to get back on here. Hideway just putting out a preemptive end light. It did not actually find its connection here. The blue team is holding on to an amazing lead. Soul is separated from his teammate. Oh, what an interruption.
Wow. That D-Light into Cider will not KO Zen, but Hideway still in contention here in the middle of the stage with that N-Sig. That Cider will find a KO, and Zen without a weapon, but Hideway will give enough time taking a Cider there, and Soul in the 2v1, making it look like it's his stage and his advantage. Not able to find a KO yet, though, as Zen gets an N-Light onto Soul. Rise now looking for a way to capitalize off of these big open-ups from Soul. The deep Cider gets punished immediately, and the red team surge forward over to Rise, getting so much damage that Nair is going to do a little bit more, but the downer gets traded out with the side air, and the 2v1 comes out as Hideway is 1 hit away, and Soul still has 2 stocks.
But this is looking so good here for the blue team. They played phenomenal. They opened off hot. They opened off aggressively. I cannot believe the offstage scenario that transpired when Rise was offstage. He was looking at Hideway, going through the recovery, and I was so ready for Rise to be the one to go down. I was so ready for Rise to be the one on his last stock. I did not think that he would have the spacing and the timing on his ground pound. And yet, he was able to find it. He was able to get the stock. That was crazy.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because I think Zen might have jumped in between him and Hideway knocked Zen into the ground pound, which KO'd Zen. I don't know if that was exactly what it was, or maybe just Zen trying to get a little bit too overprotective on Hideway there. I think Hideway was willing to play that mix-up timing and try to make it back there, but I mean, that ground pound so confident, and I would just say in general that whole game was so confident for the blue team. As Soul starts with this game in a big damage deficit, that side are already sending him off stage, and having to fight back is Rise, creating some space for his teammate, but it's only momentarily as the red team surge over to Soul once again.
Hideway not able to find the recovery, but Zen going to be keeping up this juggle. That one is going to connect. The D-Light comes through Zen with no immediate follow-up. Feels like Zen and Hideway, sometimes they've been pressing the attacks at the same exact time, so they've not been able to convert off of one another.
Sider comes out now, maybe just trying to create some space, as you're saying, hitting the buttons at the same time. The downer comes out, both of them recover, so neither are able to catch that landing back on the stage with Soul. A little bit of team damage there with the D-Light into Sider. We see a side stick come out from Soul, but Zen will get clipped in the process of that edge guard, and that'll be a KO going over to the side of Zen. Hideway, the only one on their third stock, but you know how little this first stock means, especially if they can isolate this 2v1 now onto Zen. Hideway without a weapon and a Sider setting off stage. Zen will have to big gamble. Do I go off stage to help Hideway? Instead, taking to the skies to draw some attention, but Hideway will lose the stock anyway.
When you get that much damage every time that you get hit, you are just putting your teammate in a 2v1 scenario, guys, and so they got a couple of good hits out of those different situations. Zen playing back a little bit here, looking for any way to stop the blue team from going in on his teammate. He is doing an amazing job playing support. Look at the way that they cover the space. Hideway on the ground, Zen in the air, going to be catching all those jumps. He is making it impossible for anybody to get back on. The red team just activated.
The Enlight will come out there and almost enough to KO Soul, but Soul will somewhat forfeit that stock away as that side signature comes up, but somehow Zen keeps getting hit by these most tragic of Axe aerials to find KOs onto Zen. Zen will forfeit that stock away, getting hit by that Rise Axe hit. And Enlight coming out, a downer from Hideway, trying to separate the blue team members, but ends up just put into an N-sig on the side of Soul. Rise with the Sider will find the KO onto Hideway, and the 2v1 now onto Zen. The Enlight into the Sider. Sider doesn't connect. The jungle continues. Recovery into the dodge forward from Soul. Could not find the recovery, but still a nice bit of damage there to even this game up.
I'm just keeping my eyes on Zen because he is just waiting for anything to happen to Hideway. And I feel like so much of this game right now is dependent. Is he going to be able to get those counter punishes? Is he going to be able to watch out for his teammates back here? That time around, that was a little bit of friendly fire that was unfortunate. The blue team going to be taking Hideway too far away for Zen to do anything. Whiffing the D-Light. Rise able to get the downer, able to get the ground pound. Zen going as high as possible because he surely does not want to be off stage against this blue team. It is last stock, last hit for everybody involved. The next signature is going to be a KO. A stomp sale is not enough to do it, but it separates the red team. The red team continuing to be split apart. They miss one another. Soul! That's your teammate. Stop it.
A Sider comes in from Rise as we're looking to find a KO. D-Light into ground pound on Hideway. Unarmed, but Zen gets sent away, and Hideway going over the age of Zen, and we look to trade all the stocks away, and Rise clutches up with a dash jump side air and a D-Light side air to close out that game. It almost got really, really good, but as soon as Hideway gets any footing with that D-Light into ground pound, Zen got sent to the other side of the stage. Hideway had to forfeit all of that control that he had on the right side to go over to Zen's assistance, and then loses a stock for it.
Rise and Soul showing that that winner side game was not a fluke, that they definitely deserved their set win, but the question is, do they deserve a second set win against the world champion team here? We'll just have to go ahead and find out. Rise and Soul and Zen and Hideway, these games have been so close, PJ.
It's so crazy to me that they're doing less damage than they're taking and still winning the games. That's very, very rare in Brawlhalla, especially in the 2v2 space, but that just shows the synergy of the blue team holding on to the stocks, making it happen, and finding KOs. Not one person coming forward, being the hero player. It's a team that's together and is looking to topple the best that Brawlhalla has to offer. The world champions are down 0-2 to Rise and Soul.
And these teams, they have such a similar dynamic. I mean, Soul with the spear, so similar to the way that Zen is functioning, and Rise and Hideway, they're both responsible for getting the majority of the KOs on their teams. It feels like we'll just have to see what happens in this game 3. Is it going to be a 3-0, or will Zen and Hideway keep it going? Soul patrolling the ground here, able to get the side light, not able to find his end light here. Zen gonna be getting that sail now. Gets the side light, the D-Light. Is he gonna get erupted? I believe so. Does not go for the finisher. I think Raj just popped out an attack underneath him.
We'll see a recovery coming out there from the side of Soul, trying to catch Zen in the air, and Zen and Hideway now both on the left side. They get split up by the blue team, and we're looking to capitalize with a D-Light there from Rise, but Hideway comes in with that deep sider, and the N-Sig to Anti-Air immediately calling out that attempt to take that center stage control, and Zen meets Rise there with a GC D-Light into recovery as well. The sider comes out on the bow, and Soul getting sent off stage, getting sent up. Rise unable to interrupt. A little bit more damage on the side of the red team here as they look to extend this lead. Rise looking to get KO'd soon, but that down sig might just do it to Zen. Not quite enough. D-Light into side air from the blue team, and now Zen in a bad spot, but finally learns from the mistakes of past, getting that reversal side air off stage, but gets hit with a side air anyway, and we even up 2 stocks all.
Rise and Soul, again, they're so efficient at finding the KOs. They're not going to let them live for too long. I thought that was a, little sandwich combo, got him stacked, but it was actually one member of the blue team and one member of the red team.
Okay, big hits here from Soul on the spear, causing a lot of problems for the red team as they try to take some space, but Zen gets on the stage and immediately back to business with those recoveries, looking to get those juggles and KOs off the top. The sider will send Rise off stage. Soul separating the red team. Zen doesn't even care, getting the D-Light into sider, and both the blue team members go to each other's aid, but Soul getting clipped by that sider. Zen looking for the pogo, could not find it. Hideway can't hit Rise either, but a double D-Light into a sider. No side light, D-Light side air. Won't KO, but it's getting close.
That was such good recognition that his opponent had more damage than his teammate, so he was safe just to go ahead and keep on hitting his teammate. He set up the edge guard so that, he would not get interrupted. So Zen, he is doing an amazing job just putting on so much damage here, but Hideway now going to be knocked down to his last stock. The game is once again just about totally even. Zen is consistently splitting apart the blue team.
Big Nair comes out there from Rise, who lands, and as the damage disparity kind of grows between the red team members, any hit that hits both teammates will be able to isolate these 1v1s or 2v1s now as Hideway runs away. The D-Light and the GC N-Light and the other N-Light does not connect, but a sider sends Hideway off stage, and the recovery will send high. Rise chasing all the way up, but cannot find it, but Soul gets sent up there as well. Hideway tries the reversal. He flies forever, but gets hit with a sider anyway, and somehow refreshes the resources, but it's not enough. The downer comes out, and it's a 2v1 once again, and Rise and Soul are all but one combo away from getting the run back and beating their demons here today. Moving on into grand finals, the side air comes out, and the blue team now walk down Zen into the corner. Zen with no weapon, Zen with no resources, Zen with no teammate, and no hope in this set.
Well, we'll just see if he has no hope, because he is going to continue to fight to the best of his ability. He is finding himself stuck between both members of the blue team. But Rise going to be stomping his way to victory in this elimination side set. Rise and Soul, they get the run back. And just like that, it was a dominant 3-0. They got rid of Hideway, and that is exactly what you need to do with a team that is so reliant on their synergy, so reliant on their combos with one another. I mean, they just were split apart there at the end. I feel like I blinked and Hideway's stock was gone. He found himself off stage with no jumps, no recovery. How did it happen, PJ?
I mean, I think that this, I don't know what Soul and Rise found within themselves to make it happen, but two teams entered the bracket with ecstatic partners going in from 2024. 2025. We had Rise and Soul and Zen and Hideway, and Rise and Soul end up being the dominant dominant pairing that has seen about a year of tenure together, a little bit more for Rise and Soul and Zen and Hideway, but nonetheless, they get it done. They lost 2 Game 5s in the past to them last year. This tournament, they even upped the set record with a 3-0 and a 3-1 in major fashion. I don't know what Rise and Soul, if they were specifically looking out for this team, as this is the only static team they've seen before. Whatever the prep was, they looked very, very good. And what's crazy is the tournament is not over. Rise and Soul move into grand finals where BalloonBoy and Mooney meet them. BalloonBoy and Mooney have played one community event together, and yet they sit here with a set advantage over Rise and Soul.
This is not something that I think anyone could have anticipated. All of us with our predictions, we were expecting the BCX champions to be in first place, to at least be on the winner's side of grand finals, and then we see them in the elimination side. Now we're going to see them actually getting knocked out here by Rise and Soul. That is a tremendous, tremendous victory. So all of a sudden, everybody's predictions are out the window. It is time for the run back of Rise and Soul going up against Mooney and BalloonBoy, the odd couple, the unlikely duo, and yet they're doing so well for themselves.
The tournament they last played in was in 2024. Shout out to a Frostbite event ran by SIB. And the most interesting thing is that the only team that BalloonBoy and Mooney have ever lost to is Markimu and Future Bubble. They are out of the tournament. They were outside of the top 8. So BalloonBoy and Brawlhalla look to say that they can only lose to the power of friendship duo that is Markimu and Future Bubble. However, Rise and Soul on a terrifying form here. We'll see a repeat here of grand finals, but BalloonBoy and Mooney, I'm sure not only the fan favorites to win, but also just the favored people in general, as they look so good. Seed number 3 versus seed number 5.
I don't don't know when's the last time we've had games and sets as close as these, because in a winners side, in winners finals, we saw how ridiculously close it was. It really could have gone either way, but everybody, it is time. We have 1 to 2 sets more for the evening, but these are all the players that you were going to see. BalloonBoy and Mooney sitting on the winner's side, getting the run back against Soul and Rise, who just had to fight through the elimination side. Who is it going to be? Who is going to be taking home that gold medal?
And the red team already looks so different than we saw in the previous set, where Rise and Soul could just get their game plan going. The red team now, though, getting caught in a 2v2 combo as I say that, but they just look so dominant here. They already look so confident. A D-Light will send Mooney high. BalloonBoy fighting in that 2v1 always is able to find a way to get a hit and make that 2v1 look like a 1v1v1. Somehow he gets that movement to do so. The sider comes out from Rise, no punish. GC side stick, no punish again from Rise. Mooney is moving, or sorry, BalloonBoy is moving everywhere on the screen right now, looking so good.
His target switches are looking fantastic. Soul just landing safely on the platform with a grab pound, but that's already going to be one stock gone. The end light comes through. Rise is so deep off stage. How many times have we seen Olgrim live and live and live, but he will not be able to live that end light. The red team taking a gentle lead in this game 1.
Mooney jumping around here. That sider will catch BalloonBoy. And Mooney in that 2v1, but was Soul without a weapon. It wasn't really a 2v1. It was Rise buying time for his teammate. That ground pound will find a double KO. We even up the stock count here. Basically 3 or 4 light hits separate the blue team and the red team in terms of damage right now. Mooney getting the action started with a side light into Nair. Nice bit of damage. BalloonBoy yet to pick up a weapon. It'll be a bow and immediately getting put to use with that Nair from BalloonBoy. Soul getting juggled. Rise getting sent off stage. Mooney with the hitboxes, throwing out the hitboxes in the neutral game with this axe.
There's so many layers of interruptions. It feels like it is never safe to go for an attack. Mooney almost getting the sail off of the bottom hitbox of the recovery. That would have been crazy. A little bit more damage, and I think that would have had enough knockback to do it. The recovery comes through. Rise was put off stage there. BalloonBoy going to be able to get the sail. Red team's control of center stage is phenomenal.
Wow, the NSYNC coming out from Mooney to close out that stock off the top, and Soul already getting put on last stock here, as BalloonBoy has yet to really been hit at all in their second stock. Mooneyhalla looking great here to the Nair into the side light.
They're changing it. They heard you, PJ.
Ooh, it's close. Pick up from BalloonBoy there. GCD light into recovery. That's a good one for BalloonBoy. Mooney getting a nice little 2-piece there, hitting both his teammates. BalloonBoy going for the GC NSYNC. You saw that try to end that stock outright, but D-Light into recovery will now put Mooney on his last stock. BalloonBoy as well trying to live the D-Light into sider. Will not KO BalloonBoy. He'll continue to hold on, avoiding the down stick, landing back in the corner, but his side light into a sider will close out that stock, and Mooney is running away. The classic axe dance to run away, but getting anti-air there with a D-Light into Nair. Honestly, as a Mugi, you're happy to take that little damage as your teammate makes it back to the stage.
Slowing down the pace of the game for just a second here. You see Mooney, he's just constantly positioning himself, waiting for a pass from BalloonBoy. He's going out there with the side stick, no punish. BalloonBoy immediately with the sidelight, trying to cover his teammates back. Mooney able to get the sail. He gets the sidelight, tries to chase dodge in there. Mooney is playing phenomenal. Gets hit with the end light. Soul gonna be able to find that 2-piece.
And BalloonBoy loses the weapon, trying to save Mooney from getting hit by a signature there. The sider will send Mooney so far off stage. BalloonBoy in a bad spot without a weapon, avoiding the ground pound, going for a ground pound of his own is Mooney. And Mooney looking for this KO, the Nair off the downer. That time the recovery hitting his own teammate, but BalloonBoy is still set up in a position to succeed here with the gauntlets online. Both the blue team members go over to BalloonBoy. See Mooney makes it back and has to respond. The end light will KO, and BalloonBoy in a 2v1. Rise and Soul take that game. They clutch it out, being down a stock early, but it did not matter. They are looking so solid here.
Yeah, Rise and Soul coming up a game here. This is interesting. It felt like, you know, there were some great sort of things that happened, which is that Imugi missed a couple of really essential strings. Also that GC sig at the end from BalloonBoy, it was definitely a bold choice. It was like, okay, if this hits, then I'll be probably safe, because then I could go ahead and chase dodge to safety. But if it doesn't hit and I just whiff this, well, GG's go next. But again, you can see how close this game is. You can see how even this matchup is between these two teams. We're going to be running it back. I don't believe there is any switches whatsoever. Rise sticking on the Olgrim.
See a nice little open up there for the red team as BalloonBoy is on the bow right now, and Mooney getting a nice little extension on that axe. The blue team now using a lot of movement on the soft platform, so being very, very elusive here. Just getting so much chip damage right now. No big team extensions, but this spear, I mean, you can only take so many spear nairs until you're starting to get KO'd by stray hits. The recovery comes in to interrupt Rise, taking a bit of abuse from the red team there, though, but they get a 2v2 combo. The recovery will disarm Mooney. BalloonBoy now in a bad spot. The ground pound coming in, catching BalloonBoy and getting disarmed in the process. And the blue team have fresh weapons falling down as well here, as the red team scramble to find a semblance of control, and a weapon for Mooney, and a side air from BalloonBoy will be the way to seize it back in their favor. Mooney cannot find a hit. BalloonBoy gives all the stage back to the blue team, but a down stick comes comes in, and it KOs Mooney, and BalloonBoy in a bad spot here. The Pogo comes out, does not get it. Neither does that Enlight. BalloonBoy playing so elusive here, but Mooney looking to find something to stick. Finally, it's the Enlight.
Oh, but Soul, he is keeping himself safe while Rise is getting back onto the stage while he was busy respawning. BalloonBoy gonna be stock tanking for his team. He goes for the neutral, immediate downer. BalloonBoy, I feel like he has not been that aggressive off stage in all the games that I have seen him, but I am always prepared for it because I have seen BalloonBoy delete stocks out there. You can never be too safe against him. Mooney able to come back onto the stage. That is such a nasty position for Axe to usually be in, but he got a stock for it.
Jump sider from Mooney hitting his own teammate. Very unfortunate that that's kind of the start to the second clean stock for the side of Soul and Rise, who look to get the juggle on BalloonBoy. So, like, I feel like we need to see a stat on how many moves are whiffing on BalloonBoy specifically, because he's finding a way to avoid everything, but it doesn't mean much when your teammate gets caught in it. Mooney, getting KO'd there, and that's a big double axe string. The recovery almost enough to KO off the top, and Mooney gets a nice sider off the wall there. It's not enough to KO as that weapon toss doesn't connect. Rise making it back, but BalloonBoy swings all the way across the stage with that ground pound to close out that stock, and here's the 2v1 combo. Unarmed, the classic. The down tick does not connect off the unarmed ground pound, though.
But it is still so much damage. That was perfect. That is the best 2v1 situation that they could have hoped for. Actually, almost the best. Had the D-Sig connected, but that is now going to be BalloonBoy on his last stock. I don't know how Soul does it, but Soul has also been playing so evasively. He has been hanging on to his stocks for the blue team.
Okay, a big Enlight
nice interruption.
There. Yeah, I mean, it's interruptions coming out, so you can't even get a free hit there when you should be given one. That's the danger of this 2v2 format, is there's always another person ready to assist. That Enlight will come out there and immediately punished by Mooney as we get a team combo. BalloonBoy ending it with a down air. The weapon toss gets kind of hidden there with that backwards toss. The recovery does disarm Rise in the process, and Mooney looking to get this side air out. BalloonBoy looking to find a KOing option. We see the recovery get started up, but swatted away with the side air, and the blue team continue to hold forward as Rise here is so close to getting KO'd, getting hit by his own teammate, and Soul D-Light into an Enlight and an Enlight from Mooney to KO Soul, and the red team should easily close this game out. I mean, even though it's a fresh stock, they're able to combo and they're able to get those extended strings, and just the amount of damage they're able to put out is a real threat here for Soul.
Nice job not going for the two-piece sidelight neutralator, but red team is looking so good here. This is not impossible, especially given the damage, but I have not seen that many 1v2 comebacks today. Soul gonna be picking up the spear, not gonna be able to land an attack. He went for the recovery and instead he got stuffed out by the Enlight. Another Enlight comes through. Soul trying to make it back onto the stage. Exclamation marks yelling at him to get back on. Sidelight recovery, not enough to take it off the top quite yet, but that N-Sig is going to do it. The red team, BalloonBoy and Mooney, gonna be going 1-1 against the blue team.
It felt like the entire time that I'm watching that set, I'm like, okay, it's so close. I don't know who's going to get that lead. But then finally something shakes loose, and I think it all was off the back of Rise getting sent on last stock so early, and the red team just outputting so much damage, able to find the KO onto Soul, and then immediately target swap to Rise. It was a D-Light into Enlight from BalloonBoy and Enlight from Mooney on the right side, and they were able to seize control of that game. They're looking to win 2 more here to close out the tournament. Rise and Soul in a quest to just reset the bracket. 2 more for them in order to do so.
I hate to repeat myself, but these games have been so close, guys. I have no idea how this set is going to go. It feels like these games are just defined by a few mistakes or a few victories, depending on how you look at it. But look at the combo being set up by the red team. Mooney not going to be able to get the pickup with the Enlight.
That was, I mean, both the blue team members kind of sprung forward, and BalloonBoy gets a big extension for it there with that recovery into Nair, and a charge up side gets called out by Mooney sidelight there, but no extension. The Greatsword somewhat struggles because it just takes too long to get that damage out, even if it's guaranteed. But Mooney's happy to get a little bit of damage there with those multiple sidelights coming in. The recovery does straight out, hitting his own teammate. BalloonBoy with a bit of team damage there, but Mooney lands with a side air, and Rise getting disarmed. Soul in a bad spot will go over to his teammate's assistance with that spear recovery to send BalloonBoy high, but it's not enough to KO, and everyone is looking for that KO option right now. Signatures, landing side airs, a down sig will be the first one to strike. BalloonBoy looking here, and a D-Light there, or sorry, a D-Sig, but it gets interrupted by Rise, and another breakdance takes the stock, and Woolala gets the 3-piece, and BalloonBoy holds onto the stock off of blue team, giving him one more chance at life, and he capitalizes with a stock take. It gets traded out, but you're happy to see that as the red team. It's 2-all.
Yeah, but you know what, guys, owed it to his teammate to go ahead and take out BalloonBoy, and he did exactly that. BalloonBoy not going to be able to get any extra credit for that stock, and now it is the red team that is at a slight deficit here. Rise going to try to get some of those juggles going, backing up a little bit, looking for a whiff punish. Soul patrolling behind his teammate. Positions are constantly being exchanged here. The pace of the game slows down for just a second. Rise able to get 2 big hits onto BalloonBoy off stage. Rise in no position to stop the combo that Mooney was doing to his teammate.
That ground pound so risky, but Mooney not in a position to punish, but will punish that Cider with a Cider of his own. The NSIG comes out, BalloonBoy sending Soul low, and Rise cannot go into Soul's assistance there as Soul gets sent on last, and now a 2v1 combo starts. Mooney, the sidelight goes the wrong direction, clips his own teammate in the process. Nothing too major, though, to worry about. A Cider into an NSIG. Rise avoids it. The ground pound comes out. A reversal from Rise onto BalloonBoy. That ground pound does come in, and now all of a sudden, the blue team having a slight stock advantage. Mooney will run away and disengage Rise with a big dash jump into the down air. Turn around, the D-Light comes out as well, and BalloonBoy holds on to the stock here.
Able to get the D-Light, and the series immediately not going to get interrupted. Rise's weapon has been officially knocked away here, but he picks up a lance for all of his troubles. The D-Light is still not enough. Poor Axe. D-Light can't KO all good, but the bow still is going to be able to do it. Soul gonna, oh no, oh no.
He's gone, and now a 2v1 off of just one N-Light into GC side sig, and that's how quickly this team can capitalize the Amugi signatures that might not work so well in the 1v1 space. In the 2v2 space, it KOs so early.
That's right, they just need those 2-3 hits. You don't need long extended combos when you're teaming with an Amugi. BalloonBoy going for the GC D-Light in the wrong direction, but
you're gonna hit too, brother. I'm just trying to win this game. So much damage over in some team damage there with the axe onto BalloonBoy, but Rise gets hit in the process, and we'll take those trades. The D-Light comes out now, and the red team are playing very, very respectful to what Rise can do on this rocket lance, but Mooney is looking so good on the axe. The N-Light sends off a double weapon
tosses get actually dodged through. That was funny. But I feel like this is gonna be it for Rise in this game. I don't see how he makes a comeback from this position, because at this point any hit should be able to do it except for the back hit of the recovery, but the another recovery should be able to do it. BalloonBoy gonna be taking us 2-1, red team to the blue team, but still Rise and Soul keeping it so close.
It is so close, but somehow the red team just find a way to punish that 2-1 stock that we always talk about. It's almost better to have 1 stock and 1 stock at 0 than 2 and 1, where the 2 has high damage, because as soon as that 2 becomes 1 and it takes that time to make it back to the stage, you isolate the 2v1, and if you're anywhere near deep orange, an N-Light into side sig will KO you. Look how even the damage split is for the red team here, as they are 1 game away from winning it all.
Yeah, and honestly, it is that kind of like efficiency just to be able to catch them when it is the 2v1 while you're waiting for the teammate to respawn. That really did give Mooney and BalloonBoy such an edge in that game. And it is surprising because I feel like Rise and Soul have done an amazing job of staying mobile, staying out of harm's way, keeping themselves safe while their teammate respawns. That time, it just did not work out.
An interesting fact there going into that game is both Rise and Soul doing very little damage on both of their axes. 159 on the side of Rise, Soul with 44 axe damage in that game, 6% of the time equipped onto it. More time being unarmed than on the axe. The axe is not working out for Soul, heavily leaning into the spear to try to trip up this red team. We'll see if they can do so here. They swing across the stage. The red team now surging to the blue team now, trying to swarm them in the corner. The blue team will answer back, getting some nice hits onto Mooney, but Soul taking so much damage in this axe mirror as Soul is struggling on this axe again going into this game, finally getting reprieve with that downer, but not after your teammate gets hit with a nair by BalloonBoy. The side stick gets started up by Mooney there, and the recovery comes out as well. Sidelight waiting for the juggle, cannot find it. Finds it there, the side air.
Guys' blue stock gone. Soul is in such a nasty position off stage. He is sweating. He is going to try and live a little bit longer, but at what cost? He is keeping himself in disadvantage. He is left weaponless. Wait a second. He's able to find the breakdance, trying to get a dash in from Mooney. It was unsuccessful. The D-Sig ends up whiffing. I don't know how Soul is continuing to stay alive. Guys going to be punishing BalloonBoy's edge guard attempt, getting that amazing stage spike, and Soul finally going down. Mooney so deep into the red, he is opting to make it back onto the stage instead of SDing.
And no punish on that side signature. Mooney reads the Cider from Rise as well, getting a little bit more extra credit with that downer. The nair to hit Rise away as well, and Mooney finally losing that stock away to that N-Light. But the blue team now with a 2v1 on BalloonBoy, but they cannot make anything stick, and I think it's very wise for Soul to throw that axe away that has not been working and pick up the spear. The N-Sig will hit BalloonBoy off stage. The ground pound comes out. A dodge from Rise. BalloonBoy goes high. GC N-Sig does not connect, and BalloonBoy makes it back, actually going up in the damage trade. Mooney running enough interference on the stage so the blue team could not safely get their resources back. Very smart play from the red team. Side stick whiffs, a slight punish there with that spear nair, and the blue team now are still trying to find some footing as we squander that offstage interaction.
Oh, but Mooney able to go ahead and pick up that KO. Nicely done. The end light going to be coming through here. Soul left to fend for himself for just a moment. I cannot believe that Rise did not get his edge guard because he was relentless. I am still thinking about it to this moment. The red team is holding on to the lead. The blue team is going to have to pull a fast one. Nice three-piece combo from the blue team. Money gonna with his own recovery. He finds himself off stage. The red team is separated, but can the blue team close? That is one stock gone. BalloonBoy playing as slowly as he can. The neutral gonna cover all the way around. Obviously not gonna set up into a KO, but the ground pound is gonna do it. Blue team, this is your chance. This is your moment to set up a combo. 3 hits, they'll take it. They're happy to take it.
They get 5 there as Mooney also tries to land back down with an unarmed ground pound, and Soul looking for this edge guard. Mooney with no resources, but BalloonBoy reversals. But that was the second stock on Soul, and now the 2v1 here as Rise runs away from Mooney and BalloonBoy, and it's not going to be a 2v1 combo to end it just quite yet here, as the blue team now have a bit of a damage lead. Mooney, the only one that's taken a significant amount of damage. The side light comes in, no recovery to punish that Nair attempt from Mooney. BalloonBoy making magic happen on the gauntlets, getting sent high in the air is Mooney, and the end stick comes out. Mooney getting punished with that recovery, almost enough to KO, and it feels like whoever loses the stock first
could get the interruption in time.
That's a side stick, and this should be it. No, not quite. The side air comes out, but BalloonBoy so healthy here. Soul as well.
The recovery comes through, goes for the exhausted, not going to be able to connect here. Soul, can he make this comeback? The Sue bounces on the stage, but the D-Sig is going to connect here. That is going to be the Winter's Doubles Championships going to BalloonBoy and Mooney. Oh my goodness.
Big congratulations to BalloonBoy making another win happen without Hideway, and congratulations to Brawlhalla's not only first podium placement, but first ever official gold medal in either format. This is a big reason to celebrate for Mooney and BalloonBoy as BalloonBoy rises to the top of North America 2v2s again, and Mooney gets a win under his belt.
In the heat of battle, in the middle of all the action, I don't know how they did it, but the red team just kept on finding combo after combo after combo, and then there was that one moment where they stopped the follow-up, and you saw when Hideway tried to go in there and find a neutral, and then he ended up, not Hideway, excuse me, gosh, guys, I'm getting my names mixed up. It has just been such a long day here. But he went in with the Lance neutral, and he ended up hitting his own teammate, and that was so unfortunate. But I really thought that game would go either way. You saw the 2v1 against Mooney while BalloonBoy was respawning.
I think it's really, really poetic that at the end of it all, Brawlhalla ends game number 4 with an 86-93 damage deficit on the Greatsword. It was not the Greatsword that did it. It was the Axe. Mooney showing that even fundamentally as a twos player on the Axe, making it happen. Big congratulations to Mooney and BalloonBoy once again returning to the top of North America 2v2s with a different twos partner. Hideway has been with Zen for quite a while now. That's when BalloonBoy got 2 of his gold medals. But now Mooney doing it with him. 1 tournament together in 2024, and Mooney ends with a gold medal for the first time in his career.
A year ago, I said that Mooney is going to top 3 an event. I did not think that it was going to happen this way. I did not think it was going to happen in twos like this, but I knew that it was going to happen eventually. I am surprised that it's happening in twos. This is not the format that I would expect a Greatsword to succeed in, and yet he has proven all of us wrong. So honestly, BalloonBoy and Mooney, they played fantastic, but my flowers, I think they definitely go to Mooney here. I think this is such a huge moment for him, and I'm sure that all the Mooney fans at home are popping off.
I've been cheering for Mooney for such a long time now, and I've seen kind of the ups and downs of Mooney, seeing the Greatsword nerfs come in, not finding a lot of confidence in the Jayen pick, then a Mugi gets dropped, and all of a sudden Mooney getting a resurgence again in the 1v1 space, but has yet to make a podium in that format. And then this bracket, I remember preparing for the day and seeing Mooney and BalloonBoy and thinking, man, wouldn't it be so amazing if Mooney's first ever podium and first ever gold medal was here at Winter Doubles, and they do it again. And again, BalloonBoy with a big story as well. The teammate, your teammates in Japan is going abroad, is unable to play with you. You're looking for a teammate, and again, finding Mooney and getting a win, beating out your former team. Didn't get to play against your former teammate, but still outplacing there as they were able to beat Rise and Soul, who beat the world champions here.
That's right, but Rise and Soul, they played fantastic as well. I know that Rise wanted that first place finish so badly. I think this is going to be his second time getting a second place finish. I think the last time was at the Summer Champions for him. But you know what? A silver medal is better than no medal at all, depending on, well, who you ask, actually. But yeah, congratulations to BalloonBoy and Mooney once again.
Yeah, and if you want to see speaking of events that Mooney and BalloonBoy played together, their only event together was a community event, which proves that it's a great way to practice here for the officials. We got a lot of 2v2 events here, so maybe you can find the Mooney to your BalloonBoy, or your BalloonBoy to your Mooney at Vanguard if you're in North America, or Galaxy Cup as well, coming in on the 8th and the 14th respectively. We got EU coming in the 1v1 space at Slamrock, SIB doing Frostbite the 22nd for a 1v1 tournament in North America, and Sabraldo number 91 for $2,000 in the South American region. Also want to give a big shout out to Brawlhalla, who's been doing coach tournaments with Legend Lock, Blasters, and R-Style coming in and always putting on some great alternative game mode brackets. We see South America, EU, and North America there with a similar schedule to how officials go. Actually, no, they're actually doing South America on the 14th, and if you're in EU and NA, make sure to check it out on the 21st and the 22nd.
And guys, I know that was a lot of information super fast, so go to brawlhalla.com/BHcommunity. And speaking of more events, guys, sign up for the Eternal Sports Triples coming on up, brawlhalla.com/challenger. Actually, I don't know if that's Eternal Sports, but Triples is such a chaotic, super fun format. The meta, so I am told, is a little bit different. I never had the pleasure of commentating Triples before, but I've definitely played quite a bit of it, and it is a lot of fun.
One of my favorite formats to watch for sure is you kind of see a lot of the other Eternal Sports with like names that you're not really familiar with, which is really great to highlight them. But this is also a great way to kind of see some of your favorite pro players getting put in teams that you don't expect. And I mean, I feel like we've all been there before. There's 3 of your friends in a call together and you're like, we want to play Brawlhalla so bad, but there's only 3 of us. But now's your chance. March 28th to the 29th, we have North America, EU, and South America. Get your 3-stack going, get your triples on, brawlhalla.com/challenger for more information.
That's right. Let's give some of these other formats some love, guys. But yeah, let's see what else we have coming up. Is that going to be it for us with stuff to talk about? PJ, this has been an amazing event for us to commentate. It's been an absolute pleasure. Do you have any final thoughts that you would like to talk about?
Want to give a big congratulations to Mooney for making it happen here, getting his first ever gold medal. I know I messed up your tag. I was trying so hard to not do so, but I'm happy that that didn't mess up your momentum at this tournament. You got your first place medal. Big congratulations to Mooney, as well as BalloonBoy for making it happen with a new teammate here. One event was at a Frostbite event, and they were able to do it here. Congratulations once again to Rise and Soul, but Rise and Soul, a team that you always have to look out for, another silver medal under their belt, and I know they want so hard to get that first place. It won't be here today, but I got hope in Rise and Soul as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be such an amazing year of Brawlhalla Esports, so I think this was such a fantastic way to go ahead and kick things off with a new team pairing, taking things home for NA. The previous BCX champions actually going to be going down in 3rd place, so we'll be excited to see how everybody does throughout the year. And PJ, I am told that we have a couple of guests with us.
Yeah, I know you wanted to say, wanted to check on how people are going to do for the rest of the year, but right now we have our champions for Winters North America in Mooney and BalloonBoy. Mooney and BalloonBoy, do we have you on the line?
I think.
Yes, sir. Whoa. What's up? You guys want to go ahead one by one, introduce yourselves? I know a lot of your fans at home want to know who's who.
Not really that loud.
I think on my end it was a little bit loud, but yeah. Talk to us about you guys. We want you to go ahead to introduce yourself so that we know how to distinguish between both of your voices.
All right, well, I am BalloonBoy. I'm a player from Canada here to represent. I'm really happy that Mooney and I were able to take home this dub because like this is our first major tournament teaming together. So I'm very glad that we were able to take the gold.
And Mooney?
I'm Mooney. I'm from the USA, and this is surprisingly, I guess, my best play. I look, thought I'd do this in 1s first, but I guess I do in 2s.
No,
that's what I thought too, man.
Even your teammates saying that, and I know here on the desk we believe this as well. Man, I want to quickly just highlight Mooney. How are you feeling right now? I know I can hear a little bit of shock in your voice about getting your win in a 2v2 format, but let's start at the beginning. How did it feel when kind of BalloonBoy and Mooney got together to start that team? How did that conversation kind of build together?
All right, so basically me and BalloonBoy have been like good friends for like a long time. So like I would like play 2s in them, like it was like off season, like Radish was like gone. It's like we joke about like teaming, cause I was playing with like Raven at the time, and then it was like, hey, we should team, and like we played like a community tourney. I think we got like 2nd, and like we decided to lock. I guess that's basically like how it went.
Yeah, it works out, and I mean, I'm just so incredibly happy that you guys were able to do it. BalloonBoy, did you? Okay, I want you to be honest here. Do you think that Mooney rose to the expectations you had? I know you guys were two good friends here, but obviously you've seen what the top of 2v2s look like. Did Mooney perform at the biggest of moments?
I mean, like, the biggest worry for me was his mental. I did not think because that's his biggest issue by far. He's an excellent player. He's very good at the game. It's just his mental sometimes hinders the way he can play. So I was there with him till the end, trying to make sure he was good. He needed to get a water break. I was letting him do that. Yeah, it's just
leaking the water break.
Yeah, no, that's cool. No, I'm glad you guys were able to look out for each other. So I have a question that is just for BalloonBoy, which is why the return of the Devil Jin and not the Diana?
So I mean, Diana is a pick from my console days. I have not been playing Diana in twos really at all that much, but I picked up Zarya when Blasters first got that huge nerf when Cross and them got nerfed in 2023 or 2022, whichever year that was. But yeah, Zarya has definitely been probably my most comforting character in the 2v2 space, and sometimes in the ones too. I even swap off of Vivi to go to the Zarya, just because it's I've been playing him for literally years, so he's just my guy.
Yeah, no, cool. Yeah, and I saw you just able to take advantage of his Ensig a couple times to make it back onto the stage. So super awesome pick. And then for Mooney, my question to you is, how did you feel about Imugi in twos? I feel like you were able to do some really devastating stuff with your signatures. It felt like you didn't have to do that big of combos. You didn't have to have super long combos to get something going. But what do you think makes Imugi so powerful in twos?
Here's my mindset in Imugi in twos. Basically, sometimes I like to start games with going great, so just read them, then just go Axe, and then of course Axe is my main goal. Just want to go Axe the whole time because high strength, really good setting up. And, what makes me choose Imugi specifically is one, of course, I'm comfortable in Greatsword, and two, just the Sig kit's good for follow-ups and stuff, and just Axe as a whole is really good for starting stuff.
Do you think that you playing the 2v2s here and winning Winters brought out? Do you find yourself changing here as a Imugi player, or do you think that this is the evolution of what you look like going into 1v1s as well, Mooney?
I mean, I'm kind of lost on what's gonna go on for ones, but I feel definitely gonna focus much more. Okay, that's true. I'm definitely gonna focus much more on twos though. This tournament just proved it.
Yeah, no, that's exciting. You guys put on an amazing show for us, but I believe that is going to be the last of our questions. So once again, congratulations, Mooney and BalloonBoy. I know this has been such an amazing event. Your gameplay has been fantastic, and it has been awesome having you guys with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And once again, congratulations to Mooney and BalloonBoy for making it happen here at the Winter Championships. But that is going to do it for us here on our coverage of Winters as a whole. We had ones last weekend with EU, South America, and North America in studio, as well as here as yesterday was EU, South America, and North America today. We had some great stats. Dara, how are you feeling as we ended the tournament there?
Oh, I am just so happy with this conclusion. This is not the team that a lot of people had taking home the gold medal, but those are always the best events, guys. Thank you so much, because we cannot make any of this happen without having an amazing audience to keep up. So I hope that you guys enjoyed the show, because we certainly did here on the production side of things, on the commentary side of things. Thank you so much for having us. This was an amazing way to finish off the Winters Championships once and for all. Everybody, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. PJ and I will be signing off. Goodbye. 1v1 between guys.
Oh, what a dodge!
That was the dodge of doom.
Oh, another reaction! Doesn't work! Doesn't work! No! It was so smart!
No, everyone in chat, LPJ. Right? LPJ in chat.
Make
that was
sure
crazy.
to DM him on Twitter. It's @PuffPJ. All of the mistakes.
He's cackling in the back like a freak. This is insane. I can't
just
just
going back and forth.
Big ground pound attempt, but there's no resources. We saw it. What are you doing? Both of them, right? What an alley-oop from these two, and they get it again? What is happening? Dude, I'm scared.
Stuck for a while, and Juzi was trying his darndest to get out of there, but takes a lot of damage on the way.
Oh, that's your teammate.
Set of experts, though, as we bring it into. Actually, no. I think this was for. Was it? Don't do this. Get out of there. It was for top 8.
so many times before. Guichu has a spear, there's a down air. Another down air.
Oh no!
And the ground pound. This time he finds
this lands. The ground pound is going to connect. Sit goes low. Wait a sec, the weapon goes out. The sweat beats are out, and that's it. The game's over. The beautiful follow-up. Hybrid trying to get the hits of exhaustion recovery. Cannot get up to put anything, but the snare connect. Are you kidding me? Aquatic misses on the dare. Nobody's there, but Zen is with the dare off the boat. And look at the setup in the air, and they finished it with the
center stage control, looking for an option. That's the win. That's the punish. BalloonBoy clutches the set. What a strike. BalloonBoy looking here at a D-Light there, or sorry, a D-Sig, but it gets interrupted by Rise, and another breakdance takes the stock, and Woolala gets
can he make this comeback? The Sue bounces on the stage, but the D-Sig is going to connect you. That is going to be the Winton's double championship going
Guess I shouldn't be surprised. I've been here one too many times. I've chased desire on my skin. Let the heat sink in. Saw it coming from a mile. Know it's been a little while. Felt the embers from within. Let the heat sink in. It's all coming back to me. The sleepless nights when it's hard to breathe. Watch my emotions take the lead. Can't control what it does to me. I remember how it hurts. Remember how it hurts, and it's so good to me. I remember how it tastes. I like it in the flames. Oh, it's so good to me. Tell me I'm not here alone. I'm the one you want, then take me home. I'm just love drunk, caught up. Love or lust, what's up? It's all coming back to me. The sleepless nights when it's hard to breathe. Watch my emotions take the lead. Can't control what it does to me. I remember how it hurts. Remember how it burns, and it's so good to me. I remember how it tastes. I like it in the flames. Oh, it's so good to so good, so good. Oh, it's so good to me. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good to me. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good to me. Oh, it's so good to me.
Give me like 5 minutes, we can stay in one place. Taking my time with it, no, it's not a race. I want you in your mind, baby. Tired of this chase, and I know you feel the same. Time will pass, I can't stand to see thought of you and me growing